He charged into the inferno, certain he'd die, hellfire would consume his soul, but he'd sacrifice everything to save them, eyes blazing with resolve. In a northern town, a boy draws water from a well when something suddenly streaks toward his head. He turns to face a gang of boys. Their leader laughs, "Found you. You don't belong in this village today. You are finished." He immediately strikes with a fire attack. Sitting on the beaten boys, he casually told them not to disturb him. He still had to cook for his teacher. They scream, baffled by his magic, but he just shrugs. No spells, just a kick. His teacher drilled into him every day. The beaten boy finally recognized the mage who swaps spells for fists. Like teacher, like student. They're exactly the same. MC grabs his collar, hoists him up and slams him down. "Insult me all you want, but Don, do you dare disrespect my teacher?" The guy foams with rage. A voice demands to know what he's doing, making him drop the kid. A stern teacher looms over him, arms crossed and glaring. Back home, they realize the dish wasn't potatoes. It was just ordinary turnips. Teacher stunned, he even lit the fire, but the flea claims he was just in a massive rush. The teacher's fuming, ready for a fight. Terrified, the boy apologizes. The man demands to know if today's training is finished. He admits he uses magic plus 20 sets of 5,000 push-ups and 7,000 sit-ups daily. The teacher's stunned. He only assigned 10 problems, but Flair did extra because it was too easy. Enraged, the instructor slams the table, ordering him to follow instructions. Flair apologizes again. The teacher tells Flair he won to need instructions. Flair asks why, but the teacher just stares him down. Ever heard of the gates of hell? He knew the legends. They survive world-ending hellfire, watched by sorcerers for 1,000 years to keep the flames contained. The man is being sacrificed to the mysterious gate today, leaving the boy completely stunned. Rada warns the hellish flame is out of control. To stop the world from burning, they need an ancient sacrifice. A young mage must die to contain the fire. The old man picks Valflar for the mission. At dawn, they head to the gate where Valflar must sacrifice himself. He had 2 reasons: he had no family left, and he wasn't from this village. Apologies aside, rules are rules. Their mission is to shield the world from the flames, and as a local, he must do his duty. He warns the ritual starts at. Trapped between life and death, the boy knew he'd vanish by morning. His story ended before it even began, but he felt no fear. At dawn, the group set off without him. No family, no friends, and a life ruined from day one. Only his teacher kept him alive. With zero regrets, he hears the call. They've arrived. Standing before massive patterned doors, the hero learns these are the gates to hell. He's stunned. They're way bigger than he imagined. Sealed with hellfire, these massive floating gates stay shut for now. The teacher tells the boy to open them as is practiced, and Flair agrees. He chants from a scroll, the gate creaks open, and fire blasts from the shadows. The teacher burns the boy's body and soul, shattering his cycle of rebirth forever, then stares at him in silence. He asks if he's hated, but the boy just smiles. He's beyond grateful, and thanks fate for such a teacher. The man bowed his head, bound by rules to leave the victim behind. The boy simply told him to stay safe. He thanked Fleurbod and headed for the gates. With zero regrets, he was ready to move forward. He enters with one goal: save the world. The door slams, the flame vanishes, and he wonders, was it all just in his head? A new light appeared above him, unlike any he'd seen before, and it was breathtaking. Flames engulf him, disintegrating his flesh as his eyes bleed and he screams in agony. Searing heat and agony exploded through him, far worse than he ever imagined, until his soul violently ripped from his body. His body is ash, leaving only his soul. His teacher's warning goes: fire burns the soul too. The real nightmare begins now. Agony hits him. He regrets everything and just wants out. But burning a soul is way harder than burning a body. How much longer can he endure this? Time is slipping away, and he's stuck waiting for the next victim to show up. He mastered their fire shield and stuck close, enduring endless agony as his soul refused to break through an eternity of suffering. He grew numb to the pain, standing unfazed in the heart of the fire. Sitting by the fire for ages, he finally conquered the hellish flames. Time was a blur, but now his curiosity is back. It's time to explore this strange world. Boredom vanishes as he spots a hidden prize. Sick of waiting, he finds a fireproof hole at the top and climbs up to scout. Soaring up, he realized this form moved by pure thought. Behind him, a trail of every color blazed red, blue, yellow, and beyond. He marveled at the stunning view from above, then suddenly spotted a stone in the distance. He caught the flame with a grin, revealing a glowing red gem worth a fortune. No merchant in sight. Suddenly, the stone glows, and a strange sensation hits him. The gem vanishes, dissolving right into his soul. This stone is hell's true flame. They're scattered everywhere. Find them, and he can survive to save the world. He found every stone. Flames engulfed him, but he'd finally tamed the fire. He's free. No more sacrifices, no more death. He's finally going to tell the teacher everything. Bodiless and trapped, he's going nowhere. Suddenly, white flames erupt and his physical form begins to reform. He's stunned. The white flame became real flesh. He can't explain it, but absorbing it must be the secret. Tears stream down his face, but he wipes them fast. He can let the village see him like this. He'd accepted death, but now he's just glad. He burst through the door, hyped for a feast and dying to shock his teacher. He had to see him right now. Ecstatic, he decided to wait for his teacher before acting. Suddenly, heavy snoring erupted above and a horseshoe zipped past. Strange, heavily armed riders charge after their target, screaming to trap him. Once they leave, he cracks the door. He doesn't recognize the noise, but he's stunned. They actually breach the gate. Tangled in roots and moss, they wake up to a trashed gate. A storm must have blown them way past the village. The area is totally foreign. Did he even return? He needs to find the village, but he's got no clue which way to go. Sensing their secrets, he stayed on their heels. His second life begins. It's a rough road, but he knows he's unstoppable. The robbers corner the girls by a tree, shouting, "There's no escape." They tell them to give up and stop playing game. The girls fight back while the MC watches from the bushes, realizing they've got much bigger problems to deal with. He thought about ditching them, but who else was even in this forest? As he hesitated, the horse leaned in and sniffed him. Teachers rule respect gets results. He steps up, staying polite to secure her help. He leaps from the bushes, naked, asking for directions, while a girl shields her friend's eyes. Armed men suddenly strike, demanding to know who he is. He says he's just lost, but they aren't buying it. They ignore his excuses and move in for the kill. Ignoring the question, he levels the guy while asking for directions, sending him flying back several meters. She's stunned by his one-hit KO and has no clue who he is, while Fleur grabs his clothes and demands total obedience. The gang swarms him, but the boy signals he won to fight. Suddenly, a thug sneaks behind and takes a swing. He snaps, it's a misunderstanding, but the crowd's confused if that's true. Why'd he start the fight? Ignoring the advice, he wipes out the attackers and shouts, he'll find his own way. The girls gape at his insane speed, calling him a monster. He feels stronger than ever, but something's still off. A new power awakened in his palms just as a robber swung. His weapon misses. A girl slashes him down, standing over him to catch her breath. He thanks her, but claims he had it handled. She draws her sword, warning him to stay back and never ask for help again. She doesn't trust him. She demands his identity and his purpose. Lie and she'll destroy him. He introduces himself to the Coal Girl, but she's still listening. He's from a northern border village and is now hopelessly lost. Still skeptical, she asks about the village again. Seeing she knows the path, he grins and gestures for her to lead the way. She swings her blade, knocking him flat. He's baffled, but she snaps that she doesn't trust a single word from a liar like him. She points to herself and vows while Aishara's holy night stands, no one touches the princess. He offers a polite greeting, but the princess snaps, screaming at him for using the name she told him to avoid. Ai swings her blade at the clueless boy, declaring he must die for knowing their secret. But the princess shoves her back and begs her to stop. She's livid he saved them. Knight claims the guy's insane, but he thinks they're the crazy ones. He leaves to handle it alone, ignoring Ashira's fury and the princess's desperate pleas. She tried to negotiate, but a bandit rose behind them. Regretting his weak strike, the knight ordered the princess to hide. The man swings his blade, vowing to take one down, but the hero instantly lunges in. Under the blade, his body moved on pure instinct, but he was still doomed. No time to dodge or block. He's forced to catch the blade barehanded. He reaches out and flames burst from his palm. MC's stunned. A blast rips through the woods. The girls scream, shielding themselves from the fire. Drenched in sweat, the man screams as his sword melts like wax, while the girls scramble to check on each other. Fleur reached out, body erupting in multicolored flames. This guy had no idea who he was up against. He melts the sword instantly. Hellfire. The princess watches in shock. Staring at his hand, he's stunned. He didn't just survive Hellfire's agony, he mastered its power. Surrounded by flames, the MC stands over his fallen foe as the crowd watches in shock. The knight recognizes the power. It's the northern shaman's Hellfire. But how? What just happened? Was it Hellfire or the gems he swallowed at the gates? The flame was inside him. He fled in terror, screaming he was a monster, but she leveled her sword and ordered him to freeze. She grills him on his identity and that hellish flame. He knows the truth and asks for their help to return to the village where the fire was sealed. The girl yells, he's mocking them, but the princess strikes her, ordering her to stop. Night falls, but the princess refuses to keep fighting, thanking the boy for saving them twice already. She's Primavera, 7th princess of the White Pearl Kingdom, but just call her Prima. The knight whispers she's too blunt, but the MC sees a princess. The Prima calls it sincerity and demands an apology. I lock eyes with him and apologize. He's confused but glad everyone's safe. Then the princess drops a request. She asks him to protect her. Enraging the knight, Prima warns the mercs one time, back down. More allies means a better chance to survive. Ishara refused traveling with a stranger was suicide, and the princess was totally clueless. Prima's clueless about her own beauty. One look and every guy will be desperate to win her over. And honestly, who can blame them? Who stays sane around a princess this charming? Even she's losing control. The boy warns she's a danger to Primo, and she knows he's right. Only the boy can calm the princess. So she begs for help. He jokes about being her bodyguard, but says he has bigger things to do. He actually considered rejecting the princess as plea, but Prima snapped, yelling at her to stop the disgrace. She orders the knightess to sit, and she obeys. The boy hasn't fully refused, yet he's heading to the northern village first. He entered hell as a sacrifice, but walked out alive. After absorbing the hellfire, he's back and finally done guarding the gates. He must spill to the teacher now. The princess trusts him, so she's dropping the brutal truth. She says he's in the northern village. The boy's shocked. There was never a forest here. I tell him the truth. The village used to be right where we. She says the north's been empty for thousands of years. The boy's stunned. It sounds impossible. His second life begins, but one massive problem looms. Black crows are already circling overhead. The girls fill him in an era past while he was locked away. His village as shamans vanished, and he's in total shock. Ishara is stunned. The myth is real. A shaman actually lives behind the gates of hell. The princess warns her to watch her mouth. He's standing right there, stunned. The boy drops onto a log, staring at the ground in silence. The girls struggle for words. Flyor asks again in shock, but the boy coolly says he isn't worried at all. The knight blankly recalls his village's destruction, but his friend reminds him 1,000 years have passed. It's a completely different world now. The locals hated him for no reason, and his only friend was just sacrificed to the gate. He barely remembers home and feels zero grief. Even he's shocked by his coldness, while Ishara jokes he's a hard crust. He offers the princess help. She happily accepts, but the knight realizes their escape plan is ruined. The boy dreams of the world beyond his village, but Prima says they must escape the forest first. The knight warns him on to slow the princess down. He flares up again, stunning the girls. They never imagined fire could be used like this. He can control it yet, but once he masters it, this power will be a game changer. Knight tries to carry the princess, but she insists on walking. He won't let her touch the soot-covered road, and she refuses to leave his side. Home felt like nothing. Even his teacher's death didn't move him. Maybe he really was the cripple, she claimed. They hit the road. Premise knew no shame until he woke up alone, his village erased, and every memento gone. Why couldn't she read his heart? Regretting her selfishness, the knight tells her to relax, but she's still struck by the princess's beauty. I told myself it'd be fine. He didn't look weak. An hour in, I'm gasping for air, but he's totally unfazed. Their gear weighs more than the princess, but he's clearing the path without breaking a sweat. This guy is definitely hiding some serious power. He asked when they'd finally leave the endless forest. The knight replied he was leading the way, clearly knowing the path ahead. I yelled at him for walking blindly like an idiot, but he claimed he thought we knew the way since everyone was silent. The princess fled into the forest to escape pursuers, leaving them totally lost. The boy realizes they're all stranded together and wishes they'd been warned sooner. Prima explains that ancient shaman energy created a magnetic field so strong it bricks their compass. He was back home to settle the score, but the world had changed and he was completely lost. Scaling the tree, he vowed to climb higher and find an exit. The princess watched in awe as the knight pressed him to hurry. From the peak, the forest looked endless. Wandering was useless. Suddenly, he spotted something, and the princess shouted, "Did you see that?" He spots a house, leaving Prima stunned. "People live here." He explains it's stood for a millennium, the unmistakable home of him and his master. Approaching, the boy stunned. This house is the only one left from the ancient past. 1,000 years old yet perfectly preserved, impossible. The princess is stunned. Is this really his home? Teacher's magic kept the house intact, but he's clueless why. The girls think it's a gift, but he never expected to return. Standing still won't get you answers. You had to go inside. The princess grabs her hair and yanks her aside. She invites him in. They aren't tactless enough to mess with his memories. He claimed he was fine, but she wouldn't have backed down. She'd seen his struggle all along. They wait outside. She wants him to join them. No hesitation. He enters the rotting ruin abandoned for years. Fleur finds the ruins he expected not bad for 1,000 years. Seeing the kitchen where he cooked for his master, memories flood back. Result, food burned, punishment followed. Never praised, he remembers the man who was once his mentor. Let us try to make it even faster. Why didn't he stop him? A sharp knock snaps him back. He spots the fallen ladle and something hiding under the floorboards. He grabs the book. It's the teacher's diary. He never knew she kept one. Tempted, he flips it open to a chilling line. "I don't know how to help this boy anymore." He's sacrificing his life at the gates for the village and the world. A true hero. He stopped him to save you. At the meeting, he demanded to know why Valfleer had to go. A young man's life was on the line, and they couldn't. No family to mourn him, and nothing but trouble for the village since day one. Always an outsider, he'd die for anyone. This infuriated the man. How could they let a child be taken? The decision was final sacrifice the student. Unable to save his son, he begged for forgiveness. Tears blurred the diary's end. He blamed his teacher for abandoning him, but he was dead wrong. The teacher stayed until the end, leaving him in bitter tears. His diary was packed with regret, but the pages weren't finished yet. His magic gear is now total trash. The boy digs through his drawers, sorting the junk. His master promised chaotic armor for his first victory, and now the boy finds the chest. The man dreams of the boy's return. It's impossible, but shamans work miracles, so he waits. Meanwhile, the boy suits up in his new armor. The teacher prayed for the boy's survival and a world of new friends, then stepped out to shock the waiting girls. Smiling warmly, he finished his teacher's only wish for him to live free and happy. Hero asks about his new look. Prima loves it. The knight says, "Clothes make the man," and the hero thanks the princess. She's confused by his gratitude, but he credits her support for his new clarity. Because of her, he's finally tasting true freedom. She beamed with joy, asking one last time to be friends. He gladly agreed. The knight screamed to stay away from the princess, but Prima defied it. Then the house instantly collapsed. Everything shattered. The house seal vanished. Its job done. The teacher never lost hope, and Fleer bowed, thanking him for every lesson. After a hard-won second chance, he's finally living for himself. Leaving a diary and flower at his ruined home, he sets off. He tells the girls to move out, starting his journey with the princess and knight into a strange new world. Adventure starts. Ishara points to the forest, asking for the plan, but they're lost, and Flyer realizes he forgot the way out. Racing through the forest, the princess pushes the knight faster as a massive boar wrecks everything in pursuit. The beast is seconds from swallowing them. Clueless in the forest, the boy demands their trust and faces the boar head-on. Hero reignites his flames, forcing the beast back as fire incinerates everything in its path. He checks on the girls, and the princess smiles, safe and sound. He brushes it off as calm rats, but the knight snaps, telling him to finally control his insane strength. She's livid he hurt the princess. Staring at the fire, he admits. The adrenaline made him lose control. He hits the grind. Prima fears they're lost forever in Yai. She warns that even without pursuers, they're still doomed. She's ready for anything as long as she's with the princess, but the princess instantly shuts her up. Fleer questioned the mission. Why risk death for a princess this powerful? He's her ally now, and he demands the truth. Her siblings are hunting her down. The Pearl King is dying, and a brutal war for the throne has erupted. He realized her siblings want her dead for the crown. It's a tragedy beyond words. Tearing up, the Prima reveals she fled her home because she never wanted the throne knight comforts her. While the boy gets deeper into the mess, he tells her she looks reborn. Grinning, he says to let the pain pass and face every struggle with a smile. She beams at his kindness, but when he offers his name, Ayushara snaps. She told him to stop talking and find an exit. The princess feared they'd be trapped forever, but the boy suddenly had a plan. He remembers his teacher's pathfinding spell to guide them out, leaving Prima absolutely stunned. He reveals he's a shaman too, and the knight's livid, he didn't say so sooner. Grabbing the paper, he realized he had to focus and visualize his goal. Searching for an exit, a magic flame erupts to guide them through the forest, and the knight asks what other tricks the wizard has. He claims he can cure any disease. But danger strikes. They tell the princess to stay put. Monsters are closing in. Small, snarling goblins grip stone axes in both hands. Soloing them is easy, but a mob takes work. Nothing here shocks her anymore. He's seen them before they're village regulars. Fleur steps up, but she warns his fire is too dangerous and tries to solo the monsters. Fleur insists that's exactly why he needs the practice. Monsters repelled, she declares the princess isn't alone. Primo cheers her on as the boy joins the fight with magic support. He recalled a magic secret as Knight noticed the monster's coordination. Then one lunged at her back. He shoves the monster aside to save her, claiming she barely escaped. The girl is stunned. Monsters roar as one vanishes, and Isera is fuming at the boy's interference. He tells her to wait. He's got a new technique to test. She's clueless, but the monsters are already screeching to attack. He stands his ground, fire blazing in his hand. His fire could hurt the princess, but he nods, promising to control the flame so she stays safe. He can handle the fire alone, so he uses magic and tells them to watch. Multicolored flames erupt around him again. He stays cool, tracking every move as the monsters retreat in terror. He looked the same as their first meeting, but now he's mastered the flame. Control fire like real magic. Grip the flame, focus, and Dante just blast it, channel everything into a single point. Task complete. With total flame control, he heads straight for the trials. He blurs forward with the insane speed, stunning the girls. The princess is hyped. She definitely made the right call, joining him. One punch incinerates a goblin instantly. His flaming fists pack insane heat. He warns the monster, behave or die like the rest. The beast shrieks and lunges at the girls anyway. The knight parries the strike. She's no easy target. Protecting the princess, she sends the enemy crashing to the dirt. He praises her skill, explains monsters hunt the weak, and blasts the beast with fire. Debris explodes from the strike. He leaps back, and the princess asks if he's okay. Enough games. He'd toyed with these goblins long enough. If his master saw him now, he'd be dead meat. He vowed to finish in 4 seconds next time Prima knew he was the perfect, but praised Isher's combat skills and gutsy word. She claims her body and soul. The Prima vows not to ignore her this time. The guy signals it is time to bail. Ishura is shocked they escaped the forest so easily after wandering for ages, and the guy is just as stunned. Prima spots a nearby town and heads in. It's the boy's first time leaving home. He's dying to see the world beyond, but a mysterious figure watches them from the trees. Reaching the settlement, they hit the tavern where a fuming Ishara insists on paying. He politely asks them to leave, no drama needed. One look says they were nothing but trouble. Before him stood a girl in a bright dress, a stocky swordswoman, and a boy with a massive bag joining the group. He pegged her as a princess, but the rider just laughed, scoffing that there's no way she's royalty. Realizing the knight was too honest to lie, the boy stepped forward, asking for nothing but a meal. He'll grab some snacks. No strangers stay overnight. The area's dangerous, and everyone's on guard. They're heading out regardless. MC tells them to shut it. I apologize to the princess, but she just smiles. They'll try again next time. She was passing out on her feet. Scout insisted she was fine, but sleeping rough was draining her. Without rest, they're finished. A woman offers them shelter, warning that goblins and orcs prowl the area. He asks again, but she warns her shop isn't a hotel. He reassures the girls that good people still exist, and they'll be just fine. She showed them the room, offering fresh linens on request. The guy looked around. It was perfect. He loved the wall decor. The knight guaranteed the princess a safe rest, and when she tried to pay, the hostess just smiled. It was free. They saw it as a grandma's kindness, so they stopped worrying and accepted the help, fully enjoying her hospitality. The princess rejects the thanks, but the knight reminds her they have already spent a fortune on the road. Prima insisted on thanking her. The boy searched his bag for a gift, but the knight cut him off, fearing he'd give away sacred armor. Shocked, the princess was right there. The boy finally realized why the bag was so massive, snatched. The girl refused to let him return a royal gift. Prima yells to stop. They're racing to Blue Sapphire. The man asks again, and she confirms this is their final destination. This western island is an unbreakable stronghold, guarded by a massive fleet in the sea. Once they reach it, they're untouchable. He wondered about the sea leaving home. Everything felt alien. I told him to change, and the princess agreed their outfits stood out too much. Flyer knew the deeper they went, the more mysteries he'd find, and he was starving for the unknown. Prima heads for clothes, but her boyfriend stops her, insisting he'll handle it so she can rest. She thanks him. He vanished into the night, tireless and ready to explore the world beyond. He checked their sizes, but they were out cold. Lifting the blanket, he realized there was nothing he could do. He sets them on the bed and rushes to measure the girls. Wiping her blade in the shop, the woman smiles. Old habits die hard. Suddenly, she spots a boy heading her way. She's still awake and questions his heavy load. He claims he's buying clothes for the girls, but she points out the shops are already closed. He's annoyed and she's stunned by his ignorance. She tells him to raid the wardrobe for cheap gear, and he happily thanks her. He drops the armor on the counter, a gift for her hospitality. She claims she's fine, but the boy insists on gratitude. He flashes a grin, and she finally checks his gift. That's sacred mithril armor, completely priceless. Even 20 platinum coins wouldn't cover it, but this guy has zero clue what it's worth. She couldn't afford him, but loved their gratitude. He knew things would have gone south if he wasn't this good. She couldn't read his move. He tossed it up and unleashed a merciless barrage, leaving her frozen in shock. He gets wrecked armor. He asks why, and they call it a minor defect for a discount. She's fuming, but he just shrugs, blaming himself for bringing the pricey gear. She loses it, laughing at how hilarious he is. Once she cools off, she calls the item a dud and buys it back for a few hundred lattes, leaving MC clueless about its real value. She offers to prep the whole trip to pay him back, and he's stoked. The kids thank Grandma and head out with extra gear as she praises the boy's sharp fashion sense. The princess beams, saying the dress fits her soul. Knight jokes he's finally mastered, picking the right size. He grinned, revealing he'd measured their clothes while they slept. She freezes in horror as he brags about measuring her chest. The princess snaps at him to shut up just as a hotel staffer approaches. He watched her transform the boys and gift them her trophies. After a lifetime of isolation, she finally found peace. He thought the former top killer had gone soft, but she confessed she just liked him too much to resist. Trekking through the woods, he admits he messed up, but the girls are still fuming. Their anger baffled him. The trip was a total disaster. He grabbed a paper and decided it didn't matter. Magic-buffed legs unleashed a circle of suffering. The stunned knight had never seen this before, and finally admitted they were right. Basic training from his master, though he's been slacking. This spell adds magical weights to his limbs to build raw strength. He suggests the knight. She refuses to fall behind, and he starts casting spells on her legs. She collapses under the crushing weight. The boy is stunned. It shouldn't be this heavy. As the princess panics, Aisha realizes no human could ever lift this. She's shocked it's for her hands and feet. He apologizes, but Prima blasts him. She was hyped for magic's potential, but the knight refused. The boy thought their beef was buried. I asked for a magic carriage, but he had nothing. The girl worried their feelings were moving too fast. It was dangerous. Pursuers are closing in. They need horses from the next town, and the princess agreed. He refused to speed up. Sure, they had handled any pursuers. She warned they could beat weaklings, but the enemy might send Holy Angel. The princess doubts they'll go that far, but I warn her to stay ready. Her relatives are wild cards. Meanwhile, the guy's just baffled by this bizarre church. The Church of Holy Angels rules all 7 kingdoms with divine authority. They stay neutral, but angels descend to help whenever they please. If the angels took their souls, it would have been a disaster. Now, the boy wonders if others like them exist today, desperate to uncover the truth. He's intrigued, but the knight screams a warning, don't fight. If they show up, run. Angels are God tier. Even at his strongest, he couldn't touch them. They're the shaman's natural enemies. 1,000 years ago, these beasts slaughtered his village and every shaman there. The news leaves him frozen. She claims his presence proves the secret, and with no one to challenge them, he prays it's just a sick joke. He thought shamans vanished naturally, but it meant his mentors were wiped out. Princess drops the subject. Will they actually fight the church? Unclear, plus, they almost never take requests anyway. Forget the what-ifs, the knight agreed, urging her to focus on the present instead. The princess's wit only adds to her charm. She offers a snack, but the boy's still stuck on her words. Meanwhile, chaos erupts at St. Angel Cathedral. A flying boy calls for Mr. Zuriel, who scolds him for littering the cathedral. The kid's delivering a request from the lower rate. The serial praised him, reviewed the petition to destroy the kingdom's 7th processor, and handed the job off. In the White Pearl suburbs, a traveler expected legendary wealth, but it's suspiciously quiet. He remembered the throne's heir was being decided. Surrounded by danger, he was terrified until a sudden command forced him to stand. The bandits demand a toll, warning that the throne war is turning the country into a total death trap. He bet everything to survive, sobbing because he never expected them to treat him with such pure disgust. He calls the creatures inferior beasts that need training, sending one bandit into a blind rage. He swings, yelling at him to shut up, but the boy just flashes a sinister grin. The princess was devouring a snake, calling it delicious. I warned her Don to eat while walking. Prima shares a snack. Flyer sees her enjoying the food, and the princess admits she's happy. He's better after his earlier mood worried her. He insists he's fine. Shaken by the truth, he realized the past was set in stone and he was powerless to change it. He doesn't hate the angels, but he's certain they didn't kill his master. As night falls, they finally arrive. He remembered his vow to live without limits as a massive city sprawled ahead. Choose life over despair. He dreams of a second chance, but suddenly he's ambushed. They beg for mercy, but the angel didn't flinch. He's just doing his job, purging those who want change to save humanity's future. Can he even resist? He's going all out, but easy wins don't satisfy him. He's even got a request. The man screams and bolts. Wiping his tears, the boy grumbles about another setup before finally obliterating his foe. Life's a script, no worthy causes left. Then he remembers his master's new mission. One strike, and everything's erased. At the world's heart, the Cathedral of the Holy Angels guards 7 kingdoms, and legend says it even answers the people as please. Angels outclass humans, putting the 7 kingdoms on edge. He hopes the next victim isn't another weakling. Angels outclass humans. He grins, announcing his meeting with the 7th princess. Fleur's steps echo as he eagerly eyes the massive city, facing a wide street swarming with people. Princess asks if he likes it. He's hyped for adventure, but the knight shuts him down. They need a place to stay firm. Prima wants a shower and shuts down Knight's offer to help. He claims his intentions were pure, then stumbles down the hall, bumping into everyone. Aishira craves the order's touch. Panicked, the princess looks around and begs for rescue. Lost in the massive city, the boy realized the girls were gone. Starving, he caught a divine scent and followed it to the Bakery of Happiness, where a girl greeted him. The smell was irresistible, so she offered him a nut roll. He'd never seen one before, but the taste blew him away. She's thrilled. He's blown away by the walnut's aroma and crunch. This is next level compared to those basic village buns. She thanked him with a smile, admitting she'd sold nothing and was about to give up. Her honesty impressed him. They're delicious, so he's confused. Suddenly, thugs approach for fun. Terrified, she begs the creeps to finally leave her alone. He grabs her once, she slaps him, and his friend snaps hurling bread and screaming at her for fighting back. They mocked her lack of customers, promising thrills to make her quit selling bread forever. Voshka finally realized they were behind it all. She gathered the bread, a familiar routine she vowed to keep baking in return, but their constant meddling finally drove her to tears. He demands her surrender, but the MC backs her up. Fueling his rage, Fleur offers her buns, but he snaps, calling them garbage. He defends her, shouting that her bread is delicious, not garbage. She stares back in shock. He bites the bread as the men sneer, mocking him for eating sand-covered scraps off the ground. Unfazed, he insisted he loved it. She checked on him, thanking him for the effort, even if his praise was just politeness. It wasn't pity. He just loved her bread. He wanted to try everything she baked and finally introduced himself. Meet Bella Sparks Fly, but he orders Deb and Gary to kill him, and they obey in silence. Shara storms in and orders them to leave. Her presence pushes the man over the edge, but she doesn't care. She strikes him and kicks him out. He only smiles when the girls arrive, but the princess warns her, "Don't get carried away." Nursing his head, the boy endured her scolding for slacking, quietly stating he had to protect Prima. She screamed he ditched the princess for fun. Prima tried to calm her, but Bella blamed herself for the disaster. Flora was just protecting her from the bully. MC apologizes, but the princess smiles it off, telling him to just be careful. Suddenly, everyone's stomachs growl. The knight was outraged. He'd ruined the princess's speech with a foul noise, but he swore it wasn't him. The blushing princess asks if the sound was awful, but Aisha calmly tells her it was actually great. Bella invites the group to her shop to apologize. The knight tells the princess food is close, and they finally arrive. She meets them at her packed bakery. The boys' stunned business is booming. The cooks cheer her return, immediately asking if she sold the bread. She tells her family she's taking it slow. As Fleur smiles at everyone, her aunt's shocked by the guy and her uncle's annoyed, but she clarifies he's ignoring her. He lunged with a rolling pin to punish the guy for chasing the girl he raised, demanding 10 reasons why he loved her. They tried to stop him, but he doubled down, claiming he'd said it 100 times. One guy noted he looked like a knight. She denies it. Auntie apologizes for jumping the gun. Finally, time for pastries. They thank the host and dove into the rolls, blown away by the rich flavor. The boy praises Bella's bread, but she stays humble. The uncle sighs, telling the aunt his old age is finally catching up. Locals beg them to stay healthy for the sake of the bread. This shop is a city treasure, so the man vows he can afford to be weak. Everyone loves her uncle's bread, and she dreams of bringing that same joy to repay their kindness. The boy asks her again. Abandoned as a baby, her aunt and uncle raised her like their own, and now she's determined to repay their kindness. He finally gets why she became a baker. She admits she's always loved baking, even if she's bad at it. He nods, understanding her perfectly. She can pick her dream, but they re lucky he's helping his uncle to pay for the bread. Classic move for a prankster. Lugging the stand to the bakery, she felt lucky. The boy's confidence fueled her to work harder tomorrow, but a mysterious feather on the ground caught her eye. High above, an angel locks onto his target, surrounded by a crowd and a repulsive stench. Searching is a drag. Easier to just level the whole pasture. Sensing a strange energy, the MC knew danger was close. Bella looked up and was consumed by pure horror. An angel declares the start. Flyer hopes the target lands here, ordering Aishira to guard the princess while he handles the rest. A massive shockwave levels the city, shattering buildings while an angel watches from the sky. Panic erupts as a skyward blast levels the city. Our hero fights to save everyone, while the survivors stand frozen in shock. Fleur asks what happened, but the terrified girls can barely admit they were looking for her. Target acquired. The angel nearly levels the city, but holds back, saving his strength for later. A 12th rank angel from the Sea Church arrives to eliminate a target for the Pearl White Kingdom. One look, and the boy finally understands what angels truly are. Screams erupt as Bella calls out. Auntie begs her husband to hold on, and the crowd frantically shouts for a doctor. A boy screams a stake is in the man's gut. He's bleeding out fast, and the girls are already sobbing in despair. The knight knew it messed up. It stayed alert, but escape was impossible. She sacrificed herself to open a window against the angel, with Mori praising her for never giving up the fight. He'd rather do it himself. The girl buckles under the pressure. The power gap between man and angel is just too massive. Everything's about to be destroyed. He asks the girl if that man in the sky is their enemy. The angel stared in shock. Who was this guy? He wasn't even in the mission briefing. I tried to stop him, but she warned that humans can't even scratch angels. Mori cut her off, agreeing he's way too bold for a mere mortal. He charges, screaming at him to know his place. This aura is terrifying. My blood boils from the angel's raw energy. He blocks the strike with one hand, coldly declaring he doesn't care who stands before him or their power as the crowd weeps. Engulfed in flames and blinded by rage, he screams he'll pay for everything even if he burns in hell. The White Pearl Kingdom, the land of precious gems, is a wealthy paradise built on healing springs and master gemstone crafting. The king fell deathly ill, leaving the kingdom in mourning. A dirty throne war grips the palace. The children swarm their father's bed, silencing the doctor's pleas for rest and reminding the outsider he has no say here. The first prince claims he's ready to rule, but Grandeur snaps that he's getting ahead of himself. Mackenzie calls his brother a liability and tells his father to leave everything to him. Finney calls him a hypocrite for wrecking the mines, while Mana adds they're nothing but trouble with zero public support. The brothers roar their support, but the king silences them with a sigh. He only cares about one thing, whereas Prima. He asked to see her, but she was away on business. Finney smelled a rat. Prima was close to the king. This had to be a setup. Suddenly, a servant interrupted. The church accepted the rank 12 angel is already en route. The lady's thrilled her gut was right, and that massive payment finally paid off. The maid calls an angel overkill for one girl, but the lady had no choice. Now she can finally stop worrying. The big-eyed girl watches as the MC sends her to hide, vowing to take down the angel solo. Yangle realizes he's the target. Bella calls the MC. In a panic, the shop is trashed. Her uncle is critical, and she fears the word. Terrified, she breaks down as her treasures vanish. He calms her, promising everything will be okay. He vows to protect what's his and tells her to stop crying. The princess insists she trust him, vanish and lose everything, but her uncle will fix it all. She prayed the hero was safe. The angel admired their courage. Did they really think they'd sneak past him? Before he can strike, the MC intercepts stunned. The angel watches Flyer use fire to blast an updraft, soaring into the sky. He pummeled the boy with his angel spear, a solid, shape-shifting light only divine beings can control. Mori asks if he feels the gap Dante twitch, or you'll be torn apart. Just focus on how you'll torture the MC. Fleer struggles to break free, but Angel just smirks. It's useless. His fire magic can't touch these clones. A flash splits the sky, blinding the girls. The angel plummets, screaming as the flames consume him. His angelic spear is shattered, and he's clueless about this guy. But as he lands, he realizes it worked. Spewing fire, he brags he can destroy everything. The angel realizes this isn't a basic magic. It's a power he's seen before. Suddenly it clicks. He screams, it's the Lord of Hell's fire. But the boy kicks him back, sending the flames roaring even higher. The princess asks what happened, but the knight is in shock. That angel was totally powerless. Flower swatted him away in a single move. The angel rockets upward, stunned. This flame should have vanished with the Lord of Hell 1,000 years ago. Flyer was clueless. The angel revealed he finally saw why he created them to face their ultimate trial. Wipe out the shamans and snuff out the cursed flame forever. Meanwhile, the church's 12th archangel begins his transformation. Towering stories high, it smirks, vowing to crush our hero and warning him never to underestimate an angel's power. The kid claims he's just bigger, but Mori snaps. He lunges, screaming for him to shut up, and throws a punch that shakes the earth. Strikes shook the earth and shattered buildings as the girls screamed for Bella to run fast. The angel raged, daring anyone to resist his power. He knew why he was so furious. He needed revenge for his fallen family. Recalling his master, the boy hears the angel scream. History proves shamans can defeat angels or even heal their own sorrow. He switches to offense. Rumor says angels always miss, so he's going all out. People live here, and he's a nightmare for those who casually steal their most precious things. Shamans guard the gates and accept their fate, but these civilians weren't meant for such a brutal death. This was the life his teacher wanted, protecting his friends. Fearless, he strikes the angel again, drawing a piercing, furious scream. Taunting the angel to catch him, he blasts off and warns it not to flee. They tear through the city with the enraged angel in hot pursuit. Outside the city, the angel reveals he's finally cornered the shaman. Nothing is stopping him now. He's free to do whatever he wants, and the guy's all in. Cloak off, he hasn't revealed his name yet. The real fight starts now, and honor demands they follow the rules. Enveloped in flames, Valfir claims his title as a Tier 3 combat shaman and asks if the angel is ready. The boy's laser-focused, aiming fire from his fingertips. The enraged giant lunges at the boy who dared to defy him. He focuses, blasting fire from his fingertips straight at the enemy. He calls the move fire projectile, and flaming blasts surge forward. The shocked enemy asks what that was, but the boy admits he just made it up, apologizing for using him to test new moves. Snapping at the cheeky brat, the man thrusts his hand out and summons a shield of light spears. His shield blocked fire bullets, and he bragged it was invincible until the fire show's napalm tore right through it. Shells blast the man back, forcing a piercing scream as a youth stands motionless before him. He smirks. The technique works. Fire mastery is nearly perfect, but the enemy just calls him a total weirdo. Suddenly, 30 light spears rain down. A smug villain gloats that these city-leveling weapons will deliver justice. But the boy just raises his hand. MC raises his hand, effortlessly parrying the strike, while the enemy laughs smugly. The man is stunned, but the boy just smiles. He was right. Suddenly, the girl spots a massive explosion in the distant forest. She's worried as they lay him down. He's in bad shape, a splinter's lodged in his wound, and blood is gushing out. The crowd watched in doubt. Sure she wasn't a doctor, ignoring them, she calmly tied her hair back. Bella's sobbing, but a dark-haired woman calms her, promising her uncle will survive. She got to work, fueled by Fleur giving his all for the team. Our hero stares ahead while the worshipped villain scoffs, muttering that a superior angel can't lose to a mere human. He was more stubborn than he thought long-range worked, but his fire was fading, yet the angel still burned. The enemy lunges, but the boy leaps back and blasts a firebolt straight into his eyes, leaving him screaming in agony. Winding back, the hero channels all his power into one fist. The angel shields its eyes as he prepares to unleash a devastating strike. A hand grabs him mid-strike. A massive eye stares, claiming it's hot but not hot enough. He spins around to find a massive mouth, asking if he's happy with his spark. Disappointed, it ditches him, claiming they aren't on the same path. The voice roared for more power, demanding a hotter flame. His smoldering glove surged to its limit, glowing red hot. He swings with everything, unleashing Hellfire #1 Kagutsuchi as the terrified angel screams and desperately tries to block. The boy lands a brutal lotus flower strike, and the man screams in agony. Beaten to a pulp, the angel clings to life in a massive crater as the boy stands over him in silence. Staring at his glove, the voice echoes, still not enough. He uncurls his fist, desperate to understand what just happened. He stares at the angel he just crushed, wondering what was that. His hand felt different now. Every time he sparked the flame, another presence hijacked his mind. He remembers a familiar voice and a firm grip. Some force just saved him, but the downed enemy rasps a final threat. He'll pay for this. Wings burning, the angel crawls, refusing to believe a showman won. The boy just smirks. He's more than meets the eye. The enemy smirks, warning that insulting the angel has a price. Peace is over. His brothers will hunt him down and kill him. He laughed, calling him a pathetic fraud who'd regret his lies. But the boy just sat down, poked his forehead, and silenced him. Shut up already. The enemy questions him, then screams in agony as the MC explains his spell inflicts cavities, stomatitis, ulcers, migraines, and gastroenteritis. The angel chokes on foam, muttering about shame, clenching his fists. The boy calls it wonderful. It's no time to calm down. He races back to the wounded angel, desperate to use his magic before it is too late. He peeks around the building, shouting for everyone, when a girl suddenly lunges. She yells for the princess to flee while she stops him, and he barely dodges the strike. He snaps, asking if she's crazy for swinging that sword. I ask where the angel went, and he calmly says he killed it. She's shocked. He pulled it off as he stands back up. Flyers stunned his uncle's safe as a tearful girl lunges for a hug. The man's confused by the celebration, but the crowd erupts. They're just... Ishura reveals the princess healed him and is already treating the city as wounded. He's stunned by her power. Prima patches a villager's leg and smiles, relieved to see the MC saved. He catches her hands glowing and she immediately panics, blushing and frantically denying everything. He grinned, begging for a slow-mo replay, so I bonked his head and told him to knock it off. Rubbing the hit, he tells her to stop, but she snaps back, telling him to mind his own business. She snaps that everyone has touchy subjects, calling him clueless for not getting it. Fed up with his coldness, she rushes to Prima, confesses her pain, and offers her body for anything, leaving Prima totally creeped out. She was right. Next time, he's being way more cautious. Annoyed, he pointed a finger and cursed her. She clutched her mouth, horrified by the state of her teeth. He asked about Bella. A woman stands by the ruins, a plaque at her feet. Bella stares at the sign, heartbroken. He approaches the ruined bakery, catching her off guard. He bows in apology, admitting he was too slow to save the place she loved. He blamed them for dragging him into this mess. Bella just smiled. He apologized, but the shop can be rebuilt and Uncle Ant's crew is safe. She admitted his words pierced her soul. Bella thanked him for the save, and he promised to rebuild the shop. She teased him for trying to do it all. He's relieved everyone's safe, but he has no idea they're being watched. He dropped and scanned the area, sensing eyes on him. Bella calls out, but Fleur sees nothing in the ruins. He dismisses it as a dream and tells her it's just his imagination. Someone stood in the ruins. She almost caught his eye. Locals rebuild the city. Uncle asks if they were leaving. Belle smiles as the girl admits she'll be lonely. Ivasha and Prima smile gratefully, thanking them as the young man shoulders their luggage. Uncle offers a stay, but the girl declines. Their Sapphire Kingdom bound. Refusing to overstay, they head out as the boy wishes Bella luck. They hit the road, and the man jokes about marrying Bella off to the guy, making her blush and tell him to stop. Uncle asks if she likes him, but she denies it instantly. He's got his own life. Suddenly, someone calls her name. Smiling, he vows to return for more bread, tells her to keep leveling up, and waves goodbye. She waves and shouts, she'll wait, silently vowing to give it her all. Vasha's crew is back on foot after failing to find a horse. Prima blames the angel attack for the shortage, but the boy actually enjoys the slow trek. He looked up, wondering who else they'd meet next. At St. Archangel Cathedral, news breaks the 12th Order. Angel failed to kill the White Kingdom's princess and was defeated. Mori returned alone, badly burned with a wrecked throat, but the details remain a mystery. She listed his ailments, cavities, stomatitis, and things angels couldn't fathom. He clutched his head, begging her to stop. He got the point. He snapped that only women should guard the princess, claiming no man could beat an angel. The angel just smiled. Zurl never imagined failing, and the apostles didn't even discuss it. If this keeps up, they're in deep trouble. Why one to anyone visit? He sits alone, shoulders slumped in despair. Zurl snapped, it wasn't impossible, demanding to know if fallen angels were involved, but the report mentioned nothing. He pops the bottle, claiming that blaming fallen angels will ease his guilt. Another angel bursts in, frantically demanding Aldebaran's location as the man panics. He calls her Madame of Surprise, and she decks him, demanding to know who he's calling old. Furious, Apostle Gabriella reports an urgent emergency to Aldebaran. Zuriel tearfully admits the man is missing, but she snaps, demanding his immediate return. Gabrielle collapses on the couch. Her husband asks about Marie's exam, and she reveals the angel's burns are a complicated mess. She claims those are Hellfire burns, the work of shamans from the abyss. He says Hellfire died out 1,000 years ago. She smiles. If these were normal burns, she'd heal them instantly. She couldn't do it, warning him this flame is the only poison for angels. Gabriel orders the 12 apostles to handle this alone and form a council. Someone scoffs, they're masters of scheming. Grinning with his hands behind his head, the boy offered to handle it, reminding them he's an apostle too. Zeryl's stunned to see the kid there. The woman asks, did he hear them? Raphael grins, recognizing this ancient shaman war. He missed the first round being lazy, so he asks, are they actually strong? Gabriel warned that hating shamans ends in disaster. The boy stood up, begging her not to be cruel or lump him in with low-ranked trash. He's the youngest apostle, but he's ready to prove his strength. He spreads his wings, launching everything skyward as Zeryl and Gabriel shield their faces. The boy claims his training is done and he's ready to show off. One man watches his power with concern, but the woman just stares in silence. Apostle Raphael smiles, hyped for the meeting. He promises the shaman an unforgettable encounter. MC rests after a long trek, but Prima finds her flask bone dry, shocking Ivashi. She sends him to the river for water. He hits the bank and fills his flask. Angelic girl dealt with, he relaxes. On the way back, he needs snakes for Prima. She loves them. He's set on snake soup for dinner, but two eyes watch him from the dark bushes. He sat by the hand, soaking in the tense silence. He felt eyes on him instantly. This gaze was different from the one in the west who was watching him now. He stood, clutching a water flag, and eyed the silhouette emerging from the bushes. The boy shouts and rushes over. Prima's friend thinks he's too fast, but Prima just hisses. He ruined her chance to be alone with the princess. He grabs a puppy with a forehead spot, asking if it's cute. The princess beams, totally charmed. The girl asks where he's from, while a puppy tracks a butterfly. Flyer says they just met and suggests teaming up Prima's in, but Yashara declines. This was no vacation, angels were hunting them. He stayed cool, reminding her. Everyone knew he could handle the threat. She calls him a fool. That angel was only rank 12, and now elite ones are coming for their souls. Her cousin calls her evil, but the guy says she's just jealous of the pup. I tell them we can't keep it and should return it. Rumor says giant, man-eating wolves roam these lands. The girl realizes the puppy is a wolf cub as it snarls and bares its teeth. The puppy snaps at Aisha, sensing her insults. She fires back, done to tame what you can to handle. She admits it through gritted teeth, but then a massive wolf lunges from the bushes, jaws wide and ready to strike. The crowd freezes in shock. He tells them to stay calm and readies for action, but something suddenly streaks past him. He fears the pup is about to be eaten, but it suddenly glows and transforms into a massive wolf right before his eyes. The puppy suddenly morphs into a massive, snarling fire beast, leaving the boy in total shock. The dog sinks its fangs into the wolf's throat. Stunned, the MC asks if the dog is on fire, but the girl shuts him down. Prima shouts, "It's Amaterasu's fiery dog, a sacred beast that controls one of the world's 8 elements." The fiery dog grins, bearing the beaten giant wolf. The pup barks and leaps into the boy's arms. The princess calls it a miracle. Their meeting was pure fate. The young man and Prima convince Afashura to bring the boy, promising he's useful in battle. She agrees and returns to the puppy. She thanked the pup for the rescue, knowing his barks warned them of the danger. Smiling, she admits she underestimated him. He's a true friend now. She reaches out, asking him to keep protecting them. Suddenly, the puppy bites her hand, drawing blood as she screams, "This dog clearly hates her." Raphael hums with a grin, strolling the dark corridor. He knocks and enters with an apology. A figure shelving books on the stairs asks how they can help. The apostle's only request: find the surviving shaman and watch him. He remembered Marseille, the 8th apostle, changed the shaman war. The figure shelving books turned and asked about them. Marcel shelves the book, noting it's been ages since he heard of shamans, while Raphael watches from the doorway with a smirk. He leaps onto the ladder, yells to rely on him, and books suddenly scatter everywhere. He flips midair, landing before the boy to swear that low-rank angels would walk through hell for the apostles. Books stacked perfectly on the guy's head and hands. Marcel vows a flawless job. He's an 8th order angel after all. Raphael smiled, pledging his loyalty. Watching the boy spin, he asked if he ever got tired, but the kid said it was easy. The shaman is racing to the Blue Sapphire Kingdom. Marshall hears the news and bolts instantly. The Class A angel smashed through the window and flew off to execute the order. Raphael stood alone, stunned. The kid wiped out so many shamans. He knew the boy would return with a mountain of intel. Adjusting his glasses, the apostle figures it's fair since he skipped the shaman fight, but he still has plenty to prepare. Luck's on his side today. He scored a giant snake for a group BBQ, leaving the girls staring in total disbelief. The boy asks if they are okay. A massive snake carcass lies before them. It's no ordinary snake. It's a dragon snake. To hunt these beasts, the royals formed a special squad. He realized the pup wasn't a burden after all, and it barked back happily. The Prima claims one flare is enough, but the dark-haired girl snaps, reminding her of her secret deal with the princess. As soup simmers, the boy tosses the pup a massive steak, warning him to wait. He wonders where the girls vanished while the tiny dog devours a meal bigger than its own body. Low on wood, he realizes the fire will die before the snake soup is even cooked. A hooded figure stalks the boy from the trees. Below, a massive dragon snake skeleton sits in camp. The figure watches from afar, the perfect spot to stay hidden. She mocks his stupidity. He's cooking while hunted, totally clueless. Grabbing a tube from the shadows, she prepares to end him. She aimed a silent poison needle tube at him. He knew he was finished and died instantly. A shadow snipes the boy with a poison needle. No matter his strength, he can block a strike. He doesn't see coming. The needle inches from his neck. The perfect strike, but he catches it with 2 fingers. The attacker freezes as he asks if anyone else is around. Her body moved on instinct. This wasn't the plan. She had to run. The young man licked his fingers and froze. The needle was poisoned. She tries to bolt, but he cuts her off, asking if she's an angel. She's completely stunned. He flashed the needle, asking why target a guard instead of the princess. The figure snarled and lunged with razor claws. He dodged the strike effortlessly. His hand moved like a beast. This stranger was no angel. The figure bolts, but MC stops him cold, firing spiked chain bullets to snare the fugitive. Screaming mid-fall, the boy begs the pup to call the girls. Wait, asked it to call, tells the pup to call Scree. He steps out, warning that night tag is a mistake. His master used to ambush him constantly, and now someone's already been floored. He steps up to interrogate the stranger, demanding the weapon's location. The stranger warns him to stay back, but the boy ignores him and makes his move. Wait. Hunting for gear, he accidentally squeezes the figure's chest and makes a shocking discovery. He asks if she's a girl, but the shadow snaps back with an insult. Ignoring her, he hunts for the hidden weapon as she stomps in a rage. He touches her ear, making her flinch. He stares and asks what's wrong, assuming it's just a decoration. He spots his first cat girl, wiping away tears with a fierce glare. She vows to kill him herself, ears and tail on full display. MC touches her ear, hitting her weak spot. She blushes and meows, sending Prima and Shara rushing over in a panic. Princess whacks the MC with a stick and calls him a villain. She blasts him for attacking a girl, calling him a beast. I step in for answers. But he claims she tried to kill him first, and he doesn't even know what a... Prima explains beast folk carry animal blood. This girl is clearly a feline, and she's already growling. He instantly realized the world is full of all kinds of people. He asks the captive why she targeted him instead of the princess, but she stays silent. It'll take a while, so he suggests eating. Ashura agrees, warning Prima to stay away from the hostage. Soup's ready. He teases her with a fragrant meat skewer, smiles, and asks if she's finally ready to talk. Secrets are exhausting, so she'll get hungry fast. She stays silent. She turns, she's solid flint, an impenetrable fortress. Enemy or not, she commands respect. She claims if the enemy wants him, she and the princess are out. He asks if she's ditching him, then suggests stripping the enemy and tying them to a tree. I argued it was too much for a girl, but the boy shrugged, saying his teacher tied him up like that all the time. Staring at the captive, the princess had one question. Prima demands the girl's release, shocking everyone around her. Ishara says it's possible and welcomes anyone to take Flyer's head, but suspects she's actually here for the princess. Realizing the boy was their trump card, the princess understood the girl's terrified silence and offered her some meat to break the ice. Prima smiles, promising safety. She offers the delicious shashlik, and the chains instantly vanish. The girl asks why, but the princess just wants to talk. Suddenly, the girl snatches her shish kebab. The beast woman savored her meat as a puppy barked. The boy realized she'd spoken, and Shira cheered classic princess behavior. She finishes eating and eyes the woods. He warns her to stay sharp, and she backs down, embarrassed. The boy reports total success. Ivashi credits Prima's kindness for the princess making friends, but the princess shuts them up. Corone introduces herself as a top-tier ace serving the Pearl White Kingdom's elite. She's here to dump Primavera's body. Terrified, Prima cracks and confesses she knows about her brothers. After he crushed the angel, her mission flipped. Now she's hunting the princess. He asks if she's been watching since the fight, but she reveals she's been stalking them way longer. Peroni reveals she's been spying since they hired the guard, catching MC completely off guard. Prima asks why she wasn't killed. The girl's cold reply. She disposes of bodies, she doesn't kill them. She refuses extra work, but after crushing the angel, she's a legend, and he finally gets why she targeted him. Failure means death for an assassin. If she keeps failing, they'll discard or kill her. Even if she runs, she'll lose her reputation and be left with nothing. She admits her greed caused this. He asks for their next move, and Prima reveals her plan. The princess hires the girl, catching the stunned crowd completely off guard. Prima tells her bosses the girl is gone, then she's free to do whatever she wants. The princess hands over a royal necklace, sell it for cash, or use it as proof of status. Accept, and she keeps her status plus a massive reward. She eyes the necklace, hooked. She hesitated, grabbed the necklace, and agreed. Prima beamed, calling it perfect. Fleur and Ivashi praise the princess's distraction plan, but an embarrassing comment from the dark-haired girl makes Prima snap and demand silence. Corona asks if the princess is a bitch, but she denies it. Mercenary gone, Prima confirms the pursuers are handled for now. She's counting on their protection to reach Blue Sapphire. Ivashi agrees, and the young man knows the kingdom is just ahead. Watching them play, he knew their journey was ended. MC spaces out, but the puppy spots his paw igniting. The dog growls at the danger as a mysterious laugh echoes nearby. Staring at the endless forest, he realizes how massive the world is. Intel says the shaman is hiding nearby. If he fails, Raphael will make him pay. Where's the shaman? A scream rips through the forest. Prima wishes her luck as Fleer stands by. The massive orc roars and swings, but she instantly parries the blow with her blade. He lunges forward, slicing the monster's fingers clean off. The orca grabs his hand with a crushing grip. Prima admits she feels weak next to his power, but she's actually the strongest holy knight in the squad. He smirked. He hadn't seen her fight yet, but he already knew she was a monster. She expertly times her parries while the orc raises a massive leg to crush her. Last second, she counters, severs his leg, and drops him. Ivashi swings her blade, declaring this strike the final blow. She instantly finished the orc, smiling as she asked the princess if she saw. The princess cheered enthusiastically. She skipped breakfast just to stop him from winning the princess's trust alone, and he finally respects her combat skills. A strange sound rips through the forest, sending birds scattering in terror. Another orc bursts from the forest, shocking Primo. It's even bigger than the last one and looks furious about its fallen allies. He tells the smith they're swapping and sends her to rest with the princess. She vowed to end him for good. The tusked orc glared back with fury. He lunges forward to incinerate the beast, but a sudden desperate scream stops him cold. He screams he found the hero, slams down in front of him, and stares him dead in the eye. Claire is baffled. Ivasha demands answers, and the princess is stunned. A man fell from the sky. Suddenly, the boy spins with joy, pointing at the man and shouting, he finally found the... A stranger challenges Flyer instantly. Who is this weirdo? Turns out, he's a shaman straight from the gates of hell. The massive orc winds up to crush the boy as the girl screams for him to run. He tells them not to worry as a glowing oval appears on his palm. He leaps, shattering the monster into pieces as he screams, he's not weak. Blood sprays everywhere. The squad is stunned. They crush this beast without breaking a sweat. 4 wings sprout from the boy as he reveals he's Marcel, an 8th-rank angel from the Church of Holy Angels. Smirking, he points at Flyer and declares his return as the Hell Shaman, Bram. He challenged the MC instantly, stunning the crowd. The princess gasped as the puppy barked at the angel. A class angel Marseille spreads 4 wings, crosses his arms, and reveals the Church of Holy Angels' deadly martial art. The angel lunges, spins with tucked wings, and shouts its rotational attack. Stunned, he questioned if this was even martial arts, as Martial slammed down by the girls, cratering the ground. The angel staggers up in agony, praising Ashaman for dodging his secret move, but the boy coolly replies he just stepped aside. Martial crosses his arms. One more attack. He blurs past his opponent and rockets into the sky. Constant attacks prove he's being hunted. He realizes the angel's true target isn't the princess, it's him. As the boy ponders, the angel declares it's not over, a deadly attack is coming. The boy begs Marseille to stop, asking if this is revenge for the angel. Marseille pauses and shuts him down. It's not about that. Lord Raphael sent the angel to test Flea. Flea asks about the trials, and the angel confirms the mission is exactly as stated. MC says this isn't about the White Pearl Kingdom and asks who Raphael is. Marcel is shocked he doesn't know. Palm to his face, he confidently vows to spill every detail about that man. Instantly, grad caps spawn on their heads, and they're suddenly sitting on a bench that appeared out of nowhere. Marcella adjusts his glasses and points to the board. Listen up. It's time to reveal Raphael's true identity. The girls were clueless until the angel explained the church's hierarchy. Raphael is elite, one of 12 apostles representing all angels. Ivashi recalls apostles slaughtering the shamans in a massive war, a dark history Prima knows well. MC asks if Maraziel joined the fight. He just smirks, confirming he was right in the action. Tearing up with pride, he calls the battle pure perfection, certain he'll never find a thrill like this again. Marcel points to the shaman, calling him the fated survivor. The words hit home. The angel removes his glasses, claiming he's just following orders. A sudden wind blast forces the girls to shield themselves. He reaches out, an angelic ring appearing in his palm as he prepares to test its power right in the sanctuary. The kid's clueless as Marseille draws a whip from the angel's ring and readies for combat. He spots the weapon and asks if it's like the other angel's spears. Smiling, the angel scoffs at cheap, light spears. His weapon is an elite tool reserved for trine ranks and above. He roared at the MC to prepare for the trial. The MC stared back, locked in. Fly lunges forward, grabs the girls, and tells them to hold tight, and his angel winds up. The strike levels trees and shatters rocks, but he barely leaps back in time. Ivashi screams, "It's impossible." But with the enemy in the kill zone, the MC reveals this is the same blade that slaughtered that orc. The blade snaps back to the angel, ready for battle. Dodging again, he calls the shaman decent. His enemy snaps, "I'm your target. Leave the bystanders out of this." Marceo owned his mistake and stayed to prove he's no villain, firing up the hero with his own fighting spirit. He saw angels as mere targets and loved testing his power. The angel rises and he's absolutely fired up. Marseille whips his hand up, reintroducing himself as an angel sent to put him to the test. He bursts into flames and charges, shouting his name as the shaman here to destroy him. Darkness swallows Fleur, leaving him completely lost. Where'd the angel go? His limbs are numb, and as he looks down, his palms are engulfed in flames. That familiar feeling felt like hell's gates. Suddenly, a voice calls his name. The voice asks if he'll keep using the flame, warning that fighting an angel in its sanctuary is suicide. The strange beast stared, laughed, and offered Flyer its power. He whirls through the fire, staring down a massive, fanged beast. A massive firebird appears, declaring it's finally time to meet its name, Kagutsuchi. He glared at the boy, declaring himself the demon lord and hell's first flame. Spreading his wings, the bird realizes why the sanctuary angel is a threat and grants permission to use his special power. He locks eyes with the boy and offers a contract for massive power. Will he accept the deal? He declined instantly, saying he was already satisfied. The bird stunned. The boy demands she end this darkness and let him out. People are waiting, but she rushes to stop him. Kagutsuchi fumes at the boy's lack of fear, but the kid just tells him to boost his flames. Shrugging, the boy claims he's already strong enough. The bird mocks Fleur, calling his fire weaker than a spark, and the boy himself a total bore. Hell's Lord says mastering the flame's nature will skyrocket his power, and the contract has 0 restrictions. The boy questions the bird's motives, but the bird fires back, asking why he's silent. He warns that if the boy dies, he vanishes too. Their fates are bound. Everything was going smooth with 0 questions. Gatsuchi knew this contract guaranteed his success. Hell's Lord thanks the boy, but the MC watches closely. This guy is definitely suspicious. He didn't care. It's all free. The bird asks why Hell's Gates didn't burn him to ash, but he just shrugs. He has no clue. Flames explode around Fleur as Kihat reminds him to test his fire powers, promising a shocking result. Flaring his fire wings, he dropped a final warning. No one else is on his level. The boy watched intently. He says strength takes effort, but Flyer's cut short as the angel lunges with a whip. Snapping back to reality, our hero faces an angel mid-battle. Martial lunges, whip slicing the air. The angel glitched, weaponized his disconnect, and trapped the boy in a massive sphere. The girls panic as Marcel claims victory, boasting his trap won't even leave bones behind. Trapped in an agony, he realizes he's dead if this keeps up. He steeled himself, eyes blazing with a refusal to lose. Flames explode from the angel's cage, ripping the trap to shreds. Marcel stares in shock as the whip blades shatter, the girls shielding their faces from the sudden blast of wind. Armed with the demonic fire artifact Haino Kagutsuchi, the hero stares ahead, ready for his next challenge. The angel stared at his shattered halo in horror, but Fleur was already closing in fast. As he nears, a flaming bird erupts around him. Fleur strikes with Hellfire's ultimate secret, but the angel just stares and declares his end. He slams a flaming fist straight into his gut. The impact blasted the Class A angel into the sky. MC celebrates his win with new powers. Prima smiles and praises him, but Avashi stares at the sky, deep in thought. The princess stares at his flaming glove in shock. He just grins, asking if she thinks it looks incredible. Fleur gets his power from a bird inside him. If they meet again, he'll keep his gratitude to himself. Prima shows the girl her gloves as the boy tells Avasha he feels sick. She knows his angel has arrived. He agrees he's the target since the angel ignores the princess. Ivashi leaves the final choice to her. She warns that with Prima's hit order, the kid is a goner. The princess demands answers, but the girl's blunt, the angel is hunting the boy. They finally ditch their pursuers, but the kid's presence puts the whole mission at risk. Apostles could spawn any second, making teamwork useless. Also, dump that guy in the next city. Prima protests he's a target. She asks if they should ditch him and run, and Ivashi simply nod. The princess refuses instantly. He's their friend, they've survived too much to part, and above all, he's their protector. Prima stared him down, rejected the offer, and demanded he fulfill his duty to the end. She grills him for hating her treatment, accusing him of using and dumping her. He stops to think. Stone-faced, he tells her he couldn't care less. Prima asks why, and he admits he wants to travel with them as long as possible. Like I said, he's a danger to the princess. If you want her safe, leave him behind. Fleur remembers the girl's advice on empathy, but admits he'd follow Prima anywhere. The princess calls him heartless. Tearing up, she asks if their journey meant nothing. She loved it even while being hunted. Life outside the palace was incredible. She loved camping and fire cooking, but she was the only one having fun. The princess screams and rejects him, but Ivashi says, chase her, they'll settle everything at the port city. Flay's baffled, wondering where he messed up. She thanked him for prioritizing the princess and his solid plan. Then they headed to the city, slaying monsters along the way. The duo crushed the monster, but Primo's depression killed the vibe. They hit the port city, and Ivashi announces their arrival. Prima and Flyer are hyped ahead, lies the beach in the city skyline. The boy asks about the strange smell, and the princess reveals it's the scent of the sea. Prima stifled a laugh and turned away, insisting the meeting was close and worth the wait. Perched on the barrels, she scanned the group and announced her arrival, asking if this was the princess from her stories before setting her bottle aside for good. Faxie's hyped to meet Prima, but asks who she is. Elizabeth reveals she's a maritime patrol vice admiral and warship captain, here for their scheduled meeting. Ivash asks if she's drunk again and thanks her. Elizabeth reassures him, making one request bring her back in one piece. To see her, Prima admits the feeling is mutual. Elizabeth asks who the boy is, but Flyer calls her grandma. She's livid at the insult, but the woman suddenly snatches him. Elizabeth laughs, praises his guts, and admits she likes him. She offers him a job and asks to take him along. The girl shrugs, letting her do whatever she wants. Time to say goodbye. Fleur grips Elizabeth's hand, asking if she's really letting him go. The girl apologizes for the rush and asks for the ship's location. Elizabeth understands the hurry, but there's one catch. Marseille's scorched and broken, a far cry from their angelic sanctuaries. But this brutality is exactly how they scored the data. Raphael smirked at the angel. It was finally time to test the shaman. The beach is buzzing with volleyball games, sunbathers, and vendors hawking snack. Waves crash as Flyer stares out. He's surrounded by new wonders, but some sights leave him completely stunned. The endless sea stunned him, no shore in sight, making his village lake look tiny. The puppy barked and dove right in. The water shockingly salty, Fleur dives in and floats, realizing how little he's seen of the world. Finally, he's truly happy. Seeing the sad pup, the boy asks if it's hungry. He's starving too, but he's broke. Suddenly, someone calls his name. MC turns to find the princess in her garden swimsuits. Prima's flustered, and Ivashi asks why he's in such a rush to get ahead. The boy grinned they'd finally arrived. Hours ago, Ivash snapped, demanding they set sail immediately. Marines are resupplying here, so the princess will sneak aboard disguised as crew for a secret trip home. Supplies finish loading tomorrow morning. We've got one day to explore the town and relax. He scoops up the pup with a grin. It's time to eat. Flyer begs for snack money, but Aisha snaps that he's a guard on duty, not a tourist on vacation. She asks if he has something to say, but he's clueless and asks her to clarify. She points at Prima, asking if he's really ignoring the shy princess who finally found the guts to wear a swimsuit. The girl admits she's barely holding back from courting the princess, and the Prima explodes. Watching her final outburst, the boy's soul finally feels light. Prima pats the girl's head and apologizes, telling him not to overexert himself. Silence is fine. She grips a stick. She dressed bold for their final meeting, but admits she overdid him. He smiles and denies it, telling her she looks stunning and it suits her perfectly. Avashi fumes, accusing him of using the chaos to hit on Prima, but he's totally blindsided. MC tells the princess to stop wasting time and have fun. She smiles and agrees. The group played ball at the beach until sunset while Voshi watched. Petting his pup on the sand, the boy beams about their epic day, the fish and the ocean. He's traveling solo with the pup when a voice suddenly calls out from behind. He asks Prima where I am. She's planning with Elizabeth and stays with him. It's too dangerous to be alone. The princess asks to sit by him, and he gladly agrees. She joins him on the sand, smiling. Today was a blast, maybe the best day of the whole trip. Fleur says bright final memories are best, and the angels are gone. She agrees, asking if his journey is finally over. It's not over yet. He won't stop this journey until he sees the entire world. He dreams of visiting the Blue Sapphire Kingdom to play again, and she suddenly bolts upright. MC blushes and calls out to her. Shyly clutching her dress, the prima whispers she has something to say. He eyes her, asking what she has to tell him. Prima blushes. Over the waves, she asks to keep traveling together and demands his reaction. He stares as she looks away, whispering she finally feels alive after a lifetime caged in the castle like a bird. Prima followed every order, dressing and acting as told. Everyone pampered her, but only because she was a princess. Staring at the moon, she admits no one has ever seen her true self. The throne war was her chance to ditch royalty and finally live a normal life. Giving up her crown left her a helpless commoner, remembering how Ivashi always protected her. Prima's naivety finally backfires. Just as regret sinks in, an unexpected figure appears. Prima already met him, a cheerful, carefree guy who never left her side, even in the worst situations. He's blunt, sincere, and lives by his own rules, radiating pure freedom and joy. Watching him truly live, Prima felt a sting of envy. Remembering his joy over simple stall treats, she clutched her chest, desperate to be just like him. Smiling through tears, the princess confesses her dream to see the world with him. Prima admits she can finally be herself. Tearing up, she vows to share every joy with him. Tearful Prima begs to stay by his side. The pup sleeps as Fleur asks to tag along. Ignoring him, she mutters, he's a useless burden who only gets in her way. She finishes talking and realizes he's taking her along. Stunned, she never expected him to agree. Fleur grins, refusing to slow down. He and the pup want them along for the next adventure. She asks if it's really allowed, but he reminds her he said so from the start. He'll protect the angels. She's free to do anything now that she's no longer a princess. She wipes her tears, epic adventures with him away. Tearing up, Prima smiled and confessed it was her ultimate wish. Fleur smiled, promising they'd never part again. He'll prep a home in the Blue Sapphire Kingdom first, so she has a place to return to. Before they set off, Prima agrees. She feared Istra's rejection, but Fleur's promised to handle it if Prima wants it. Istra will eventually cave. Aishara suddenly interrupts the couple, vowing that one to happen while Elizabeth stands by her side. Aisha won't let this happen. Their journey continues, and she's already racing to join them. An assassin forced the princess to flee abroad, keeping the journey alive. She couldn't believe anyone would trade their life for a reckless adventure. Prima's shocked, but Elizabeth explains Aishara stayed with the guy out of worry, ruining their prep for tomorrow. She was right to worry. I barked a warning to the main character. She banned him from filling Prim's head with lies and fired him as her guardian. The princess confesses it was all her idea, while Fleur notes the girl isn't hers. He shoves Prima aside, claiming he gets Aisha's insane obsession with the princess. Realizing he couldn't force her, Flyer told her to live for today and keep it simple. She just glared back in rage. He vows to crush the angel she fears, but she cuts him off instantly. I called the talk pointless. She lunged, sending him reeling. She strikes again, finally respecting his power. The boy is stunned. She forbids him from traveling with Prima if the princess is at risk. But if he defies her, he's stunned by her warning. He'll only pass over her dead body. She boots him in the gut, sending him flying. The boy stumbles. Prima panics, Elizabeth calms her, and the princess orders everyone to keep their distance. Fleur dodges her strikes and asks her to stop, agreeing the princess is precious to her. He dodges the strike. She'll play the villain to fulfill Prima's dream, but she fails. She steps forward, stunning him with a demand, swear to protect Prima with everything he's got and never let her be unhappy. Sword to his throat, she tearfully demanded an oath. Elizabeth watched, noting the girl was ready for this. I swung again to force an oath, but the MC caught my blade barehanded. We froze, locking eyes. Flyer vows to protect Primed at any cost. A blade slashes his arm, and she inspects him closely. I nod, thanks to the girl as she drops her sword and approached the nearby princess. She understood her goals, but still held her back, admitting she was too weak to protect her. Having failed as a guardian, she confessed she no longer deserved to stay by her side. Her cousin asked if she remembers running away together. The princess remembered spotting the danger first and leading her out of the palace. saving her life. Ishara sacrificed her Holy Knight title for loyalty, demanding to know if she can to stay by her side. Who can? Grinning, the princess grabs her hand and declares, no blade is more reliable than her. She admits she still needs her tearing up. The sheriff vows to be her loyal sword forever. But she isn't finished yet. She licks the princess's hands like a loyal dog, vowing to stay forever as the princess screams in horror. He realized she'd ruined everything. Prima begged him to kill her, but Elizabeth just smiled. It was already over. Prima strikes Ishara. Elizabeth orders everyone to sleep. The ship is loaded, and they sail for the kingdom of Blue Sapphire tomorrow. Liabet opens the heavy box, apologizing for the wait. They're safe at sea, but once they hit Blue Sapphire, they must hide. Ishara peeks out, complaining about the cramped heat. The flyer snags on the princess's dress, mistaking the dark for night, while a flustered Prima tries to stop the... Since they're sneaking in illegally, Elizabeth warns them to stay low and scout the area first. Looking overboard, the shimmering sea and a passing ship stun the duo MC and Prima stare in awe, shouting at the beautiful sight. The princess enjoys the breeze, but the boy wonders how this massive ship stays afloat. Elizabeth smiles, claiming her love keeps it from sinking. The guy cheered, totally clueless. The girl asked Asira if she'd still get it, but Asira shook her head, oh chance. The princess smiles at the piece, saying their adventures feel like a distant memory, but the boy is totally confused. Flyer says their journey is just starting, promising to prep her home so they can admire the Blue Sapphire together. He suggests they travel the world together, and she happily agrees. A fierce wind kicks up, and Isabella senses something's wrong. High above, the lookout alerts the captain. 5 winged UFOs are closing in. The observer shouts they are angels, leaving the captain stunned. Captain sounds the alarm. Angels are swarming the ship. She orders a counterattack, revealing the angel is hunting the princess and her crew to flex the Sapphire Sea Guard's power. Targets have confirmed the princess and the shaman. Now they're chanting one word on loop: destruction. Emotionless angels brandish weapons, ready to annihilate their targets. Frill recognizes these creatures. The woman reveals they're mass-produced angels, the church's personal killers. Ishara's terrified of angels, yet everyone's eerily calm. The girl snaps, but Elizabeth warns there is no peace here. Mass-produced or not, they're still angels. She warns them to brace for the worst as the crew readies the cannons. Elizabeth orders fire, but the angels' shields effortlessly shrug off the cannon blast. Sailors spot a light spear shield and reload. Keep firing, the woman orders. Angels tire fast in long fights. An angel blitzes the ship, smashing a cannon. The crew reports the hit, confirming the enemy is hunting their guns. Reporting the targets too fast to hit, the captain orders them to stay calm, use anti-angel tactics, and extract Prima now. She asks if he has a death wish, ordering him to let the pros handle it as the angels morph into monsters. Angels chant destruction. She tries to stop him, but he points 2 fingers to the sky. A ship-sized fireball erupts at his command, streaking forward and vaporizing the angels instantly. The captain's team is stunned. He admits he went overboard, then coldly vows to hit them all, one by one. Glove on! Flames erupt. Hinoki Gutsuchi boosted his power, and just like the bird said, his fire is only getting stronger. Prima eyed him Aisha's unfazed, but Elizabeth is absolutely floored. MC stands in flames, fist ablaze as angels ignite and plummet. The captain and crew are stunned as firepower shreds the sky foes. She admits they're totally blindsided. He waved them off like it was over. Elizabeth identified him as the shaman of the gates of hell, destroyed a millennium ago, shocked that he'd survived this long. Ishara claims she let him wreck everything. But the woman is livid. She thought it was just a joke. She asks if it's a demon artifact, shocking the sailor who thought she hated tales of angels and shamans, all while they watch him closely. A stranger appears behind the boy, blaming a fallen angel in Blue Sapphire, a secret the locals know better than anyone. The serial angels were useless as expected, but he spotted the demonic artifact again and greeted the shaman. Raphael introduces himself as one of the 12 apostles of the Church of the Holy Angels. The sailors were stunned by his arrival. I blocked the princess and whispered, "Sit down." She knew deadlier hunters were coming, but Flor was still blind to the threat right under his nose. Lisbeth's honored to host the apostle and asks why he's visited, but he just shrugs it off, saying he's there to unwind. He doesn't care about them. He's only here for the shaman. He warns them to stay back, but she refuses, their weapons already locked on him. Elizabeth claims the sea and ship, calling the boy her guest as the crew levels their weapons. She begs him to stop. Raphael admits his fear, claiming fallen angels hide behind the kingdom. He claims fallen angels can help, but she refuses to just sit and wait for death. The captain orders a full volley, watching the barrage with a predatory smile. Bullets freeze midair. Raphael smirks, taps a slug, and mocks their boldness, claiming humanity has invented far deadlier weapons over the centuries. But the weapon's useless against angels. The apostle glares, touches a bullet, and instantly sends them flying right back. Bullets fly back, hitting the crew as the captain shields herself through gritted teeth. She collapses, clutching her side. The boy rushes over, calling her grandma, but she snaps at him to stop. He stares at her intently. Wounded bodies litter the deck. Raphael tells Flyer the commoners are finished now. The boy's neck. The apostle spots the White Pearl's seventh princess. Her execution was delayed, but he's finishing her off right now. The puppy erupts into a massive fire beast and lunges. Raphael realizes it's a sacred being. And now he's even more intrigued. He reached out to remind him, but the boy's scream cut him off as the dog felt hellish pain. Raphael shrugged it off, parrying the beast and shoving it back. He scooped it up, and the monster instantly reverted into a steaming little puppy. The apostle claps, praising the boy's reaction just like the report predicted. He's finally found a real test subject, and the young man locks his gaze on him. Raphael spreads his wings, declaring himself Lord of the Winds and telling them not to lose hope yet. MC snaps, ordering Isha and Prima to help. Prima fights back tears and rushes to bandage the wounded pup. Raphael offers a rare chance and asks if he has any questions. The winged apostle offers secrets of his artifact or Hell's Gates, but engulfed in flames, the boy calmly rejects him. Prima and Asher attend the wounded, while Flyer claims a single spark is enough to reignite everything, flashing 2 fingers. MC fires a fire blast, but the apostle claps and asks what is still unclear. The angel claps, summoning a wind waltz barrier and mocking the boy's fire as a weak spark, leaving the kid frozen in shock. Bursting through the fire, he declares angels are born for hell. He lunges with his technique as the boy grits his teeth. A massive hit sends the MC crashing through the ship, leaving the girls in total shock. A violent gust slams Fleur with stinging force. A sailor rushes over, checking if he's okay. He yells for them to stay back and bolt for the main ship. The sailors don't hesitate. Staring at the glove, he's stunned. His fire blast just vanished a total first. Is he losing his power? Raphael flies up with a dark grin. Time to target the others, he says, unleashing his new blade of wind. Wind blades shred the ship, blasting debris everywhere. The boy guards his face, but a gust slams straight into his gut. Actually, let's make it even punchier. He gritted his teeth in pain while the apostle mocked his skills, calling him useless and close. Attacking again, he mocks the shooter's skills, boasting his little angels already gathered all his intel. Pleer asks for more angels, but Raphael refuses. It's his right alone. Wary of the shaman's insane power, he plays it safe. The apostle dismissed him as a failure, but the kid knew his fist packed his full power. Raphael asks if he's always such a buzzkill, then a sinister grin creeps in like he's remembering something special. The angel announces a new game, clenching his fist as a ship suddenly rises from the ocean. The ship soared higher as Flyer watched in shock. Raphael kept it simple. The rules are set, and the trial won to stop until the end. More ships launch. The apostle warns for every hero that appears, he'll sink one of the 3 ships, saving the princess for last. He snapped in a fit of rage, demanding to know what they were doing. Raphael smirks, telling them to stop scowling. Nothing's more fun than playing with human destiny. The apostle spreads his wings, arms wide, and kicks off the games. 3 ships loom behind as an excited Fleur stares him down. A black-winged angel mocks the boy. Land 1 hit and you win, and I'm gone forever. 3 ships left. He can tank 2 hits, but a 3rd strike means game over. Casualties are inevitable, but he won't allow it. He'll take down the angel without a single scratch and charges straight into the fight. He prays his team holds on. Losing the air fight, he needs to ground the angel, but it just mocks his fire. He hurls wind needles and swallows. The boy knows he can burn air, so he has to dodge. The boy thinks exposing the angel's wind trick is his path to victory, but the winged man reads his mind instantly. He reads the move, lands a gut punch, and admits the arm waving was a total bluff. He mastered the wind without flinching. his speed invisible to the eye. The angel saw his perfect strike. Proving he wasn't bluffing, he blew up the first ship and killed the terrified boy instantly. The ship sinks instantly, leaving the boy paralyzed as the abyss devours everyone he loves. The angel laughs until he spots only 2 ships left. The shaman better act now or his friends are fish food. Time to get serious. He was fuming, clueless about what the angel wanted or how he'd managed to piss him off so much. His laughter stops cold. This guy joined the demon lord to burn the world in hellfire, and as an angel he's duty-bound to end him. He roars at his own joke, proud of the result, while the kid watches in shock. The angel admits he's just here for fun. He rarely gets to go all out, so he's sticking with this guy. While the shaman processes the news, the angel slips behind him. A hand touches his shoulder. Is it smart to leave your back open? Startled, the boy realizes the angel snuck up behind him. The man lunges, catching him off guard again. It all happens in a heartbeat, silent as a whisper. The angel mocked the boy mid-air, letting his guard down a fatal mistake. Suddenly, sharp wind needles tore toward him. Hundreds of needles shred the boyish armor, but the man just smiles. Counting the wounds is pointless now. Game over. He aims at the flagship while the boy screams for him to stop. His friends are still on board. Smirking, the angel waves goodbye while slowly shredding the ship. He screams in denial, his friends' faces flashing until he sees Prima, his promised travel partner, while the angel watches with glee. The angel's eerie laughter rings as the ship sinks, leaving the shaman to watch in silence. He was helpless, unable to save his loved ones from Raphael's cruel fate. Unable to reach the angel and stop the disaster, he sent his team a silent apology. His fire was useless against this angel. The ship sinks, dragging the shaman down. He fought to live, but this is the end. All he can think of is his vow to protect the princess. He mentally apologized to Prima for breaking his promise, but a witness, moved by his sincerity, shouted their praise. The shaman looks around in shock, but the girl keeps moving, claiming young love is beautiful and deserves respect. That's just how love works. Beside the shaman, the woman spreads her arms, moved by the boy's feelings for the girl, and asks if this is the start of love. Stunned by her persistence, he politely asks who she is, but the question only makes her snap. She's the demon queen and hell's second spark, so he better watch his tone. This is Ice Queen Aurorical Sidus, and she's about to grant him her power. Asked if she's friends with the roasted rooster, she grimaces. She'd have cut ties long ago if she could, claiming everyone else in the group is a total jerk. Touched by the shaman's kindness, she vows to help, but his humble refusal leaves her stunned. He fought Raphael from a distance, but his flames couldn't touch him. How do you win if you can get close? Aurora just mocked the shaman for being a fool. Her flame is the strongest, master it, and he'll never lose to that bird. Flames erupt as the Ice Queen rewards the boy's sincere love with her second hellish flame. She points out he's still alive, granting him a second chance through the power of love. The shaman locks in, casting aside all doubt. Raphael sits on the floating wreckage, dejected. His big bet on the Hellgate shaman was a total bust. How did this society trap them? The angel stood to report to Aldebaran, but something interesting caught his eye. Shivering and teeth rattling, he had no clue what was happening. Something felt wrong suddenly. The water behind him erupts in flames. He spins around, eyes wide with shock. The sea flash freezes into jagged ice flames. Steam escapes the angel's mouth as the temperature plummets. Stunned, Raphael can't believe his eyes. He whispers, "Is this a joke?" But the answer is a cold no. Sneaking behind the angel, the shaman reveals Hell's second flame. The Ice Age, he's avenging his fallen comrades. The final round starts now. Level 3. Shaman Valfler vows he won't lose again. He's making that angel pay for every crime. Raphael stops, hesitant. He's never heard of this and asks the shaman what it is. Blue flames, hellfire should incinerate everything. This is impossible. Enveloped in icy fire, Vufler had no clue a blue grandma lent it to him, but the boy didn't care. He vowed to win by any means necessary. The angel froze in shock. He couldn't stay still and rocketed skyward, realizing the blue flame's only trick is freezing everything it touches. The angel's lost interest in the fight. He's had enough fun for today. It's time to head back. Raphael knew the shaman's fire would miss. He'd retreat to master his own flame, but suddenly disaster struck. A path to the heavens opens. Foulflyer sprints up, never looking back. The angel stares at the ice path in shock, but he'll never get an answer. This flame freezes everything. It's the fire of absolute zero. Humidity has factored in, killing the angel's sky advantage. The shaman lunges, snatching Raphael's wing to pin him down. Raphael's shield fails completely. The shaman remembers Aurora's warning. If the boy survives the sky, the angel is just a target. He smashes Raphael's face, instantly busting his nose open. The angel's glasses shatter as the brutal blow sends him crashing down. The shaman aims again. Raphael tries to fly, hoping the first hit was a fluke, but his wing went to bud. Raphael watches the shaman's wing freeze and crumble, but there's no time to react. Valflir is already striking again. The angel dropped like lightning, slamming into the water and shattering the ice instantly. The shaman warns Raphael that flight is useless as long as death exists. The boy is invincible. Surrender now. The angel snaps his eyes open, face twisted in rage. Wind swirls as the angel ends the jokes, demanding the shaman listen to Marcel. High-rank angels have their own sanctuary, and Ashaman is honored just to see it. The mad angel unleashes his true power, 3 spears hovering above in a storm of good tidings. Panting with a wolfish grin, the angel vows punishment for the church's 12 apostles. But the shaman just fires back with a challenge. He's ready. His new second hellish spark is his answer. The shaman channels his energy, firing razor-sharp ice spears at the angel. Raphael raises his barrier as the elements collide, sparking an icy storm in a desperate struggle for dominance. The angel grinned, realizing he hadn't been pushed this hard in ages. The thrill was pure ecstasy, and he laughed like a total maniac, drunk on the joy of battle. The shaman mastered his techniques, but Raphael's spears still terrified him. The wind angel's power boosts his accuracy to the max, letting him easily shatter any incoming ice attacks. The shaman's about to be left wide open and needs a plan fast. Raphael warns, don't sleep on this guy's true power. The gospel's divine wind manifests as spears, each packing enough power to level cities and erase everything in its path. Stunned by the materialization, the shaman froze in disbelief as the angel launched 2 piercing wind spears right at him. The shaman counters the spears with hell's second flame. He's already found his move. He summons an ice orca in a desperate gamble. Raphael just laughs, mocking the boy's weak attempt to shield his holy relic. The spears shred the ice monster and rocket straight for the shaman. They skewered the boy like a kebab. The angel laughed, certain of victory, but the kid just flashed a sly smirk. Raphael grips the spears, stunned by his teacher's blinding speed. The youth explains, since they're materialized wind, they can be caught. Touch it, and you want to freeze. The angel rushes to stop him, but he does it anyway. He froze the spears, shattering them into ice shards. The boy grinned, but Raphael was livid. This was his sanctuary. The angel aimed his final spear to keep the boy at bay, but suddenly something felt wrong. Massive ice chains shackle the angel as the shaman uses every ounce of power to drag Raphael toward him. The boy claimed his demonic artifact could outrun an angel, but he was just stalling for time. The shaman uses Odin's throne, a chain of purified skelv, to drag in the defenseless Raphael. Chains crush the boy, turning every move into agony and leaving him helpless. Backing off, he unleashes the second flame of hell, finally showing the stunned angel the true power of the hell shamans. The boy blasts the angel with an overwhelming surge of power, freezing him in pure terror. His final thought never crossed this kid. Pride surged through the shaman. He'd finally achieved his goal, avenging the friends he lost. Someone watched it all, and he's clearly disappointed. Aurora watched in awe as he mastered her fire instantly, falling for him on the spot, while the ignited rooster grumbled that she was way too young to be chasing boys. Aurora claims her fire is superior, but he argues the boy just hasn't mastered his power yet. What's the shaman's next move? Stranded in a frozen ship graveyard, he's plagued by doubt. Stranded on melting ice, he remembers his friends and sinks into loneliness. Alone, again, it feels like he just said goodbye to his second life. Exhaustion hits him, but then he spots a red light diving straight into the water. He melts the sea like a mythical beast, shrouding the world in a thick, mysterious steam. The water ignites, flash melting the ice with searing heat until only a single shard remains. He knew the flame wasn't his. Suddenly, a white-winged girl appeared, telling the Hellgate shaman his fire had enchanted her. He turns to find a stunning woman floating, completely immune to the flames she's radiating. A new angel shocks the shaman, hoisting Raphael into the air. He calls her Michael, his savior, but she sadly calls the whole mess a disgrace. Armed with the apostle's power, Michael demotes Raphael to the 7th rank. Raphael fumed, but was quickly silenced. She promised Aldebaran would publicly punish Raphael upon his return. Meanwhile, the shaman plotted his next move, knowing he couldn't just approach the girl. She's Michael, one of the church's 12 apostles. As the boy charges, she smirks and asks whose flames burn hotter. She stops the boy, telling him there's no rush. She asks his name, and he politely replies Floor. She promises to remember the name, then rushes off to save a dying Raphael. She promises a peaceful talk later, since both sides survived, stunning the shaman, who thought it was a total disaster. Michael vowed to turn her flame to ash next time Flyer called for answers, but only got a rude Dante, call me that, in response. She vanished into the sky, leaving the shaman paralyzed with fear. He realized Mika was clueless. Raphael had already killed everyone. A massive shadow erupts from the deep, shattering the ice and launching the shaman. He screams midair, totally drained by the day. It's nonstop surprises. A bizarre beast rises from the ocean. The shaman thinks it is alien and tries to torch it, but a girl suddenly bursts onto the deck. Princess Prima dove into the water, sobbing with joy as she lunged into Flea's arms. She hugged him with such force it exploded like a bomb, sending a massive shockwave through the sea. The crowd cheered. Some scolded the princess for her recklessness, while others marveled that love's power actually crushed an apostle. The shaman held the princess, happy but stunned. He couldn't grasp how this happened or why the boy survived. Eliza reveals the Blue Sapphire's secret submarine, kept ready for naval threats. Thanks to the boy's distraction, everyone escapes. Clinging to the shamaness, the princess admits her real fear isn't the angel, but being powerless to stop a tragedy. She breaks down, tears streaming. She reminds him of his beach promise they're traveling together. He swore to keep his word, relieved everyone was safe. Back on the move, they grilled the shaman about what really happened in the fight. Eliza recalls the sea freezing as they surfaced, a power no angel possesses. Suddenly, the shaman admits he's the one who did it. He just debuted Hell's second flame and overdid the cold. The girls are stunned, can fear actually freeze. Prima asks if the shaman's flames grew. Hearing yes, she grins. The man is truly on another level. He moves to check Eliza's wounds, but she insists they're all fine. Eliza felt Prima's rare healing magic surge through her. It worked, but the princess warned her, keep this power a total secret. Fleur questioned her hidden power, but didn't pry. Suddenly, the door swings open. A crewman shouts, "Land ho!" They've reached the Blue Sapphire Kingdom. While searching for a dock, the shaman screams with pure joy. Everyone clutched their ears as a piercing screech echoed through the cramped sub. The boy quickly apologized, insisting the deafening noise was a total accident. He wants to hit the port for seafood, but Eliza shuts it down. They're illegal arrivals and can't risk being spotted. They plan to hide the guys in the port as cargo, but now they're detouring to drop them off along the way. Waiting there in secret is Gishu, the Blue Sapphire Kingdom's 7th prince. Eliza warns it's too risky if the prince flips. A bad report is the least of their problems. Aishir is confident. The priest asks why, and she reveals they met while she was guarding the princess. He's the 7th prince and Princess Primavera's fiancé. Primavera's crew finally reaches a secret port on the island's far side. Hidden from the kingdom's eyes, the heroes can finally drop their guard and rest. A hooded man bows, claiming he's Geisha's messenger and their new escort. Aishi warns she's leaving for a moment. She thanked Elizabeth, who promised her support anytime. Finally, Eliza turned to the shaman. She tossed him a strange scroll for saving the crew. He tried to refuse, but froze the second he saw it. This weapon came from a ship. The boy asks if it's really his, and they say yes, a gift of gratitude and respect. Wielding this weapon requires a lifelong bond, basically. You have to marry it. Since no one laughed, she panicked and admitted it was just a joke. Prima's team bids Eliza farewell and follows the assistant's map. The adventure begins. The shaman flexes his new gift. Prima's thrilled, but thinks he doesn't need it, while I'm skeptical. Regardless, he's already eyeing marriage. He realizes Prima has a secret too, an engagement he never saw coming. Flustered, she spills the truth. The princess is now a refugee, her political engagement is dead, and she doubts Gvisha will still help her move. Aisha suggested the kingdom of Blue Sapphire. Certain Prince Gisha would help the princess. She'd only seen him once, but her gut told her he was the key. He was obsessed with the princess, and she was her only true friend. She suppressed her dark side just for her. Their first meeting and went great, but the shaman knew tough negotiations were coming. Ishara stood firm, trusting Gush completely. Their guide suddenly halted in a small square, announcing they'd arrived. The company chose this abandoned village for their high-stakes mission. They must stay hidden, perfect for a secret meeting. Sensing a trap, the shaman stays silent as the princess demands Geisha's location. Ignoring his team, the escort reports his master is gone, and the news rattles Flya. Glancing back, the stranger confirmed the final call was his alone. A giant spear rockets from his cloak, flying straight at Flya. The girls fear for their friend, but the cloaked man is locked in. The shaman retreats, shielded by ice armor. He admits he barely survived, but wonders where was that massive spear hiding. The cloaked man kept spinning his weapon. My blood boiled until I finally snapped, demanding to know his plan. Ignoring the girl, the spearman eyes the shaman, recalling rumors that he's the one who drove the apostle back. He asks if they were fighting now, revealing Geisha was the target all along, and he has zero interest in Princess Prima. The stranger's a girl, calmly revealing that negotiations have already begun. Everyone froze, but a figure on the slope watched calmly, sipping a sweet drink. The Sapphire Kingdom's seventh prince watched the spectacle, calmly sipping his drink without looking away. He looked at the princess and confessed he missed Prima. The shaman warns her to stop before he hurts her, but holding back his hellfire only fuels her rage. She thinks he's mocking her, but he's actually just trying not to kill her. She hates being underestimated. Prima saw it coming. The flyer spears the enemy, despite their bizarre fighting style. The cloaked girl snaps that this isn't over. A check won't be enough. Behind her, footsteps suddenly stop. Geisha steps out of hiding, announces the trial is over, and smiles. He welcomed Primavera with open arms, admitting he missed her. The annoyed princess questioned his act, but he swore he'd accept them. He demanded to know if this revenge for the broken engagement was all he had. Ishara tried to explain, but the shaman cut her off, ordering the boy to stop talking since he invited Prima. The flyer's fuming. If the prince did this for revenge, it's absolutely disgusting. The prince sighed. The shaman was too kind, meaning Geisha had zero chance. Geisha booed and booed, hit Primavera to apologize for their cold welcome, stunning everyone. He apologizes, but a confused Prima tells him to look up. She's not even mad. Head bowed, he swears she can trust him. He's doing it all for her. He stands, explaining you need a permit to stay, new orders from the king. Primavera was thrilled to ditch her kingdom in the wedding, but her father saw it as a massive diplomatic insult. The princess is forced out of the Sapphire Kingdom. The boys are fuming at the prince's failure, but Geisha shocks everyone. He's got a plan. They'll help the king for leverage. The boys confident the trump card is already set. The prince trusts the shaman with the mission. If Flyer succeeds, Primo is finally free. Suspecting the dangerous Irudun, the shaman grew wary. Geisha turned back, apologizing to the princess for his cruelty. He knelt, kissed Primavera's hand, and brushed off the trouble. He still loved her. Unrequited love doesn't faze him. He swears his devotion and vows to help her any way he can. The girl gave a shaky thanks, and the shaman finally trusted Geisha, but I wasn't buying it. Suddenly, the prince stood up to reveal his trump card. The spear-wielding girl leads the boy to the guide. The shaman questions the child. Geisha claims his brother and orders Fleur to take Naya to the Red Ruby King. The girls are shocked a kid was sent to the Red Ruby Kingdom, the land of red deserts, while the shaman is devastated, having just reached the Blue Sapphire Kingdom. The cloaked girl tells him to quit if he's scared. She trusts Geisha's plan, but the shaman is a total stranger. She rips off her hood and glares at the shaman. The prince introduces his new guardian, Holy Knight Rachel. Shamanov was actually curious about a new journey with these strangers. Shamans shake off sleep as the crew hits the port, locked in and ready to set sail. Yusha apologizes for the early start to avoid prying eyes, but the shaman just grins. Training with his mentor meant waking up before dawn every day. The prince thanks Flare for accepting, but Flare shrugs it off. He was already planning to travel the world. Primavera questioned how this happened, if Geisha was the youngest, but he says that's just the official story. The rest is top secret. He begs for trust, promising freedom if they win. Relying on Fleur, he's certain Naya's safe with the shaman. The prince owes the shaman big time, but he'll do anything for Prima. With a new ally, things just got way more interested. Geisha cuts him off. Ishera and Prima are in danger. so they're staying in the kingdom of Blue Sapphire. Flyer headed for the ship, gear in hand. The prince promised to hide Primavera and take the heat, letting the shaman relax until a sudden shout stopped him dead. Prima and his Shara grab the guy, racing the clock for a final goodbye. He says they don't need to see him off, but Prima refuses. He's starting this journey just for her. Ishara warns him the princess's fate is in his hands. He's strong, but his blunt nature makes him an easy target for manipulation. She reached out, telling him to stop worrying and focus on his goal. Smiling, she added that getting stronger wouldn't hurt. His cousin offered to take the fall, but felt guilty when he shouldered the burden instead. She tried to follow, but he stopped her with a head pat, promising to finish the job fast in return for their next adventure. He asked her to wait, and with a warm smile, the princess promised she would. She promises Ishiro's waiting. Not SS Gisio gives a final salute as the shaman boards someone's already tired of waiting. The guard glared from a crate while Ness sat nearby, buried in his book. Rachel tells him to focus. This is no vacation. Hyped for his new squad, Valflyer introduces himself, but the girl coldly turns away. This journey was just a mission, not a friendship. The shaman froze, stunned by her coldness. He asks if she's mad about losing, then gives up to bond with Niar. He reaches out with a smile, but the boy's terrified. He asks about the book. Naya tosses it and bolts to his guard, who instantly hurls a spear at the shaman. She demands her master's location. He tries to get friendly, but she shuts him down cold. Clutching him tight, she orders him to guard the master until the red ruby appears and stop being a nuisance. Nai's forehead is red, so the girl orders antiseptic. Fleur's stunned, she's just like Ishiru. This took him right back to his early days with Primavera. He tells the princess to wait. This isn't the quest the shaman expected, but he's hyped as he spots the ship in the distance. Hyped for the future, his first target is the Crimson Ruby Kingdom. Confused and terrified, Nier refused to leave home. Everyone felt like a threat except Rachel. Even his new guardian, Flora, was a total stranger. Naya trembles in Rachel's arms, desperate for home, while the sailors battle the beast. The Waterlord Leviathan rises. Rachel had no clue they trespassed. What was the navigator thinking? The boy collapses in terror. Terrified of the unknown, he refused to leave home. Suddenly, a shaman approached, mesmerized by the snake, and ignoring the boyish tears. Flyer waves his hand, flash freezing the massive beast. The crowd is stunned, but he knows Prima would have tried to eat the serpent. He grabs Eliza's weapon and blasts Leviathan into shards. The shaman grins, adds the wind to his tails, and says to call him for the next fight. He checked on Rachel and Naya, asking if they were safe among this insane variety of bizarre monsters. Terrified, Nier loses control. With his pants drying on a line, he gives Rachel an awkward apology. The shaman mocks Neo's fear, but Rachel snaps back. The kid is only 6 and has never left Geisha Villa. At 6, the shaman survived a week alone in the jungle, but Rachel warns him not to compare Nia to her. She realized she needed to show this guy more respect. Nia snaps toward the shaman, stealing the spotlight. The shy boy asks how to be that brave, admitting he dreams of matching the shaman's strength. Rachel rushes in, demanding answers to stop the man's influence. Her interference only enrages them both. Rachel hugs the child, warning, Fleur's presence corrupts her master. He must stay pure. She'll protect Nia herself, insisting he doesn't need more power. The shaman notes her overprotectiveness, but stays silent. Shoving the guard, the boy rushes the shaman, begging for a chance to stop being weak. Flyer thought he was weak, but Nira's gaze proved him wrong. Keisha stayed silent about this guy for a reason. The shaman remembers asking his teacher for the same thing as a kid. Fleur admits he's a bad combat teacher, but offers Naye a chat while Rachel sulks on the floor, sure her mentor hates her. The first rule, kill your fear or stay weak forever. Then trust the shaman because trust is the foundation of power. The boy vows to obey, but the shaman, just like Rachel, refuses to be his teacher. Fleur's story is cut short as a sailor fights through the noise to deliver urgent news. The Red Ruby Kingdom is toast Fleur cheers, itching for adventure, while Nier clenches his fists in pure hype. Across the sea, the princess gazes out her window, wondering if Flora is safe. Prima dreamed of ditching her pursuers for total freedom. Ready to move, she waited anxiously for the boy's return. Prima spots Ishara in a swimsuit and questions the outfit. Ishara's here to drag the princess to the beach, warning that wallowing in sadness will kill her joy. The princess escaped White Pearl with limited freedom. As she preps her next quest, Her assistant forces a boring break. I told them Prince G was no longer a worry. He'd already secured their freedom. Now I had something to say. Tugging her dress, she promised a fun time and demanded she wear a swimsuit, which instantly embarrassed the princess. Aishara admits she just wants to see the princess in a swimsuit. Prima realizes her true motive and, fed up with the persistence, slaps her. Geisha knocks, asking if she's interrupting, but the princess just apologizes for the noise. She spots a basket and finds sandwiches Geisha made himself. Noticing Prima's down, he takes her for a beach walk to cheer her up. He couldn't stand her sadness and stepped up to help, but she felt guilty for being selfish. Geisha still worried despite their broken engagement. Touched, she smiled and agreed to go. The prince orders her out, but asks about Aishara. Prima says she's just resting, while a stranger watches from the windowsill. Isara wakes up and bolts to find the princess, but a girl nearby says she's just out walking. After a quick apology, Isara realizes the stranger is actually the legendary assassin, Korone. Unfazed, she brews iced tea. The guard is a joke as the world's top assassin. This security is nothing to her. She can track anyone by scent, so I bolted to find the princess and Geisha. But she stopped me. I wasn't even dressed yet. She almost escaped, but the crown gave her a grim mission. Tell the family Prima is dead. Now, the assistant demands to know exactly what happened. Korone says she caught a massive surprise while watching from the street days ago. Guards haul away her boss and Fani regular as the first princess screams, demanding if they even know who she is. Caught, she petitioned the angels to erase her sister, and the evidence is solid. The Winna's third prince warned that if these rumors reach their father, he'll be livid. Disrespecting royal blood is a sin, even for family. Fanny claims she's just protecting her family, but the prince drags her away instantly, thrilled to lose another rival for the throne. He shreds the fake evidence, smug that his sister fell for the trap and confessed. The guard asks him to deliver the petition to the church, but Vinda's got other plans. Funa's the only reason the Prima search continues. He's clueless about the elder sister, but plans to fix both at once, exactly what Corona overheard. Her arrogance was infuriating, but it changed nothing, Corona said to lay low in Blue Sapphire. But I had other plans the second the princess got free. Everything went south. I'm starting over, but Corona is confident. This kingdom hides a fallen angel. Even the church is too scared to face. I bolts, dressing on the fly. She needs the prince to introduce the fallen angel. AP, without Flyer, things are already a mess. One more surprise and it's game over. The stunned assassin double checks. Did she really share a lollipop with Prince Gishu? She confirms it. He's covering for them right now. She hesitated. The prince is the king's favorite, but Karan's rumors are nasty. The assassin warned her stay sharp and watch your back. Rumor or not, the princess is just chilling on the beach with her lunch. The boys marched through the heat. Loving the challenge, Flair was shocked the desert was just sand, while Rachel teased him about getting a sunburn. The shaman's fire magic shrugs off the heat, but Rachel suspects another reason. He checks on Naya, who's collapsed and drenched in sweat, clearly pushed to his limit. He stood up, insisting he was fine, but the shaman warned him not to push it. Fleur grabs a towel and ignites a second icy flame. He replaces the towel and the prince beams, hyped to keep moving. The shaman asks if they are close, but Rachel shuts him down. The usual route is blocked now. They face a 30-day desert trek through scattered towns. The shaman's fuming. 30 days in the desert is a total bore, but Rachel warns, stay sharp, the sands are crawling with monsters. She warns this hellscape breeds brutal monsters, and almost all are rank A or higher. The shocked shaman asks for answers, so she explains the Adventurer Guild's beast ranking system, a concept he's never heard of. The flyer promised non-stop action, only feeling her rage as she snapped that he didn't care about any of it. The waiter hands her ice-cold water. He chilled himself, telling her to drink up and refresh. She grabs the water and starts shouting. Rachel wonders why he's so mad, but Naya peeks from the cart, suggesting he just wants a cold drink too. The crab gulps down water like any thirsty traveler, and the shaman praises the boy for his hospitality. Nayat brushes off his doubts as the girl explains, Rikud is a magic beast, heat-proof, and the perfect desert guide. She explains he's E-class, making him prime monster bait. Travelers are easy prey here, and suddenly, something rips through the sand, charging straight at them. Suddenly, a B-rank sand pig bursts from the dunes, dead set on Rakuda. Rachel warns him this beast is as lethal as a western snake. With the shaman's trail gone, he ignites sand and primal fire into a massive fire tornado. Monster roasted, Flyer calls for snacks. Nia's awed by his power, but fuming, he vaporized the beast, bones and all. Suddenly, a suspicious explosion rocks the area. The boy eyes the fang, wishing it was edible. It's not. Suddenly, a group approaches and starts screaming at the travelers. Humiliated by their stolen kill, the group demands the guy's guild rank, while Rachel fumes over their rotten luck. He flashes his rank 4 card. This mission is their shot at rank 3. Furious and clueless, they demanded payment for damages they didn't understand. The shaman's confused, but Rachel tells him to ignore them and move on. Behind them, the search party rages. The monster is nothing but ash. One guy spots a hole in the boy's tusk and demands he hand it over. It's all that is left. The crew celebrates securing 3rd place. Armor Guy jokes they lucky real adventurers would be scolded them. They barked at the shaman to never return, as Naya rushed out, frantically checking on his friends. She hugs him, apologizing for the mess, while the shaman warns these adventurers are total scum. The Adventurers Guild spans the globe, but it's really just a den of thugs and criminals. Strength gets you and adventurers ignore the law. It's annoying, but no matter how hard you fight, luck decides everything. Naya mimics a swear he heard from Rachel, but she shuts him down instantly. The group pushes forward, continuing their peaceful trek across the desert. Station. The boy is stunned. The city is empty, but looks perfectly lived in. Let's try one more. Reaching the first way station, the boy is searching for a place to stay. They spot a massive building and head inside to ask. The boy froze outside the Adventurers Guild, as rowdy laughter and shouting echoed from within. Rachel explains this guild brokers jobs for shady thugs. Seeing no point in joining, she calmly moves on. Just as Nia predicted, the shaman burst in and greeted the room. The cleric asks for a tavern, instantly catching the gloomy menace's attention. Rachel snaps at the guy for ignoring her, but the shaman calmly explains they're trapped just as someone spots the newcomers. Fleer spots the same hostile group, and they're livid. These jerks sabotage their promotion by refusing to count the boar tusk as proof of the kill. Flyer Code demanded blood, but the clueless shaman just wanted a fair rematch since the job wasn't finished. He grabs the shaman's collar, warning him underestimate him again, and he'll put him in his place. The guild roared with laughter as the rank 4 rookies tried to flex. Fleur's side, peace was off the table. He apologized, but the adventurers weren't letting him walk. Naya grabs the man's leg, demanding the shamaness's release. The boy offers to apologize for Fleur to secure their release, making the shaman and Rachel worry. This only fueled his rage, and he glared at the kid with pure hate. He stomps his chest, barking at him to stay back. Laughter explodes as Nia falls from a weak tap. Jabul gloats, but Flyer snaps and charges him head-on. A casual strike sends the man flying. Rachel was right. Adventurers are scum. Shocked, the shaman joined the fight. The guild raged, refusing to forgive a mere human for interference. Fleur checks on the group, but Rachel's screaming her master's lip was cut, and she wants revenge. Suddenly, a massive figure looms over them. The chief of muscles suddenly arrives, demanding answers. A member immediately screams that the shaman just jumped Gibla. Gibble expected the elite leader to crush Flyer, but the boss approached the boy with total caution. He crushes his subordinate-ass head, exposing Hybel for stealing credit and attacking a decent man. He kicked him out of the guild and hurled him through the window. Gaibal's friends watched in total shock. Musculus grins, summoning the shaman's group for a talk while casually combing his hair into place. At the office, he warns them the guild is packed with hot-headed brawlers, all hand-picked for their tempers. Boss lets them blow off steam, but attacking honest people is strictly forbidden. The leader knows the shaman, Nia, and Rachel are into normal tension peaks, but they stay to uncover his goal, and the shaman speaks first. He says they just need a place to stay, but the guild leader admits Flair might be even stronger than him. He offers a job, but Rachel distrusts meatheads. Why would an elite guild need an outsider? The man just shrugs. Anything can happen. Muscle leader immediately offers to crush the adventurer, promising the shaman food, shelter, and a desert map if they agree. The shaman's lost. Suspecting Prima's magic is the target, Rachel calls it a win, but wonders why the boss is hunting his own man. Muscle calls her a total disaster. She's a selfish, loose cannon who's trashing the guild's reputation. The shaman asks why the boss didn't handle the girl himself. He shrugs. He'd be punished for it. Fleur's stunned by the boss's insane power, but the musclehead scoffs that he's unstoppable. Her power is a problem, but her attitude is worse. She's only in the guild to hunt strong opponent. She'll turn on her team or ditch the mission without warning. She lives for the fight and never ducks a brawl. Meet Kaguya, 7th heir of the Divine Wind School, better known as the Silver She-Wolf. The leader admits she's the world's strongest hand-to-hand fighter. Hooked by the story, the shaman declared he'd challenge the world's strongest martial arts master. The flyer held everything the guild leader gave them. With this massive haul, they're set on supplies for a year. The shaman thanks the leader, who calls the gift an apology for his guild's actions. The guild is eyeing the locals, so Mr. Muscle updates the rules and reaches for something vital in his pocket. He hands the shaman an adventurer's license. Flyer starts at rank 5, usable at any office. Leveling up unlocks new dungeons. Done with adventures, the shaman accepts the gift and thanks the guildmaster. The master's counting on him, and the guard apologizes in case things go south. The leader stayed cool, knowing the strong always flock here for a fight. Maybe fate is finally leading them to Kaguya. As they travel, the boys hype up Fleur. No matter the opponent, he's winning. He already crushed an apostle. She was dying to know what the object was, but the shaman ignored her, lost in his own thoughts. Stunned by his serious mood, the guard stammers an apology and asks what he means by special. She explains they're born with unique powers, just like the name implies. Info S. Gone Nye steps in, telling the cowards they can leave and offering to listen to Flay. The shaman thanks Nye and Shiranui for the support. The girl snaps for attention, but the boy stays cool, deciding to camp nearby. Night falls, the fire blazes, and the shaman realizes this is a whole new experience. He faced many foes during his hour of travels, but never traded blows. His only real fistfight was with his own teacher. The guild leader called her the ultimate brawler. Grinning at the stars, he's itching to test his strength against her. A splash echoes. He bolts up, realizing there's no water here, but it's close, just ahead. With Rachel and Nia asleep, the shaman clears the area and bolts toward the noise. The water's a kilometer away. He has 5 minutes. He reaches the lake and spots a girl swimming. The boy's stunned to find a lush lake hidden in the desert. Approaching the oasis, he spots a girl with shimmering silver hair swimming under the moonlight. She stands alone in the pond, soaking in the silence and the cool water. Mesmerized by her beauty, the shaman slowly closed in. She didn't notice him until he was inches away. Panicked and flustered, she dives into the water. He had no idea he'd scared her this much. Flea realized he'd made things awkward. Primi was mortified, so he scrambled to explain he wasn't just spying or trying to scare her. She wondered how he could walk so calmly through these woods filled with deadly beasts. She asks if the boy is strong, and he senses something's wrong. As he wonders why she's alone, she braces to jump, shattering the ground beneath her. She bolted up, declared she was right, and marched straight for him. The shaman's stunned, but the girl doesn't flinch. She challenges the boy to a fight. He knew instantly she's not like the other. The girl rushes Flyer, begging him not to quit, while the shaman blocks her and demands why she's gone berserk. She's right on him, swinging full force, but he sees it coming. She lunges with a kick. Flyer barely dodges, realizing she's dead serious. She lands, flicking pebbles at the shaman with her toe. She goes all out, but he effortlessly evades, shocked by her insane speed. She lands a hit, making him wince. He realizes her legs are her real weapon, but she's already prepping her divine wind style. The stranger wraps her leg around him, pinning him in a tight snake hold. She locks her right leg around her waist and slams a left kick into her stomach. Shaman preps a fire blast, forcing the strangers to leap back and create distance. The fight breaks. Hiding her face, the stranger begs Fly to stop staring. She's just a girl and gets scared when people look at her. Only the shaman survived her this long, meaning he definitely knows something vital. Smirking, she points at the stunned boy and demands a restart for a fair fight. She tells him to wait and bolts to change, while Fleur notes she's a total restless weirdo. Sensing her insane strength, he goes all out. She charges the shaman in her new form, but he suddenly cuts her off. Forgetting time was nearly out, he gave a sad wave and said goodbye. He bolts, claiming he can leave Knee or things will get messy, and begs to fight later, but she screams that she doesn't care about Fleur's situation. He bolts as she screams, demanding to know why he's delaying the duel. She's desperate to fight, but she's simply too slow to catch the shaman. Turning back, the shaman realized she was a monster. 0 openings, lightning speed, and flawless precision. Fleur swore never to use Hellfire on humans, but she cornered him and forced his hand. Without that flame, he was finished. Shaman turns, wanting to crush her in a fair duel for the first time, no magic allowed. Next morning, Fleur looks wrecked, confessing he stayed up all night replaying his battle with a girl he just met. She fears a robber, but the shaman reveals the stranger's insane kicking power. The adventurer they'd been warned about stood right before her. He shows Fleur the photo, who instantly demands the source. Rachel yells at the shaman for ignoring the target as photo, but Nia stops her. The guy's shocked. She's actually the ultimate hand-to-hand combat master. Flyer asks to return to the oasis for the girl, but Rachel shuts him down, no time for his stubbornness. Rakuta freezes in horror. The girl stares, trying to see what he's spotted. A figure blocks their path with a sinister grin. Kaguya finally corners Flay on the road between cities. There's no escape now. She keeps the fight going to make him pay for yesterday. She'd be thrilled if Fleur loved her back, but he just smiles. He's Massel's target and the ultimate hand-to-hand combat master. Mid-desert, she smirks at a squad, asking if this is really Kaguya. Her eyes burn with challenge, oozing pure confidence. Inside the carriage, Fleur knew this task was child's play for a man who'd already crushed angels. She goads him to use his fire, but her cloak whips up and smacks his face, a bold challenge. Warming up, he calmly declares, no flames this time, he's fighting differently. He rejects magic, diving into the fight with nothing but his bare hand. He asks to step out, but the others warn him to stay sharp. Everyone knows the coming fight is a death trap. The hero faced his foe, realizing he'd been searching for her from the start. He confirmed the Guild's mission stop this girl at any cost. The hero's done with the Guild. He's going rogue and answering to no one. She readies for battle, eyes blazing with pure determination. On high alert, the hero locks in and readies for battle. He stepped back into a stance, arm cocked for the first strike. They freeze in a deadly standoff while a dung beetle rolls past, nature's peace clashing with their violent struggle. Hero drops his hands, realizing he never gave his name, but he's out of time. She kicks out, calling off the show the fight's on. Impact triggers a blinding flash, forcing Naya and Fleur to shield their eyes. A woman's silhouette emerges from the glow and strikes, desperate to destroy the hero. Hero barely blocks the kick, feeling the enemy's insane speed and power. Spinning midair, she snaps a second kick, flashing her combat mastery. The hero's stunned as she effortlessly cycles through combat styles. Pummeled by rapid strikes, the hero staggers as she gloats over his growing confusion. Her smile burns with fury as she strikes 3 vitals at once. The hero buffs up, parrying heavy hits and dominating the fight. Activating his ultimate shamanic Iron Man, he blasts forward with bull breakthrough. She drops so fast the hero never even saw her dodge. She was right behind him. The hero knew she deserved his backing. She could move mountains. She praised his power, admitting she loved the thrill of their battle. He praised her back, but she snapped. He was clearly holding back. Comparing this to the Oasis, she claims he's still hiding his true power. She didn't want a quick win, but she had to go all out. Her furious smile widened even more. She's ready for round 2 while the hero's still reeling from the quake. The crowd stood dazed as Rachel screamed for them to run. The fight awakens the desert dragon, its power looming over everyone. A desert dragon erupts from the sand, its fearsome presence instantly grabbing everyone's attention. The heroes knew instantly this dragon was a lethal monster that terrified even the bravest. Pure catastrophe. Dragons invaded, wiping cities off the map and leaving nothing but ruins. Skipping the rematch, he summons his flames to keep the crowd safe. The girl trembled in the cart as the driver sped them away from danger. Furious someone crashed her duel, she refuses to back down. She'd never forgive anyone who robbed her of the joy of battle. Determined, she lunged and charged the dragon, ready for battle. Flare knew she couldn't survive this beast. She unleashes heavenly wind, surging with insane strength and lightning speed. Transformation begins, leaving the crowd in total confusion. She slams her iron hammer of destruction, stunning even the dragon. Blue arrows slam the dragon, forcing a pained roar. She blames the dragon for interfering as her leg grows massive, showing off insane power. She kept attacking, knowing the dragon was a serious threat. She pivots, unleashing the divine wind's reverse side. He nails the dragon's chin with 1,000 twisting snakes. A coiling strike fast as 100 vipers. He froze in shock, unable to believe his eyes. Kaguya flashed that same wicked smirk from her fight with the MC. She begged him not to end it, desperate to keep the duel going. Soaring above the dragon, she unleashes her divine wind reverse technique again. He just got blasted by a secret technique called Iron Heart of Emptiness. This move packs monumental power. The dragon slams down, kicking up a sand pillar, The hero stands frozen, stunned as the girl crushes the beast. Her insane strength branded her a total monster. She confirmed it, she's a total powerhouse. She smirked and looked back, already sensing what was coming. Embarrassed by the dragon delay, she apologizes and tells the MC she's ready for round 2, her eyes burning with battle lust. She brags her legs are special and capable of anything. Her circle calls them holy because they move with a mind of their own. She reveals her legs regenerate instantly if severed, allowing her to pull off reckless, high-speed combat moves without fear. Healing isn't her only trick. She's unlocked a new level of the ultimate technique, gaining insane mobility and crushing power. Hearing her story, he realizes she's invincible. To win, he'll have to go all out and use every trick he's got. The girl slams her iron hammer into him, the impact rumbling like thunder. Fleur barely dodges her strike, stunned by her insane speed and power. She's way stronger than he imagined. Staying in her range endangers everyone. Every strike puts his team and innocent bystanders in the crossfire. He readies his flame magic to crush her assault and deal massive damage. Fire is risky with allies nearby. One mistake costs lives. He needs perfect precision and massive power. To protect his friends, the hero ditches his fire magic and charges in with nothing but raw skill and wits. He activates Flow Form, an ancient shamanic art that tanks hits and boosts speed to dominate close combat. She tracks his every move, asking if he's really fighting barehanded, no magic, no powers. Using Flow Technique, the hero dodges her heavy strike. She's stunned, his defense is way tougher than she expected. Fleur shoves the girl aside, landing a strike so precise it flips the entire duel. She's blasted back, tumbling across the ground, completely awestruck by the hero's power. She recovers instantly, countering with Thousand Riding Snakes a barrage of swift, twisting strikes. The hero tracks every twitch and shift, prepping his defense to block every strike. He deflects every blow with insane skill and focus. He's defending well, but his hands are breaking under the constant hits. Seeing he won't counter, she takes total control. She grins, bracing for the next barrage as her confidence surges. She unleashes her ultimate move, reserved only for life or death situations. Stretching movement supercharges strikes for massive power, but it demands total focus. Flyer's friends panic as he tanks hits, visibly pushed to his breaking point. She unleashes Thousand Snakes again, every strike blindingly fast and precise. She laughs, sure of the win until a sharp pain stalls her strikes. Gear vanishes. He freezes, building power for the final step. Airborne and drenched in sweat, she fights a scream as the agony rips her apart. The crew trades confused looks, stunned by their enemy's fate as a wild twist unfolds. The rival doesn't even realize she's mangled. She's completely numb to the pain. He grins, realizing the entire match is on the line. She groans in pain, strength fading fast. Defeat is closing in. She clutches her stomach, gasping in agony as her face twists. She tries to hold it together, but the relentless pain won't let up. The flyer uses slow-acting curses to drain her health and block her recovery, masterfully keeping her weak. He claims it was self-defense. By mixing magic and martial arts, he minimized the damage while staying dangerous. She's stunned. Mixing magic and combat feels like a total cheat, and she can't believe her enemy is actually pulling it off. The hero apologizes for the pain, but Kaguya won't budge. She's suffered, but she refuses to quit. Her spirit is unbreakable. MC breaks down his tactics as his team rushes over to help, sounding sincere and confident. She refuses to accept the loss, calling it unfair and demanding a rematch to prove she's superior. Fleur's satisfied he finally found a worthy rival, but despite her strength, the girl breaks down, sobbing from pure exhaustion and defeat. Rachel and Naya rush the hero for answers, desperate and terrified for Kaguya's fate. The enemy's down and everyone's safe. The hero rests a hand on the girl's shoulder, calming her with a soft, reassuring voice. Suddenly, she smacks his arm in a fit of rage. She's got her own take on this mess, and she's making it known. He defends his ancient shamanic magic, claiming it protects without harm to convince her his intentions are pure. Watching it all, a girl snaps at the overkill, defending the enemy with genuine compassion. Kaguya begs for his stomach pain to pass, but his team hates his methods. Tension is peaking. At the Church of St. Angel, Apostle Zuriel is buried in paperwork, grinding to keep up with his duties. Apostle Zuriel grinds through mountains of paperwork late into the night. He's visibly exhausted, but he refuses to stop until every task is finished. Buried in work, he's desperate for food, sleep, or any escape from the grind. Even a meeting feels like a vacation. He's completely burnt out. Zuriel grabs the stack and sighs, calling it the most depressing report ever. He's clearly fed up with the mountain of work. Raphael's defeat report is a total mood killer, documenting every one of his failures. The apostle hopes the problem isn't worse than he thinks and can still be fixed easily. He needs coffee to recharge for work. On this stressful day, it's his only salvation. Zuriel didn't expect company this late, but Raphael suddenly steps from the shadows, catching him off guard. Raphael lounged on the couch sipping coffee, looking totally unfazed despite his recent demotion. After constant failure, Raphael's demoted, leaving his squad torn. He hands Zuriel a coffee and apologizes, begging for her forgiveness. Raphael ignored the warnings and now he's paying the price. He owns the mistake, apologizing for the office mess and his actions. Zuriel warned Raphael, and now he's slamming him for being reckless. Raphael ignores him and Zuriel is absolutely fuming. He agrees to coffee, fighting to keep his composure. Hot coffee floats over Zuriel, leaving him shocked and hyped. Coffee hits his face. His skin burns as pure terror takes over. Stunned by the sudden agony, the hero retreats. He suspects Raphael, but two figures watch from the shadows, laughing at the chaos. He insists Raphael's innocent someone else rigged this trap to shift the blame. It's Megagren and Sandalphon. Those same troublemaking angel twins are back at it. They confess, claiming they only hit the church to kill boredom. Sandal Ferd Cluster tells the hero he's hunting a shaman for fun and a power test. He stops them, no time for jokes. They need to stay cautious. The little angels swear they want to act like Raphael and refuse to lose to this guy. They mean business. The twin angels reveal their massive power only awakens when they fight as one. They wounded Apostle Michael in the qualifiers, proving their training is elite. Raphael stepped aside. Talking was useless. These angels lived in their own world. After everything he's been through, he just laughs it off with effortless irony. Confused by his laughter, the angels stare in irritated shock. Raphael admits he was reckless, completely underestimating the danger in his enemy's power. He laughs to tears, clearly blown away by the madness unfolding around him. He knows even elite angels can defeat the shaman. Furious at his words, the angel girls attack Raphael. They're insulted, convinced he's ignoring the danger and underestimating the enemy. The angels keep mocking Raphael as he wipes blood from his face. They know the enemy better than he knows himself, certain their experience guarantees victory. The girls won't yield to the shaman together. They're unstoppable. Together, they're invincible, making them a nightmare for any enemy. Raphael grins at the talk. A brutal war is coming, and the angels are ready. They finally realize the only way to win is by fighting as one. Kaguya strokes the pup's cheeks. It gazes up, trusting her completely. Kaguya adopts the pup and joins the squad. MC is stunned, but her sudden move hides a deeper meaning. Kaguya reveals Nier personally cleared her to join and guard the pup, making her role official. She refuses to leave Ming. Seek promised a rematch, her shot to finally surpass him. Her resolve burns in every move. The young man gives the green light, and the group unites, forging a new alliance and expanding their ranks. The crew agrees, trusting the new guard's power for the road ahead. This choice cements them as true friends. Something rips through the desert sand, leaving a deep trail. The heroes notice instantly tension is peaking. A pack of aggressive, lightning-fast boars closes in a deadly threat. Kaguya is ready to charge, eyes blazing, but the hero stops her. She needs a plan for. Ferocious beasts swarm the heroes. Tension peaks. No time to breathe. The hero charges a fire strike, ready to ruthlessly crush his enemies with lethal precision. He wipes out the piglets instantly, putting his team's safety above all else. Over dinner, Kaguya breaks down the flyer fight while Rachel tenderly feeds the young master. He admits he refused to use Hellfire on humans, choosing mercy to stay true to his code. The new satellite dismissed Hellfire as pure fiction, never believing the legends were real. She still doesn't trust him. Skepticism lingers in her eyes while the exhausted hero rubs his face from the strain. It's late, so the hero orders sleep to recharge for the next quest, and the crew instantly agrees. Fleur and Kaguya patrol the night, guarding the camp against enemy ambushes. Kaguya's exhausted too, resting up to save her strength for the big duel. He refuses to let her sleep, demanding her help while the rest of the crew is already out cold. It's totally unfair. Rachel sleeps soundly while she's stuck on guard duty. With time to kill and zero plans, she scans the room for something to do. So Keju grills the hero about his past, hoping to expose his true identity and hidden motives. She apologizes for her curiosity and praises Flyor to get her talking, sounding sincere and restrained. Kaguya uses this talk to scout the hero's weaknesses, weighing every word to track his reactions. Flyer drops the mystery, sharing his past and future dreams with Kaguya to finally win her trust. Inspired, Kaguya grills him for answers. He shares tales of monasteries, Hell's Gates, and his brutal past, revealing his complex history. Kaguya sympathizes with Flyer's struggles, deepening her feelings and sparking an invisible bond. She drops a childhood rule: never touch the angels, or they'll follow you. It's a mysterious, magical warning. Kaguya secretly dreams of battling an angel to test her strength and courage. She never expected to face angels and had no clue how brutal it'd be. Angels never fight without a reason. Every move is calculated and vital. Kaguya sets a new goal: stick to the hero, find the demon, and prove her strength. With Fleur, she can finally chase her dreams and prove herself in real combat. Her thirst for power is fueled by revenge for her murdered mentor. Their mentor died mysteriously, orphaning Kaguya and fueling her resolve. Orphaned, Kaguya was saved by a kind mentor who taught her martial arts and life's true meaning. Hero realizes their paths are linked, aligning their fates and deepening their bond. He admits he trained like hell, his coach forging him into a true warrior. Named by her mentor after the fairy tale Moon Queen, her name carries massive symbolic weight. Her hair and the name Kaguya are now her pride symbols of resilience. And her root, she also prides herself on her looks, reflecting her inner strength. Kaguya promises Fly, she's staying for good. Running away isn't even an option. She's ready to fight and prove she's a true member of the squad. Fleur still doubts their luck with this new ally. The journey's just starting and the real tests lie ahead. She still has questions about the mission and her new ally. She questions the journey and discovers the ruby, a priceless, mysterious artifact. That answer isn't enough. She wants the truth behind their real goals. Fleur explains the plan and its risks, but notices strange holes in his story. This chaos forces him to face life's complexity and his own constant doubt. Gish reveals nothing new. Key secrets stay buried. The question haunts him now. He's determined to uncover the truth. Night swallows the princess's mansion. The princess preps her sandwich like a sacred ritual, using the distraction to clear her head. She hums a nostalgic childhood tune while cooking, filling the room with warmth and peace. Aishara enters, and the princess smiles, knowing she's off to see the prince. Princess preps sandwiches for two, mirroring the prince's way of showing love. The dark-haired girl warns the princess to avoid the prince. She knows a deadly secret and won't let her get hurt. She warns that vicious rumors threaten the princess's life and reputation. Stay alert. Ishara admits she hired Quran to track the prince and uncover his secrets, suspecting the whole situation is a setup. Hero reveals Keisha is the true prince of Blue Sapphire, and Naya never existed. Geisha lied, trapping them in a deadly web of high-stakes intrigue. He tells the princess to stay sensible and stop looking for trouble. The princess unravels Gishneed's web, hunting for his true endgame. She's lost her status, yet he's still there, only fueling her doubts and spiraling anxiety. The hero vanishes from the window, melting into the night and leaving pure tension behind. Guests flood Blue Sapphire, tensions rising, and everything's about to change. The prince enters the ancient hall, eyes sharp and stern. He's not staying long. This mission needs speed and accuracy. He needs the intel that'll flip the kingdom and shift the power balance. A guy walks up and drops some major intel. The prince hears the Red Kingdom is barely holding on, torn apart by internal war. The kingdom's throne war is about to explode into a brutal, destructive civil war. This war will be a bloodbath. The Red Kingdom is famous for its ruthless slaughter. Two rivals claim the throne, the royal commander and the guild leader, both backed by loyal followers. Support is shifting, so both candidates are hunting for powerful nobles. They're in for a shock when the prince's plan flips the script. The prince recruits a new contender for the throne, a wild card who could change everything. He orders total silence. No one can know about the new contender. He gets a letter with massive news that grabs his eye. He reveals the letter, a vital message for anyone hungry for battle and power. This letter holds Naya's secret, a truth that could decide the kingdom's fate and flip the entire war. The kingdom's full power is hunting the boy and his friends. They're in deep trouble. The hooded man pulls the strings, dumping one nation's crisis onto another through expert political manipulation. The guards are still a mystery, and they're the key to what's next. This is the prince's defining moment. He knows his guards, strength will decide the battle. He stares at the princess's photo, the blueprint for his plans, and his ultimate inspiration. He drops a note. It's decided, the plan moves to execution. Prove he picked the right candidate and his strategy works. The prince brags about his brilliance, already picturing himself on the throne as the new ruler. The prince thinks he's invincible. His boundless confidence and sharp mind make him truly unstoppable. The prince breaks down, crushed by his inner turmoil. He screams the princess's name, his voice heavy with love and the agony of using her. Prima belongs to him and Flyer has to die. Fleur's powerful, but he can't take on an entire nation. He checks the photo's note. Nothing stops his feelings for Prima. He has no clue he's being watched, and his secrets are about to be exposed. Verl asks as Rachel and Kaguya bolt without looking back, escaping the danger zone with pounding hearts and surging adrenaline. Giant insects swarm them, buzzing with terror. The girls beg the horse to fly faster and escape the trap. They plunge into the dark jungle to lose their pursuers. Danger lurks in the thickets, but it's their only shot. A massive insect lunges at the girls with glowing eyes and deadly jaws, but she senses the strike and readies a counter. Right on time, Fleur drops in and fries the pest with lightning. He's so fast, it's like he predicted the whole fight. The bug shatters, drenching Fleur in foul slime. He tries shaking it off, but the irritation only distracts him more. Flyer tells Korea to clear the path. Every second counts and no enemy can slow them down. Kaguya blasts through the debris with a powerful kick, her raw strength carving a clear escape route for the entire group. On the carriage roof, the hero balances perfectly while swatting away pests. Eyes locked and body coiled, he's ready for anything. He wants to burn them all, but he has to hold back. His friends are in the cart, and one stray spark would be fatal. An insect bites him, triggering searing pain and weakness. He flings it off, but the sting lingers. Another insect lunges, shredding the cart to derail their escape as the wood crunches and wheels scream. An insect nears the master, but the dog snaps into guard mode, baring its teeth. This fierce display scares off the threat and rallies the group. The dog's flames incinerate the insect instantly, leaving the rest paralyzed with fear. Kaguya and the dog defend the carriage, crushing every assault. Their perfect teamwork breaks the enemy's spirit, forcing a total retreat. The crew begs the young master to stay in the carriage for his safety. He's their top priority, so he listens and stays put. The young man sobs in terror, totally clueless. His innocence clashes with the deadly tension. Our hero hates one versus ones. He wants a fast, decisive win to save energy. Experience says Don, to divide them, end it all at once. The insects spot something and bolt into the sky. The heroes watch in stunned silence, torn between relief and total disbelief. Confused by the sudden retreat, the heroes stay on high alert, hunting for answers and bracing for the next threat. Confused, Rachel asks if they're finally safe, her voice a mix of anxiety and desperate hope. She looks ahead and spots a new threat waiting. Relief vanishes, replaced by pure terror. The cart plunges down the cliff, spinning out of control as the danger hits a deadly new high. The cart slams to a halt with a violent crack, leaving the travelers baffled and out of control. Guguya's strike malfunctions the stone, blasting her back. Suddenly, something rises from the sand, and everyone panics. A massive beast erupts from the earth, snatching an insect and paralyzing the crowd with its raw power. He's a massive, scaled nightmare with razor-sharp claws. Licking its lips, the beast glares with bloodlust, ready to pounce on the heroes. Releasing 3 hands, he lunges, blitzing Kaguya and the others with savage force. Kaguya's fired up for the next clash, eyes blazing with the drive to prove her strength. She is frantic for news on Reduko. The mystery surrounding his condition is killing her. Rachel recoils and bolts, desperately fleeing the monster to save her life. Flyer stops Rachel, ordering her to protect Kaguya while he chases the carriage. Kaguya drops the monster and sprints to save the others. Rachel begs to save the young master, her eyes filled with pure desperation. Unarmed and confused, Nia lies in the cart, silently watching the danger. The kingdom turned on Nia, branding him a cursed threat and demanding his head. Hearing this, his heart breaks. The unfair curse accusations crush his spirit, leaving him alone and consumed by despair. He gripped the ancient book, His bridge between past and future, a treasure of power and wisdom he refused to let go. Flira's scream snaps the boy awake, instantly killing his tears. He's finally broken free from the long dream, eyes wide with shock. Fleur finally corners the boy. He's exhausted, but his eyes burn with fire. She won. Let him escape. This fated encounter changes everything. Terrified in the carriage, the boy freezes until the flyer leaps in to shield him from the chaos. The hero reaches out, telling the boy to hold on tight. Trusting him, the boy grabs his hand and feels his strength. The book slips. He screams, lunging for it. Heart racing, he knows losing this priceless artifact would be a total disaster. He leaps from the carriage for the book, slipping past Fleur's reach. Instantly, his life is on the line. The boy plummets, and Fleur screams in terror, lunging to stop the disaster. They plummeted through a vortex of branches towards certain death, but fate intervened and they survived the fall. The branches hit a soft surface, cushioning the fall and saving their energy for the next challenge. He shut his eyes against the pain. They'd hit rock bottom in total darkness, but he knew he had to survive. Fleur snatches the book, clutching it tight. The small wind sparks a surge of relief and confidence. The book is safe. The boy and hero smile as inspiration flares. He won to back down. Seeing his mentor was no surprise after surviving hell together. He was the only person he truly trusted. The boy immediately apologized for the danger, crushed by guilt and taking full blame for the disaster. Flyer hands the boy a book, a symbol of trust and support. Stunned, the boy is deeply moved. Clutching the book, the boy tearfully thanks the hero. This is his new symbol of hope, giving him the strength to keep fighting. Naya never let this book go. What's the secret? It could be the key to every mystery. The heroes looked up. They need Rachel and Kaguya to unite and face the threat. On the edge of death, she shows pure grit. Nothing can break her will. A massive cyclops loomed over her, arms built to crush everything. He looked unbeatable. She's exhausted. Every strike makes the monster sprout new arms instantly. Victory is slipping away. At the breaking point, the furious Rachel dives into the fray to back up Kaguya. Shoulder to shoulder, the girls face the threat. Their bond fuels their courage for the final battle together. They're unstoppable. Rachel raced to find the master and turn the tide. Time was running out. She pictured her mentor's guilt, but it only fueled her. Her worry and resolve pushed her to save him. Naya and Fleur struggle through a brutal path as Fleur gasps for air. These trials are deadlier than expected. Every move is a total battle. Hero offers a lift, but the kid insists on walking solo. Sick and exhausted, the boy loses strength and slumps over. Hero lunges, catches the boy, and stops the fall. He finds water and fills his flask, knowing a few sips will save the boy. Water was scarce, but it was pure treasure. Better than nothing. He hands the kid a flask and offers a break. The boy slumps down, defeated. He choked out an apology, crushed by the guilt of dragging everyone down as tears welled in his eyes. Fleur tried to help, but the guy shut him down, claiming he was a useless curse who should have never been born. Blindsided by the truth, the hero ignores his own darkness to stand by the boy. Thinking of Rachel and Kaguya, he realizes he's just a curse to others, with no peace or hope for himself. He breaks down over Gish, catching our hero off guard. Naya clutched the book, tears streaming. This wasn't just paper and ink, it was a gift from his mother. Hero locks eyes with the boy and finally admits the painful truth: he's always been dead broke. Fleur asks if Naya's mom sees her as a princess, leaving him stunned and desperate for the truth. The truth finally clicks. Shock and anxiety flood his face. Head low and sobbing, the boy clutched the book to his chest, drowning in bitterness and despair. He and his mom live on Blue Sapphire's outskirts in a simple, modest home. His mom danced to keep them alive, a brutal job. But their only way to survive, she's pole dancing for a room of drunks when her son suddenly appears, instantly filling her with dread. She scolds him for running away, and realizing his mistake, the boy quietly apologized. She masked her excitement. The boy screamed in terror, baffled by her reaction. She stroked his cheek, whispered for him not to worry, and begged him to come home. Sick but smiling, she refused to break. He realized she fought through the pain every day just for him. She sacrificed everything for him, and knowing he could never repay her pierced his heart with grief. The boy breaks down at his mother's grave, weeping bitterly. Tears streaming, he screams for his mother in pure, hopeless agony. A mysterious crowned man suddenly appears, looking like he stepped out of another world. The man leads the boy away to live with Geisha. His life will never be the same. Angry shouts erupted as the crowd slammed his choice, fearing the boy would stain the royal honor. The hero vowed to purge this filth immediately, his voice cold and threatening. He listened to the adults talk about his mother, feeling helpless and alone as fear and confusion crushed his heart. Everyone claimed things were fine, but the boy sat in silence, consumed by doubt and desperate for any sign of support. He confessed that if he'd never been born, none of this would have happened. Drowning in guilt, he saw himself as the source of all misery, a silent cry from a broken soul. He dove into his past, reliving every painful scar as darkness and despair swallowed him whole. He wished he never existed. Without him, his mom wouldn't suffer, and that guilt crushed his heart like a stone. He broke down, blaming himself for everything and wishing he never existed, drowning in absolute despair. Fleur taps his head, joking the story's getting too depressing. Her voice is warm, clearly trying to snap him out of his sorrow. Shocked, the boy asks why he was hit. The hero says he's saving him from despair, reigniting the kid's hope. Rachel and Kaguya don't see him as a bad guy. Reassured, his self-belief ignites. He's finally accepted for who he is. Nia's disbelief sparks into hope. Finally, someone truly understands him. Smiling, the hero vows to live his second life without regrets, cherishing every moment and charging forward with newfound hope. Some stay trapped in fear, while others chase their dreams. This realization sparks his boldest move yet. Tearing up, the boy hung on every word as the story sparked a new hope for his future. Fleur says life is beautiful because death is a mystery, so cherish every second and live for the moment. Their journey started by chance, but he's glad life's full of twists. He sees minds in constant flux. Nothing is permanent. The boy sobs into his sleeve. The hero shrugs it off as life, but still steps up to back his friend. The boy turns to Fleur, her eyes welling with fear and despair. A scream rings out, and the hero whips around as something bizarre catches his eye. Sharana and Rakuta rush over, bringing instant joy and relief. The shooter rushed his master, locking him in a tight, heartfelt embrace that proved their bond was real. The dog barks, the boy hugs her tight, and finally he's at peace. The boys hunt for girls to escape the jungle. Feeling weak next to Flyer, respect ignited a new fire to get stronger. Watching Flare near vowed to match his strength. His dream burned brighter than ever. He vowed to live with dignity and courage, igniting a new strength in his heart. Mid-drive, someone pops up behind and stomps their foot. Dozens of masked spearmen surround them, instantly spiking the tension. She relentlessly hammers the beast, shutting down every counter with eyes blazing in determined fury. Fueled by rage, he dodges every strike with lethal precision, dancing on the edge of death. Technique finished, dizziness hits, and her strength instantly vanishes. Rachel screams, asking if she's really finishing her off. Kagura coldly reminds her she was warned. Rachel's annoyed Kaguya and Flora are two sides of the same coin. Rachel stared at her ally, her heart sinking with doubt and anxiety. MC suggested they scout the area. He had no choice. It was the only way to uncover the truth. Rachel's losing her mind, drowning in panic and pure despair. Wiping her tears, she sees Fleur in the boy, finding the strength to keep going. Kaguya knew the hero would save the boy, trusting his power completely. The girl's trust in Flora gave Rachel a massive confidence boost. The kids grabbed mushrooms for a roast, finding a rare moment of peace despite the chaos. Mushrooms secured, Flyer's next mission is finding water. A guy offers him weird mushrooms. Our hero stares, instantly sensing they're sketchy. He warns the kid the mushrooms are poison, and he tosses them just in time. Determination is great, but he shouldn't carry it all alone. Stay safe and play it smart. The boy screams his wish to help, but a massive snake looms behind him, jaws wide. Danger strikes from nowhere. He spins to see Fleur charging the snake. His heart races as rescue nears for the first time. He feels hope. Crushing the snake, the man checks the boy. He's unhurt, putting the hero and his friend at ease. Fleur stared at the snake, stunned. How did such a beast end up in these wild jungles? Chaos ruled this land. Gasping for air, the boy sits trembling, his heart still racing from the terror he just survived. He beckoned the boy closer. Wary and surprised, the kid stepped up, sensing an unspoken bond of trust. Hero hands the boy a massive pistol. He takes it, bewildered, the heavy steel feeling completely alien in his hands. He recognized the ship's pistol. Memories flooded back instantly. Fleur warns the gun is strictly for defense, demanding the boy listen and realize the stakes. The boy can't fight yet, but the hero insists he carry a weapon anyway. Smart move. He stared at the man, knowing Rachel would hate the weapon as doubt and anxiety swirled inside him. He gripped his weapon, feeling the weight of duty. He had to get stronger. He swore to do whatever it takes, promising Fleur he'd have his back one day with pure resolve. The dog watched intently, sensing their emotions with eyes gleaming in curiosity. Sharon barks and bolts forward to grab attention, instantly putting the group on high alert. Hero's confused, but the crowd freezes, eyes glued to the dog as the air turns electric. The dog leads them to water. Pure relief, they're finally making progress. After a long search, they finally find clean water. Their salvation. The water's clean, but he's still unimpressed. To lighten the mood, he tosses the dog into the air. A bow locks on peace is shattered by a sudden ambush. The masked stalkers from the shadows reappear, bows drawn and aimed right at the boys by the spring. Furious over their tainted source, the masked crowd turned aggressive. Sentencing them to death, they rained arrows on the boys as things turned lethal. The hero snatches the arrows midair barehanded, proving his elite skill and courage. The masked men didn't expect the kid to fight back, instantly wrecking their plans. The flyer warned no arrows near Shiranui. The boys baffled, why the weird rule? He inspects the arrows and finds signs of civilization in the wild tension spikes. Masked spearmen surround Fleur, their cold glares making one thing clear. They're out for blood. Masked figures glare at Flyer with open hostility, their silent movements screaming danger. The dog behind growls, sensing danger. It snaps into high alert. A forest dweller kneels before the Sand People, delivering a grave, high-stakes message. They spoke of a sacred spring, their tribe's holy land, guarded at all costs. The masked man warns defile this land and expect no mercy. His word is final. The mob swarms the boys for the kill. A wild clash erupts. It snarls, the MC orders it to attack, and the dog yelps as it charges into the chaos. Panicked crowds screamed and cursed the invaders as Flyer charged forward to protect his friends. He one-shotted the crowd with raw power and lightning speed. The masked men look around dazed, blindsided by Flyer's power and frozen in shock. Heroes surround the dog as the crowd edges closer. Tension spikes, the beast snarls, refusing to go down without a fight. The dog's barks and speed blast the enemy's back. His defense is an iron wall. The dog suddenly erupted in light, catching everyone off guard. His tribe knew the enemy was too strong. Victory was impossible, and the commander's heart sank with dread. Nia and Rakuta watched from the sidelines, paralyzed by fear and powerless to intervene. Surrounded by spears and shields, the boy draws his pistol. Tears stream down his face, but he's ready to fight. Something mysterious appears behind them, instantly spiking the tension. The duo's trapped in an unreachable ice cage as the crowd freezes in terror. Baffled by the ice, an unknown force repels the Indians back into the dense wilderness. Fly ambushes the attacker, striking with lightning speed. He smashes his face with blinding speed, leaving zero time to react at a total surprise. Bound and defeated, the Indians bow their heads. Their resistance is crushed. He swore they just needed water and meant no disrespect. He sounded dead serious. The chief hid the truth. The tribe's sacred deity, Lord of Retia, lives in this lake. Their ruler is a key, and outsiders are banned from his home by sacred law. Fleur remembers hearing this before as a massive water bubble spawns behind him, instantly grabbing his attention. The bubble solidifies, stunning the hero. He can't believe his eyes. The bubble forms eyes, revealing the majestic and mysterious Mr. Orisha. The tribe wept, begging their master for forgiveness with humble, repentant hearts. The Lord revealed his massive true form, radiating absolute power. The flyer stared. This divine creature was no ordinary beast. Who is Mr. Orisha? Towering over the boys, his massive frame filled the room with pure, commanding power. His massive eyes scan the crowd and everyone instantly bows in worship. But the heroes just stand there, totally confused. Fleur knew the beast was unstoppable, so he commanded it to stay put with zero hesitation. The kid vows to handle it fast while his dog watches, ready for anything. The dog tackles the beast before Fleur can react. Tension spikes instantly. Hero yells for the pup, but it won't budge, staring down the monster to read its next move. He suddenly howled, leaving the boys completely baffled. The tribe glared at the dog, disgusted. How could it disrespect a sacred being like this? They were baffled by its behavior. Ignoring the hate, the dog keeps barking, and Al-Rishi's eyes light up. The deity purrs at the dog as barking, leaving the tribesmen stunned. The dog reaches for the beast, and it paws back with a soft purr, forming an instant bond. Everyone looked around, baffled by the strange echoes and the unfolding chaos. The chief's eyes widen in pure shock. He sees the man loves chatting with the dog. Flyer asks Shirani to be friends, and a loud bark seals the deal. The chief didn't buy it. No outsider could ever approach the sacred animal. Shiranui's a sacred being too, leaving them completely stunned. A tribesman shouted, demanding the fiery dog's true identity. He introduces himself, holding his pet dog. The tribesmen's eyes popped the moment they heard the word pet. They finally realized Valfor crushed the godlike beast, and they were floored. The tribe kneels in total defeat, paying tribute to the boy's insane strength. They bowed in shame, owned their massive mistake, and begged for forgiveness. The flyer forced them to look up, asserting dominance while he watched his mentors back in awe. Al-Risha starts barking out orders. The chief already knows everything before the kid can even explain. The beast orders the boys treated as honored guests, flipping the script. The Indians vow to escort the guests to the city for protection. They've got food and water, ready to help any traveler. Fleur unshackles the prisoners, kicking off a brand new adventure. Despite his fears, it went even better than he ever imagined. Fleur hoped his friends were safe even deep in some forest cave. Surrounded by stone and skulls, two heroines stand ready, their raw fury thick in the air. Their steps thundered on the damp ground, driven by total conviction. A giant blocks their path, declaring their disturbance of the sacred forest unforgivable. Furious and screaming, he lugs a massive pack that makes him look even more dangerous. The glasses guy asks if girls really want this color, his voice stern and cautious. The girls are stunned, but Kaguya senses zero power. She issues a cold warning, one step closer, and he's dead. Rachel and Kaguya scour the dark cave for water, their footsteps echoing in the silence. Pushing deeper into the cave, they stop cold as the air turns heavy with a sudden, chilling dread. They find a ruined mine, walls crumbling and splintered, beams jutting out. The girls realized no one had been here in ages. Kaguya and Rachel agreed the place was ancient and totally abandoned. They spot a nearby human school, catching them off guard and sparking instant worry. Shocked by the piles of bones, the girls suspect an ancient massacre, cranking the danger to the max. The mystery of those places haunted their minds, offering no peace and zero answers. A man with a massive pack appears behind them. His steady voice carries weight as he recounts the war between the Sand People and Jalahandra. He demands their names, putting Rachel and Kaguya on edge as they wheel around ready for a fight. She didn't hide her distrust, threatening her husband and proving she was ready to fight. He stared them down, unblinking and fearless. The girl realized she was facing a pro or even a martial arts master. They locked eyes. She shouts that smearing this is easy. He stares back calmly, confused by her aggression and completely unfazed. He didn't mean to scare them, he was just as terrified. That honesty finally broke the tension. The girls froze, dissecting his words to find his true motive. Meet Kakuma, an archaeologist obsessed with the secrets of these abandoned mines. Confused and wary, the girls eyed the stranger with pure suspicion. Kakuma apologizes and offers water to show he's friendly. The girls eyed the water suspiciously, hesitating to take the Manus bottle. If the tribes find out he's a Sandman, they'll slaughter him. This mission is pure suicide. Perched on a stone ledge, she held her breath, hooked by the archaeologist's tale of secrets and mystery. He announced a new nation, demanding they master its culture and every detail. He spoke with pure passion, geeking out over every new excavation and discovery. Kokuma loves solving ancient mysteries and uncovering people's stories. That's why he researches. He acted hyped, but she saw right through his lie. Kaguya doubted the scientist's simple act. His stories didn't add up, and she knew something was off. She demanded his true identity, but he stood there speechless and confused. He insists he's just a normal archaeologist, but the girls don't buy it, keeping their suspicious eyes locked on him. Kaguya ordered him to shut up. He warns them someone's approaching. A tall, majestic girl arrives with a night squad, leaving the girls stunned and anxious. Knights claim the land is empty and rich, but the heroine tells them to please Lord Kagurabi instead. The crowd digs while three watch from above, flexing their absolute dominance. The archaeologist identifies the Red Ruby Royal Army, here to strip the mines and haul the loot. Two heirs are fighting for the throne, explaining the tension and heavy military presence. The girls ask for protection, but the archaeologist tells them to stop relying on him and run. The hero warns Kagurabi's right hand is a cold, ruthless girl, loyal to the end. She'll do anything to finish the mission. Handle her with care. Kaguya dares him, if you're really that strong, prove it in a duel. The archaeologist claims no one's unlocked Martula's power yet, and Kaguya stands no chance against it. Kaguya whips around, eyes blazing, demanding to know what he just said. Fists clenched, she vows to finish this girl for good. Kaguya charges the knights, slamming the ground with earth-shaking force. Her eyes burn with wild fury. She isn't backing down. A knight panics, but Martula stays stone cold. She already knows she's won. Knights scream warnings and scramble to regroup after the heroine's throw, their voices echoing with pure panic and hype. She flashes a bold, defiant grin, staring her enemies down without a trace of fear. Kaguya glared at Martula with pure disdain, her words itching for a fight. If you were truly strong, prove it in a duel, she challenged, her gaze cold and indifferent. The hidden guys immediately started debating the heroine's wild antics. The archaeologist warns escape now. Staying is too risky. Vanish before trouble finds you. Rachel admits Kaguya's toxic, but she refuses to abandon her friend in a crisis. Martula mocks the girl, calling her a fragile doll who's too weak to resist. Twirling her hoop, she admired the girl's beauty. Hair, eyes, posture, she praised every detail with a sly smirk. His words only fueled her to get stronger and prove everyone wrong. She froze, eyes locked on her foe with a sly grin, ready to lunge and unleash her full power. She lunges, aiming to catch Martula off guard and shatter her defense. She parries with ease, flexing her absolute power control. Kaguya's face is slashed mid-fight, but she refuses to back down. She thanked him politely, but her words held a clear hidden meaning. Barely scratched, Kaguya wipes blood from her cheek, masking her exhaustion. Watching the battle, Rachel noticed her allies stiffen, putting her and the archaeologist on high alert. Kaguya's exhausted. This fight's been a nightmare since the start. Something's wrong. Her signature kicks aren't cutting it anymore. She faces her fallen foe with a sharp smirk, proving to everyone she's got insane power and a secret gift. Her eyes flashed with cunning. She knew she was seconds from fainting. She's at her limit. Drenched in sweat and blood, she refuses to stop fighting. She demanded to know what Martula did, but Martula just laughed and kept attacking. Heroine strikes again, sending the girl flying, but she refuses to back down. Running on empty, Kaguya stubbornly repels every strike, refusing to quit. Rachel and the archaeologist worried she wouldn't survive the battlefield. The heroine screams something's wrong with her body, and she has no clue what her rival did. Martula attacks, and Kaguya freezes. Her body is failing her. The girl had no clue what happened, and her body refused to obey. Her piercing scream stuns the archaeologist and Rachel. They realize things just got serious. The knights spot them and move in for the arrest. The victor mocks her fallen rival, relishing the pain and her broken spirit. She reached out to pull Kaguya up. She lifted her chin and promised protection, but she was too weak to answer. Under the stars, the settlers huddled by the fires, burning something. They roared to the gods, their voices bleeding into the crackling fire to create an eerie, hypnotic atmosphere. Fleur stood in the crowd, scanning everything on high alert. A masked giant lunges and everything changes. They clash, fighting for the upper hand. They clash, every strike proves it. These are true masters showing off pure, unhesitating skill. Even though he's dwarfed by a massive giant, the kid stays cool, remains confident, and calculates every move as they clash. Staying calm, the hero seizes the opening and flips the enemy with masterclass skill. The enemy skids back, howling in shock and pain. Flora wins. The crowd erupts, cheering for his massive victory. The crowd roars as he walks by, grinning with pride after taking down a legend and earning their respect. Gearing up post-battle, he realizes Jalakandra is full of surprises until Naya calls out, and he turns. Women swarm Niasat, hugging and caressing him. A respected village elder approaches Flyer, praising the insane strength and bravery that has everyone in awe. The old woman grinned, claiming she'd challenge him if she were younger. Asked about her strength, Grandma smiles. Her real power isn't her fists. It's her lifelong mastery of the night arts. A settler reports the guards are already searching for their missing friends. Don't worry, they will be found. She paddles on, devouring the meat and resting after a brutal day. Flea remembers his mission and asks the elder for the way to the Red Ruby capital. The elder warns stay away from the kingdom for now. Her uprising starts right here, catching Flay completely off guard. She warns two princes are battling for the throne, sparking a war that'll plunge the kingdom into chaos. Flyer remembered this happening in Prima and stayed on high alert. Their talk is cut short as wounded, exhausted guards stumble in, barely able to stand. The elder grilled the wounded for news from the front line. She learned the Sand Tribe raided the abandoned mine again, crushing the settlement as defenders. Everyone's stunned. They've always repelled these attacks before until now. Flea remembered Martul was behind it, the warrior who terrified everyone. He scanned the group, waiting for them to confirm his hunch or shut it down. The injured knight reports enemies raided the mine for minerals and snatched two girls. Neo screams that Rachel and Kaguya are kidnapped, sending the crowd into an instant panic. Niall and his dog charge to save their friends, eyes burning with resolve. Floor calls his name, trying to stop his reckless move. The settler warns him to stay away. The kingdom is too dangerous now. The elder watched in grim silence, knowing brutal trials awaited them all. She says it's fate. Now they must find the strength to face the challenge and crush their enemies. Fueled by pure grit, the settler refuses to back down and prepares to fight to the death. Fleur leaned in, asking if he was sure if the boy's scared, he shouldn't be forced to go. The settler trusts Flyer and will follow him to the end, no matter what. Fleur knows trust comes first. Mutual faith is the foundation of true strength. Knowing they're unstoppable together, the settler joins the crew. Locked in and determined, the boys are ready for anything. They head for the Red Ruby Kingdom, feeling the massive weight of their mission. I wake up to a vase as frost creeps across the room, turning the whole place strange and magical. She wakes up in a daze. This massive luxury room is nothing like where she just was. Memories flood back, leaving her panicked and confused as the world falls apart. She bolts from bed, eyes wide with shock. She can't believe what just happened. Realizing she's naked, her shame and fear hit overdrive. Rachel enters, praises Martula's success, and reveals the whole thing was just a new game she devised for the captives. She's in a stylish dress, but her irritated face says it all. The outfit is a cage. She's been stuck in this dress since dawn. It clung to her the second she woke up and wanted to let her rest. Kaguya laughs at her friend's failure, instantly easing the room's tension. I smirk and tease Rachel's goofy outfit, trying to snap her out of her funk. I asked if Kokum was caught yet, desperate for good news. Annoyed, she snaps that he vanished into thin air, and now he's nowhere to be found. She remembered him vanishing, leaving everyone panicked and confused. She grips the sheets, knowing this guy is way too shady to trust. The girls bolt for the exit, dodging every new trap. They run into Martula, who admits she pushed the captives too far. The heroine's fuming at her kidnapper's reckless, wild moves. She demands a rematch, ready to prove her strength to Martuli. Rachel screams for Kaguya to stop. It's a trap, and fighting now will only make things worse. She's frozen again. Her body won't listen. The drug hit her just like the other captive, but Kaguya could still move. This remedy turns everyone into obedient pets, stripping away their free will. Martula smiles, admitting she loves sweet girls, but they call her toxic and sneer in disgust. After a long talk with Kaguya, she postpones the show. They need to see the king first. Learning the king existed stunned Rachel, flipping the script on their situation. Martula claims her master is the only true king, but he's still just an heir without full power. Curtains fly open, blinding the girls with a sudden burst of radiant hope. They reach the Red Ruby capital, a vibrant city where history is made. Allies rush in times on their side. Nia and Fleur race through the Valley of Cacti. The rescue is close, and their resolve is stronger than ever. Three girls approach the throne as a mysterious figure praises Martula for bringing valuable prey from the sacred forest. Martula hails the Lord, dragging two girls on leashes who are totally helpless against her raw power. Word from the throne, they've got the cash to wage war on their brother. The leader asks who's been brought in. The man on the throne reveals his face, Prince Kagarubi. Puffing his cigar, he orders the girls to introduce themselves. Martula yanks the straps, demanding names. Rachel speaks first, telling the prince she's from Blue Sapphire and ended up here by mistake. Tasked with escorting the Blue Sapphire noble to his grandmother's home, she's officially hit her limit. The kingdom accepts Nia, so it's smooth sailing. Kagaribi shouts the latest rumors, but to him, it's all just a pointless hassle. The truth is out. Prince Geisha betrayed Naya, ordering Kagarabi to eliminate her and her entire crew. Rachel's reeling, firing off confused questions. The second prince mocks her ignorance. hitting the mark before coldly revealing the truth. The boys were wrong. Nia's mom is actually Princess Faiza, Kagarebe's younger sister. Nia now shares the prince's claim to the Red Ruby throne, officially joining the battle for power. To the princes, the boy was just a nuisance. Kuya stayed silent, baiting the travelers into a trap. Kagori knew Nia was weak, but his court status was the real threat, and the prince agreed. Driven by rivalry, the second prince hunts Nia to kill him first. The king's army is closing in, and soon the girls will find his corpse. Kagurabi's second prince claims the heavens bless his every move, and he's got a reason for it. The girls are stunned. Two winged beings swoop in, ordering Kagurabi to fetch the shaman now. He bows, promising to finish the job fast. They look like kids, but these are the elite apostles Metatron and Sandwafon, arrogant and cold. They stare down the newcomers. The girls spot real angels. One mocks them as scruffy chickens, but Martula disagrees. They're hunting for a shaman. The shaman's hiding in a massive country, and they're too lazy to search it. They're shortcut, flexing their authority. Kikaribi joined the hunt, serving the angels like a loyal puppet. These aren't just any masters. They're elite, high-ranking protectors. The rival prince bets on angel power to crush his brother and seize the throne for absolute control. Rachel's reeling, facing a national army and the apostles. She knows she and Nia are totally outmatched. Apostles are once-in-a-century threats with massive power. Now they've teamed up to hunt the young master and his girls. She unknowingly led the man into Prinsky's trap. Now she begs Nia for forgiveness as guilt consumes her. Another girl interrupts, calling Kayari a total idiot, and she's ready to explain exactly why. The crowd is paralyzed, giving Kagura's girl the perfect opening to take center stage. She mocks them as naive fools trusting in fate, claiming numbers can stop a real threat, then asks who's actually with Nia. Martula snaps back, yanks her belt, and orders the captive down. But she doesn't budge, catching Martula off guard. Her master is the strongest alive herself. Underestimate her and you're finished. She knows he's unbeatable. Having seen him fight firsthand, she understands the true scale of his insane power. She demands Rachel hold on until the end, even if it's hopeless. They are trapped, and now their fate is out of their hands. Flyer is their only hope. Tearfully, she turns to Kaguya, crushed by her own situation. After a brutal journey, the hero and Nia finally arrive, riding a massive bird with the boy in front. He nears the red sapphire capital, eyeing the gates as a massive castle towers over the mountain. The boy screams to rescue Rachel and Kagura. The dog and hero back him up. They re-missing, but the castle is the prime suspect. A dark energy sphere spirals into view. It's clear someone's using black magic. Glowing eyes ignite as a roar fills the air. Hidden in the dark, a watcher tracks them with a gaze set on total destruction. A giant centipede bursts from the bushes, hissing and snapping its jaws as it lunges for the boys. Stunned by the ambush, they realize a massive centipede was hiding inside the black hole. He catches the monster's strike barehanded, freezing the giant insect. He's stunned. He's never seen anything like this before. He jokingly apologizes for being in a rush while his hand ignites with Hellfire, ready to strike. The blast strikes the centipede's heart. Engulfed in flames, the boy prays it's finally dead. She doesn't stop. The monster drops like a rock, swinging its massive head at the heroes. They barely dodge. Flyer grabs him and the bird, yelling to get out now. The hero shook. His hellish flames did 0 damage, breaking his perfect wind streak. His fire usually kills everything. This is a massive red flag. Fleur watches the centipede morph, slowly gaining human traits. A human torso with spindly fingers peeks from the insect's mouth. Its head is a mass of exposed brains, and its massive size is terrifying. Eyes snap open across his head as he lashes his tongue and screams. He curses, fixated on the monstrous snapping jaws as the beast roars and lunges. Certain of victory, he drops low and obliterates the monster with a cannon shot of hell as first flame. The monster shatters the barrier and lunges straight for him. Fleur dodges, eyes locked. This is no ordinary beast. It radiates pure bloodlust. Our hero needs to save Rachel and Kagura, but he has to crush this monster first. Fleur weighs his next move. His strength alone won't cut it this time. Hovering high above, a mysterious figure watches the clash, mocking the hero for struggling against a mere black insect. He warns the hero to focus or he'll kill him by mistake, calling him a shaman at Hell's Gate. In 1980, the boy blasts the monster, erupting a second hellfire. He tries to freeze the beast, but fails. He blasts an icy whirlwind, freezing his foe solid. Trapped in a weird pose, the enemy can't even land a hit. Fleur collapses by the giant, catching his breath and planning his next move. He's facing a massive challenge that won't be solved easily. The silence is a lie. The beast lunges, shattering its icy chains with raw power as the ice fails to hold it back. He dodges again, leaping aside in shock that his max power strike failed after he'd already claimed victory. The ruby's bone-dry air kills his second hellfire, leaving the hero powerless against the monster. He unleashes his ultimate move, summoning Hellfire at full power. 1987. Nia watches massive flames explode, barely whispering his protectoress name. 1988. Fleer charges the centipede, obliterating the beast with his flaming fist of the devil. 1989. Something's wrong. The enemy tanks the hit, snatches the hero, and slams him into the dirt. Flyer's max flames didn't leave a scratch. Now the heroes finally see the truth. A voice calls out, confirming it's him. This rooster says the hero's glow is barely warm. Fleur demands answers the contract promised power. The rooster scoffs. He has the strength but lacks the skill to use it. He's losing to an angelic puppet. The hero senses a familiar power and the bird confirms he's right. He admits they're apostle level. He just can't handle them yet. 1996. He remembers his first hellish flame barely scratched Raphael. The second hellfire roars to life, but it's unstable and situational. It needs a boost, but there's no fix in sight. 1998. A bird speaks one word. Illumination RMC is totally clueless. Rooster taunts Flyer, mocking his ignorance of Fire's true power and the key details he missed. The bird warns to trust strength over our hero, then vanishes. Fleur's trapped in a ring of fire, just her and the bird. Hero asks about the yellow flame, but the bird ignores him and grumbles about the extra trouble. Gaia, the third Hellfire and Earth Demon Lord, stands before them. The hero cheers the third flame is finally here. The bird explains this flame rules the land and devours the soil. At this scale, it'll be the strongest one yet. Gaius dealt with Flyer, curious to see the powerful demoness face. A rumble erupts as a massive shadow circles the hero. 2007. The master arrives, Flyer hears a scream. An invisible force is crushing someone. They yell, "Look under your feet." 2008. A man steps on a mole creature, and it grumbles about being crushed. Gaia bursts from the ground, here to help because the demon intrigued him. He hopes they'll connect, while Flyer finds his new partner surprisingly pleasant. Gaia reveals she's been watching him since his fight with the demon Angelandara. Watching the hero spare all life made Flyer kind. As the demon tells his story, the boy pets Guy. The beast offers its flame, but the boy just squeezes its fluffy face. It snaps at him to stop, and he quickly apologizes. Flame ignites. Gaia reveals Fire's power depends on the user's strength and their resolve to kill without hesitation. The spirit cheers him on as he snaps back mid-fight. Pinned by a centipede leg, the monster looms over him with a screeching, gaping maw. The beast raises its claws to strike, and the boy finally realizes he's in real danger. The monster roars and lunges, but the boy dodges, igniting his hand. The centipede senses the danger too late. The monster freezes mid-strike and recoils hard. He mocks his foes' retreat. No surprise, these flames are a death sentence for someone like him. His left hand ignites into a blazing clawed paw, the third flame of hell, call of the earth. He summons it, ready to test its power on a monster. Visions flash again. He slams the ground, his fist erupting in flames. Energy surges into the insect. It chirps, but the boy reveals the truth. Earth's force has awakened. The hero summons a massive whirlpool, trapping the monster and dragging it into the abyss. It screams and struggles, but the vortex drags it down. The third flame controls any earth it touches, but the user must keep their hand on the ground at all times. He blasts a third flame, yelling goodbye to the monster. Blazing flames carve a massive cube from the earth and slam it onto the chained monster. This is earth pressure. He smashes the monster under an earth cube with a victory roar. His flame fades. He sighs. Business finally finished. But this new foe shocks him as Naya charges in on her chicken. Fleur insists he's fine, but warns him not to relax, their friends are still prisoners. It took a while, but everyone's on board, save Rachel and Kagura now. Inside the royal palace, heavy footsteps echo behind the doors. Both girls collapse, exhausted. They beg for answers, but Martusia just laughs ominously. She repeats her promise of fun, but the girls she brought are now terrified. Martula snaps and screams. It's time for everyone to feel her unique beauty. Reviewing the duel, the Fire Lords are blown away. This kid is perfect. Gaia and Rooster agree the kid's a genius, but he still has a long way to go before he's truly strong. He's too slow, so the spirits take drastic measures to force his power away. Gia warns, it's too dangerous. The kid'll get burned. This coke fire is lethal. No time to wait, the bird strikes. Certain the mole understands everything. He sees the competition as lethal, especially that angel. Flyor's a target, hosting the Demon King. But Gaia insists it's not time yet, telling the bird to trust the boy. An angel watches from above as the heroes race toward the capital on a giant chicken. He's strong but can't even handle a single dark insect. He just awakened the third flame, infuriating the angel. His recklessness puts Sandalphon and Metatron in danger, so he charges to the capital for a fated showdown with the apostles. The angel vanishes, calling Flyer the last shaman and vowing to keep watching. The crew sprints to help their friends. In Martula's capital room, screams echo as someone outside begs for it to stop. Charmed, the girl hugs Martula tight. Martula gleefully plays dress up, while the second girl dies laughing. Rachel's humiliated in a glossy model outfit, but Martula's already prepping the next look while Kagura mocks her. Rachel makes a request, judging Marcola for being too soft. She's stone-faced, but the room's owner can't help but notice her beauty. Kagura asks if her face is really that scary, and Martula loses it. She strokes Kagura's head, calling her charming, but warns that saving the boy is impossible. Give up now. She slams a helpless Kagura onto the couch as Zate coldly reminds her that escape is impossible. Kaharibe's army is too strong. Her friends will be crushed, and the prince has the city surrounded. The sorceress reveals the prince hides a secret second face. He's the Red Ruby Heir and Adventurer Guild leader, commanding total authority over every master. He's mobilized 5,000 beggars into gangs, deploying them to launch his master plan. The second prince orders Naya captured alive, and with this many executors, Kagurebe thinks it'll be an easy win. Capture Fleur and deliver him to Kaguriba too. The leader thinks it's a guaranteed win. We're in the Red Ruby Kingdom's capital. Below the castle sits a walled settlement built in a classic Eastern style. A gloved slap sends a cloaked girl whimpering as a traveler hunts Nia for his boss. Two soldiers match her face to a wanted poster, roughly silencing an old woman who tries to protect her. These adventurers serve the true ruler, Prince Kagurabi. Spot the targets. Report to them immediately. Enemies lurk in the capital with a 50 platinum bounty on their heads. Adventurers shout the news to every passerby. Two people walk an empty street when the ground behind them suddenly warps into a hill and instantly reset. Voices echo from a dead street. Suddenly, the ground swells into a massive mound as something unknown fights to break free. Travelers and a hen knight burst from the mound, spooking a cat. No one else sees them on the empty street. Nier's stunned by the third flame's insane power, while Fleur admits tunneling underground was a nightmare he never wants to repeat. He spots wanted posters and realizes they're being hunted. Neyu panics, wondering why adventurers are suddenly on their trail. Mid-convo, a massive figure looms behind them, each heavy step signaling pure danger. A tall, furry man asks if they're lost. Caught off guard, the boys look around, eyes filled with pure anxiety. The man instantly knows they aren't from Red Ruby. Naya tries to speak, but he cuts her off. Hand on shoulder, he warns him. Villains are hunting your kind, and staying here is a death trap. They need to head north to find a place to stay. The boy thanks the stranger and he smiles back warmly. He walks off with a warning. Nia sighs in relief, calling the scary stranger a good guy before turning to the silent fugitive. He stays silent, watching the man ahead exiting the alley. The soldiers bow as he passes. 15 soldiers gather to honor a stranger named Harry. They were looking for him. Stay off the streets just in case. Meet Prince Del Zulim. Hearing rumors of searching adventurers, he checks his squad. They've already handled some exiles, and Del Zulim immediately turns to his brother. A soldier asks to search for survivors, but he's told the angels caused this chaos, forcing Kagurabi to follow orders. The soldier disagrees, finding those targets lets them flip the apostles and seize the throne. The prince calls him a fool, snapping that this is no joke. Stunned, the officer asks again in total disbelief. Angels are unpredictable wildcards. Their word is worthless, and getting involved is a massive mistake. He's locked into the war for the throne, and won't let anyone interfere. Next up, the final showdown with Kagurabi for the Red Ruby throne. Soldiers realize the world's fate rests on them. Angels shouldn't control the future, the people must. The people must decide. With those final words, the prince finishes his speech. Tarzan trusts his warriors and they're ready. Meanwhile, in a northern hotel, a mysterious figure kicks back on a bed. Meet Fleur. He's lounging in their epic hotel, hyped for the private bath as his dog pounces on him. Naya scans the window, on high alert. Flyer's curious, but Naya quickly masks his panic. He wasn't imagining it. Someone was definitely following him. A strange noise rings out, and the boys demand answers. Fleur screams for Nia to drop, the wall explodes, and whistling arrows flood the breach. They're stunned. The room's a total wreck, and a massive hole's been blasted through the wall. A man bursts in yelling he can't believe this scum is the target. He gets a reward, too. 2 birds, 1 stone. 3 warriors hold the breach, ready to fight. The man in the middle admits he misses that damn scoundrel Flyer. Blindsided by the mystery attack, the hero faces Gil, a rank 4 adventurer from the Red Guild. Naya whispers, it's the same adventurer from before. The boy stunned, while Gil fumes at being ignored. A hammer-wielding giant ambushes them from behind, but Flyer narrowly dodges the massive swing. Yul barks orders, capture the boys, take Naya alive, and just Don to let Fleur escape. Ambush post-bath, the hero vows to make those adventurers pay, while a straggler tells Fleur to look down. They vanish in smoke, only to emerge surrounded by a mob of bloodthirsty adventurers. Crowds are screaming they've spotted the hero and the bounty. Bandits claim Gil's squad tried to steal their 50 platinum reward. From the roof, the man scans the crowd until Gil drops in, declaring there's nowhere left to run. 5,000 daredevils from across the kingdom have gathered here. Adventurers of all ranks gather here, from fresh rookies to seasoned veterans. Gil mocks their ignorance, but Naya's stunned. Did they really draw this much heat? Flyer wants a rest, but he's forced to fight. Naya yells for the hero to look back as enemies dive in for a lethal strike. Bandits watch the rooftop scrap, torn between diving in for loot or vanishing before it's all over. Suddenly, the attackers drop, beaten senseless. Everyone's stunned. Flyer shatters Gil's armor and finishes him off. The hero declares it's over. He hurls Gil off the roof into the bandits. Everyone doubts it's Gil. He's a battered wreck. The hero wanted intel, but after hesitating, he walks away, leaving everyone stunned. He shouts that everyone's just in his way. He's reaching the palace, and nobody better stop him. He warns the robbers they're about to feel his full wrath. The Red Ruby Kingdom's 4 strongest are high-level travelers, each leading a major guild. To travelers, they were living legends. Meet Milets, Gorgons, and Kuguchi. The hero strikes his opponent. He strikes, sending the crowd flying across the street. The legends are right before him. Unscathed, the hero demands his next fight after crushing the last. The crowd goes wild. The hero just crushed 3 of the kingdom's top 4 and 30 warrior. After seeing his insane power, they realize he's no bully. He's a monster. Bruised and beaten, the party nurse their wounds and whined about the pain. The heroes stay alert for Flyer's strange techniques, but the kid on the hero's back is doing just fine. Hero asks for patience, but while his friend is distracted, bandits strike. Even against a mob of thugs, he won't flinch. Fleur blasts the enemy as Naya realizes the coziest spot on earth is behind the hero. Fleur lands the finishing blow, scattering the survivors. The rest are crushed. The floor rises. He's way out of their league. Everyone thinks it's worthless. Not even 50 platinum coins can buy a taker. Fleur guarantees the bandits are finished. It's time to end this. The boys rush the palace as the hero warns the adventurers to step aside. Suddenly, a secret technique strikes him from afar. Energy surges toward the hero as the panicked bandits scatter. He barely dodges. Stunned, someone here can control this power. The strike splits the earth in half. A stranger ignores the wounded and confronts the hero, claiming that as a foreigner, he never expected this showdown. He's certain fate binds them together, but Flyer is left baffled. The hero and boy recognize him instantly, the Red Guild's true leader and the 4th strongest living legend. Mr. Muscle, the desert regretter, is a bull-tattooed powerhouse who masters the rapier. He warns Fleur not to break, but the hero wanted to give in. He tells Anar to back off. Desert Sting declares the duel, warning everyone to stay back. He points his blade at the boy, demanding a fair fight. Ayas Dibershi and Yusham. And the Sand Sting will personally slaughter every bandit here, final version. Touch Naya, and the Sand Sting will personally slaughter every bandit here. Fleur apologizes for the burden, but Zalo tells him not to worry. He's just grateful for everything Fleur's done. Mission complete, the heroes traveling with Kairia, leaving the party stunned by Fleur's casual talk with a legend, while the hero tries to convince the strongman. He refuses. As a fellow adventurer, he won't let the hero win, instantly drawing his blade to strike. He stays to finish the job. The sturdy hero stands ready to take on Mr. Muscle. Two warriors face off. The powerhouse is hyped to finally test his strength against Flare. He strikes with a sand harpoon rapier. Flyer dodges effortlessly. The strike doesn't stop. It pierces the building, shatters the tower, and blasts past the horizon. The party gapes at the hero's raw muscle. Smoke pours from his blade as Flyer finally grasps their enemy's true power. He charges Mr. Muscle, fists clenched. The bandits are stunned. They expected him to run, but he charges head-on, only making the impact deadlier. Mr. Muscle buries the kid in a sandstorm of jabs from every side, then suddenly hesitates. Needles fly at him, locked on course. The bandits cheer, certain their brute force has won, as the syringes close in on his skull. The blade shatters instantly. The crowd's in shock. How'd he break a rapier? Turns out he's wearing cursed steel plating. Muscle sees his opening. He's still got plenty of tricks left. He slices iron with his bare body, but the hero strikes his liver, shattering his muscular defense. Even Mr. Muscle's shattered under Fleur's strikes. Sand Sting hits the sand at the boy's feet, stunned by his raw power and blinding sword speed. This adventurer is too weak to be a rival. He needs more training. He mutters that the kid isn't even on his level yet. The Red Guild leader failed, humiliated before the crowd. The adventurers clear out while Naya rushes to Flyer with his jacket. Enemies broken, the crew rushes the royal palace to save their friends. His jacket slips as an unseen force yanks him up. A new enemy enters with his own agenda. Naya and the crowd are stunned. The hero screams her destination, but looking up, the sky is empty. Observers spot winged beings hovering above. One shouts target found and secured from interference. Naya's kidnappers are back and hunting the shaman. Their leader orders Flyer's death, calling him the shaman just like the apostles did. Fleur's shocked to see angels. Why are they here? And where did Naya go? Angels hover above as the boy screams their name in shock. He never expected to see this here. An angel muzzles Naya, ignites from within, and curses the allies who dragged him into this mess, vowing to crush his enemies. An angel screams, calling humans beasts. The stunned crowd freezes, eyes glued to the hovering figures. He snaps at them for idling. It's time to strike and help the angels retreat with the loot. Everyone snaps, moving just like real zombies. They swarm the pilot, pinning him down. His fire dies and he's trapped under the mob. Why did this happen to everyone? He can use Hellfire in this crowd, but he has to move fast before disaster strikes. Hero weighs his cursed arts, but the crowd's too big. Flyer needs one massive strike time for Hellfire. He yells the boy will succeed as the angels take flight, and Nia breaks free to bid Sir Flora a final farewell. The boy knows the angel needs him alive, so he's safe for now. He'll stall until the hero arrives. Naya screams for Fleer to save the boy, but he just grins from beneath the pile of corpses. Fleer promises the boy and asks for trust. They're both palace-bound to face the angels, so their paths will definitely cross. The hero charges in, picking off every enemy one by one. He rains down blows, scattering them in every direction. He rushes to save the boy. Back at the palace, the girls are hiding in Martula's chambers. Kagura lies naked on the bed and asks a costumed Rachel if she can move, but she's completely paralyzed, not even a finger budges. Martula's gone, but her intoxicating scent still lingers. Suddenly, a knock on the window puts everyone on high alert. The window bursts open and a shadow dives in, slamming onto the floor. It scrambles up, nursing bruises and gasping from the fall. An acquaintance greets Rachel and Kagura, genuinely relieved they're safe. Kokuma spots the naked girls and shields his eyes in a panic, while they stare back at him in shock. Perfume wafts through the broken window, letting the girls finally change. Kokuma tries to judge their weird taste, but Rachel shuts him down instantly. They demand to know how he reached the palace, but he shuts them down, no time for talk. He hands them posters of Nira and Flare. Kagura's curious, but he explains the capital is plastered with these adventurers are hunting the boys. He spotted angels flying Nia straight to the royal palace. Rachel collars the guy, demanding his location, but he's got nothing left. Suddenly, Kagura takes off. She shatters the wall with one heel kick, sending debris flying as the crowd freezes at her insane power. Soldiers spot a palace tower exploding. Kagura wonders where Fleur is, desperate to regain his trust, but she's glad Naya's already inside. To find him fast, she brings Rachel along. Kagura still wants revenge on the curse of Martula, despite her past loss. The guy's stunned as she learned nothing. At the palace's highest tower, angels slam a boy onto the throne room floor as he shields his face from their strikes. Martula looms behind Kagarebi as he asks if the boy is Nia, demanding to know where his mother's missing item went. He's hunting for a royal ruby. Shocked, the guy shields his face in confusion. He plays dumb, infuriating Fembi, who demands the location and calls out his act while his book, bag, and candy sit right there. The second prince can define the artifact. Gish swore it was here, but it's gone. The boy stares back in total shock, completely blindsided. Why remember Gisha? Maybe it wasn't about him, but someone else. The book sits right on the floor. Naya discovers his mom is royalty, making him heir to the red ruby throne, but he hates the news and the dark future it brings. Kagurabe mocks the boys to stall for backup. Certain Fleur will still be tortured to death by the mob as he crushes the boy's book. He shouts for the prince to step off the book, his mother's final memento. He repeats the demand bitterly, but then a sudden realization hits him. He spots the hiding spot and shreds the book right in front of the terrified kid. The book snaps in half. It's just paper. Nia stares at the torn book, horrified. His mother's book is destroyed, but out falls the exact pendant Kagarebu was hunting for. He raises the pendant, declaring he's finally found the royal ruby. With the ruby and the noble's backing, the second prince owns this country. Kagarebi looks at the sobbing boy. Ruby secured, he just needs to finish the brat. Suddenly, a noise at the door. The door flies open. Kagari's brother appears, ordering the truck to stop before storming inside. The first prince crashes the room, shocking everyone. The second prince mocks him the ruby's already found, but Delzalian won't budge, demanding Nia's release now. Mario's laughing. The throne war is on, and his entire family are now his enemies. The prince pities Kaharabi, who mocks his brother for being soft and distracted by trifles as they recall a past memory. Thinking he's beaten his brother, the second prince snaps his fingers, leaving a stunned Delzalian wondering what just happened. He just signaled any second adventurers from across the capital will swarm the room. They'll take him out, then his brother. A creak behind Darzolan stops him cold. He braces for adventurers to burst in and slaughter the boy, then himself. Lighting a cigar, the brother claims their numbers guarantee victory, while Nier curses his failure to stall. A flyer appears over fallen soldiers. The crowd expected a hero, but Kagarebe sent bloodthirsty bandits instead. Flyer waves and Nier cheers for his friend's arrival, but Mortel is stunned. Flyer looks nothing like he expected. Tagaribe whispers in horror the hero should be dead, and every adventurer has vanished without a trace. Night falls, leaving beaten bandits scattered across the streets. Moonlight reveals the hero's mountain of bodies. Flower arrives to save Nia. Fists clenched, the boy confronts the princes, vowing to save Nia. Kegaribi glares as Enema rushes Fleur, screaming his name. The prince is stunned. Why would the kids survive those brutal trials just to get here? Flyer recognizes the man from the north then. Clicking their tongues, angels descend. Stunned by his power, the apostles are hyped he finally made it. They trade names, revealing their status as elite, high-ranking angels. Fleur realizes if the apostles are moving, the angels are too. Zakarbi decides to prove it by summoning them. Ignoring him, they tell Flyer the hero is a church enemy, marked for death. Flyer warns Nier to stay away. He expected the apostles, but the angels laugh it off as boring, promising to change the game with a deadly surprise. They call out the princes boldly for everyone to hear. The first to kill the shaman claims the Red Ruby throne. The apostles call off the war, but the hero and Arzalin aren't as satisfied. The first prince wanted to be fooled. Church law bans angels from meddling without a request, so Darzolan demands they leave the people alone. The apostles are stunned. The first prince is bold enough to mouth off to angels, but he's being straight up reckless. Flyer admires the king while a knife rockets straight for his face. He dodges Kegaribi's blade and lunges forward to strike back. Wait, with his weapon as specific, he dodges Kegaribi. Nia screams, but the boy is terrified yet sane. Grandpa Kegaribi is insanely fast. The prince knows that dodge means trouble. Darzulan warns his brother, stop being the angel's puppet and end this senseless slaughter. Kaharibe twirls his knives, mocking his brother as a fool destined to lose this time. Confident he'll rule the Red Ruby Kingdom, the second prince parries the knives and shifts into a strange new stance. He orders Martula to execute the captives. They're useless as hostages now, so it's time to tie up loose ends. Martula obeys. Martula exits Kaharibe, apologizes for the wait, says his killing intent isn't personal, and warns he's far stronger than his fallen goons. Meet the Red Guild's top-tier pro, Kagarabi de Sangre Pura, as he masterfully spins his knives. Darzulan knows his brother's knife skills still outclass his own. The first prince is helpless, while the second prince keeps boasting. He warns Flora she'll regret Nier, a parasite and trouble magnet just like his mother. He's fuming. Fleur snaps, shouting that the guy's a top-tier throne contender, not a weakling. He calls Kagarabi the real coward, the weakest one in the room. Panic hits the palace. Martula's captives escaped, and the guards are desperate to find them before she takes her revenge. The guard yells there's still time to search, but soldiers sprint right past the boys' hiding spot. They stay silent, melting into the shadow. Kagura notices the guards are gone. Their friend takes a breath, cloaking the girls in magical camouflage. Rachel's stunned by the Kokuma guy's skill. The disguise warps everything it touches. If they saw the truth, it'd shatter, but for now, it's flawless. Kokuma, thanks the girls for the mine warning. That sign saved him from a deadly trap he'll never forget. He's sorry, but he had no choice. If he hadn't acted, he'd never forgive himself. He apologizes, but Rachel dismisses it as useless nonsense. Kagura comforts him, saying true meaning comes from sincere remorse. She's proud of him and always thanks him for the save. Kaguya says real gratitude is heartfelt, but since they've met, she gives him a major mission. He salutes instantly. They reach the moat bridge past the gate, Kokuma says. It's a clear shot inside, one bridge to go, and they're at the castle. He just needs the top floor, but a massive ring slams into him mid-sentence, gashing his collarbone. Everyone's stunned by this sudden twist. Kokuma sighs and kneels as the ring streaks past, returning to its true master. Mortilla's back with her real weapon. She swings the stake and the blade smokes. She's livid. Her animals escaped, leaving her with no one to experiment on. Kagura screams at Martula, demanding answers as Kokura collapses lifelessly. She rushes him, but the witch stops her. Kokuma stole her gear and robbed the village. He deserves to die. Mortula sweeps the ring toward the girls as they cling together. Kagura snags the ring right on her boot. She slams the ring down, shattering the stone tiles and cracking the castle floor. She finally claims the ring, standing tall before everyone. Rachel supports the wounded Kokoro, while Martula, awestruck by her power and beauty, wants to scream. She realized her dog was still the MC. Now the world was hers and every secret was out. Kagura thought Mordella was strong, but killing a wounded man proves she's hit rock bottom. The warrior weeds out the weak, orders the witch to back off and slides on her wrestling gloves. Fleur and Kaguri stare down their enraged enemies. Naya backs Fleur while Rachel guards the unconscious boy near Kaguri, tense and focused. They wait for the first strike. Enraged by the weak insult, these enemies are out for blood. They'll crush anyone in the next fight to prove their strength. Kagarabe faces Flair, spinning his knives into a blur. He reveals he's a prince, ready to kill the hero and seize the throne. Martula steps up as Kagura's rival, mocking her recent win. But she's no joke. She's a powerhouse general with a massive army at her back. Both villains unleash their ultimate moves, certain the heroes are outmatched and will pay for their arrogance with their lives. Kekagarabe charges, his gleaming knives breaking the sound barrier as he blitzes the hero with his full power. Mad Dance at mad speed unleashes a storm of knives from every angle, leaving the enemy zero room to hide. Martula, the queen of perfumes, unleashes a pheromone cloud to instantly disarm her enemies. The perfume is so thick it's visible. She could end Kagura instantly, but she'd rather be ruthless. Both villains unleash their strongest blows. Certain Flora and Kagura are finished. The blade grazes the hero's throat as he stands paralyzed. Marshalla reaches for Kagura's cheek, releasing a deadly poison scent. In a blink, the boy snatches the princess knives, pinching the blades with 2 fingers to avoid the edge. Kaga's stunned. He stares at his boyfriend's knives in his own empty hands, paralyzed by the sudden twist. While the hero lectures, he mumbles about his blades. He's a dagger master, faster and sharper than any of his thugs. This one to stop Flyer. The boy shatters the knife like glass, showing off his terrifying power. The prince's eyes go wide and Martula breaks a sweat. Her power didn't even touch this girl. Kugura stares down the witch as she mutters about her perfume, failing to paralyze the heroine. Like before, she waits for the monologue to end. The girl tells Martula she lost their last duel because nerves ruined her breathing, handing the witch the win. Martula's secret is out. Now she just needs to hold her breath and stay calm to neutralize the perfume. The witch is stunned. This power crushed entire armies, but now she's been shut down. Her magic is officially useless. The witch sighs, but Cougar blasts her stomach, launching her skyward. He mocks her she relied too much on her powers, and that's why she lost. Flyer slams Kagurabi down, dragging his face across the tiles, drenched in blood. The hero shows zero mercy. Barely standing, the prince begs Fleur for mercy, promising anything for the throne. Then he goes dead silent. He demands an apology for the insult to Nia's mother. Nia turns, shocked to see the man watching from afar, yet he still hears every word they say. Kakabi apologizes to dodge trouble, relieved it's settled, but Flyer warns the prince, watch your words because mercy isn't coming. Kaharab and Martul are true warriors, so a simple win won to cut it. Now the guys are showing them what real defeat looks like. The enemies beg for mercy, but the heroes don't stop. They keep up the brutal beatdown, determined to break their spirits in this cruel display. The hero repeatedly slams Kagurabe face down while Kagura grinds Martula into the stone floor. Both villains are out cold, no longer reacting to the hits. Martula is crushed. Kagura jokes about a rematch, but her total victory is now undeniable. Rachel calls the girl Kokum's bandaged in a live weak, but speaking Kaguya's name, he's gonna pull through. He gasps at her power for dropping that Martul. She tells him to stay quiet and heal, but he insists he can take it. Injuries are standard in his line of work, but his camo technique lets him patch himself up right under the enemy's nose. He begs the girls to save Nia fast before Kukuma's warning comes true. Suddenly, a noise behind the boys makes them whip around. An explosion rips through the throne room where the boy is held. Kokuma is stunned. This was the castle's most secure floor. He asks for a castle update while the hero catches his breath. Defeating the second prince took everything, but the fight isn't over yet. His rival is down, so he thinks it's over wrong. He forgot the angels are still in the game with their own agenda. The angels haven't forgotten him, mocking everyone from above with smug smiles. Flyer demands they stop spectating, but they stay dead silent. Darzalan's stunned by the hero's insane level after he crushed Kagurabi, while Nora spots him targeting Flyer and prepares to strike. The first prince spots the boy, seeing Naya's mother, Freya, in him. He's genuinely glad to meet the kid, showing zero malice. Despite their history, Fleur stays friendly. He asks the prince to guard Naya while he battles the angels. The prince agrees, rolls her 7. Engulfed in fire, the hero mocks the worthless angels and baits them into a fight. Brimming with new power, he drops into a combat stance, ready to crush them. The boy vows to burn the angels in hell. They freeze above him like silent shadows, paralyzed by his rage. One angel grips his partner's hand, realizing the demon looks just like a man they've met before. His friend agrees this guy is definitely suspicious. Meet the cursed god. Weak but relentless, he fought the angels until death, sparking a decades-long shaman massacre. For the ruling angels, it was a living nightmare. The memory alone makes them tremble with a fear they can't escape. The angels fear only one man. He slaughtered them years ago, and now they're too terrified to even speak his name. A millennium later, the cursed god, Taku, is still legendary. The hero recognizes the name instantly. Did they really just say Taku? He remembers his childhood training under a burly master, every technique flashing back in perfect detail. Hellfire swirls around him, but he's lost in his memories, oblivious to the world. Taku's face looked familiar. He instantly recognized him. He pictures Taku rising, wreathed in fire in a savage roar. To the angels, Taku is the final shaman to the boy. He's a legendary mentor. Flashback, the Great Shaman War. Angels claim they fought to stop traitors from using Hellfire to destroy the world. That threat had to be crushed at all costs. That night, a legendary battle erupted. The angel in glasses vowed to purge the shamans for world peace, watching coldly as the forest burned. Apostle Zuriel cheers for their crusade in certain victory, but another angel shuts him up by hurling a device at his head. Lady Mikhail, the flame apostle, claims angels only choose one person, not every shaman. No crusade here, that's why she silenced that fool Zuriel. Angels shouldn't be hunting shamans. Mika knows they shouldn't be here, and Raphael is flat out refusing to fight. Suddenly, Aldebaran arrives to help. He warns it's not over yet. Their forces are shattered, and he's the only reinforcement they've got. The previous angel failed, leaving Zuriel in total shock. It's real, and now Aldebaran is sending in reinforcements. He's dead certain a real monster is fighting for the shamans. Dead angels litter the ground as Marcellus executes the survivors. Aldebaran's squad is history. Lasso leader mocks the shaman's ignorance, demanding humanity surrender to the angels. This war is pointless, even as two tiny angels cower in fear behind him. Batak doesn't care who they are. He gave his word to guard Hell's gates. Summoning the first flame, he incinerates the enemy. A massive fire pillar erupts, scattering the angels. This is the power of the fire god, and it leaves everyone stunned. Angels flee as the firewall explodes. Mikhail screams in shock while Zerialia is blasted aside. He's losing it. A massive blast leaves a smoking crater, revealing Taku in the center after he wiped out a crowd of angels with one ultimate strike. He chokes a smoking, defeated angel as the master claims innocence. The angel started this war. He's just fighting back. He turns from the fallen angel, hands in his pockets. Tiny angels watch in horror as he shrugs. He doesn't do kids and isn't stepping in. He freezes the kids and vanishes into the shadows. Senseless murder isn't his style, and his code forbids killing defenseless children who can't fight back. In the Red Ruby throne room, the young angels admit they craved revenge, but their master died of old age before they could strike. They're glad Fleur's a shaman for revenge, but bitterness lingers since they're powerless. As they voice their regret, the MC steps in. He's shocked his master wields Hellfire, a power meant to be locked away. The apostles are floored. They never expected such devotion to Taku. Revenge on Master Taku is finally here. The boy raises his staff while the girl blasts liquid metal. She blasts liquid metal at the frozen Kaharabi, enveloping him as his body mutates. Fleur watches in shock, clueless about what they're doing to him. He slams to his feet, skin hardened into bronze armor. Fueled by dark angel power, he's back in the fight. Kekaribi's a total cyborg with a massive drill arm. Heavy armor plates his torso, leaving only his bruised, battered head exposed. The prince rises in full armor, shocking the boy. The angels reveal their secret. One creates steel, the other controls it. The angels reach peak power, covering every weakness and claiming victory. But suddenly, liquid metal surges from the girl's hands. They challenge Fleur to the dance a duel with their creation, just like Kagarebi. A boy with a wand conducts the cyborg's movements as Fleur readies for battle. He doesn't know their power, but he's schooling these arrogant angels. How? He faces their steel cyborg. Two terrifying men chant knight armor and steel gloom as one suits up, aiming a massive drill hand to Strio. He slams into the checkered floor, shattering it. The shockwave blasts back the man shielding the child. Through the dust, the white-haired elder stares in shock, stunned by his foe's insane power. Siblings watch an armored warrior's carnage. The boy calls it art, but his sister reveals their secret. They breathe life into steel to make it faster and deadlier. Blood leaks from the armor. His sister reveals the cost. This technique is powered by the human life at its core. The brother scoffs that people are replaceable. Standing in the flames, the MC's eyes burn with rage. Fire erupts before the broken knight. He stands tall, unyielding and glorious. His scorching flames melt iron hands and armor instantly. The enemies are stunned as the hero vows to keep going until they break. Standing in the armorer's dent, he screams his warning, stop treating people like toys. He screams at them to fight, not flee, then thrusts his hand forward to unleash a massive fire blast. He orders him to fight alone, his fire blast piercing and melting the armor. The massive strike shatters the building's dome. He gasps for air, body still burning with pain. A massive hole rips through the dome, revealing the stars as burning debris rains down. One twin is hyped, he actually melted the steel. Seeing his scorched wings, the brother realizes the hero is stronger than Raphael warned. His sister agrees but claims his flames are still weaker than Taku's, leaving him stunned. Fires out, the hero sits by the unconscious, unarmored man slumped against the stone. He checks the wounds deep, but not fatal. A twin asks if this is Kegarabi, wondering how he didn't burn with his armor. His sister asks why the hero saved him, but he snaps that being chosen isn't a death sentence. Besides, his fire doesn't kill. Standing tall, he claims he doesn't care. Nodding at the man holding the child, he says those questions are for people who actually care. Sister scoffs at brother's killing for the throne. He sighs. Human logic is a total mystery. Watching sadly, the hero admits he'll never understand how angels think. The boy jokingly asks the white-haired man to help him finish the evil grandpa on the floor. He instantly agreed. The gray-haired man thanks the hero, tells the girl he's holding, Nia, they must run, and she nods. The angels glare, mocking the boy for being a coward. One raises his staff, vowing to finish the job himself. One slash sends the man's head rolling. The boy doesn't even have time to blink. Still clutching the child, the white-haired man froze in horror, unable to look away. Seeing the severed limb, he whispers the victim's name. His brother refused to hand over the Red Ruby Kingdom, calling him too soft. He vowed to seize the throne and build a superpower, but he was dead wrong. Wait, the original. White hair knows fighting is the only option. His brother agrees time's running out. Before they leave, he demands an oath. He demands a vow the winner must lead the kingdom to eternal prosperity. His brother agrees, swearing that's the mission. Kedrabi smiles, promising no grudges or regrets toward his big brother. The blond man smirks back. Then give it a try. He thought he had time, but his dead brother returns as the angels laugh. Kneeling by his brother's corpse, angels hail him as Darzorn, the new king of the Red Ruby. They close in with twisted smiles. Are you happy? A massive fire pillar rockets toward them. They leap back, barely getting grazed. Shaking off the flames, they call the hero a shaman and slam his attitude after doing his dirty work. Standing in a firestorm and ready for war, they ask for his thanks. He grimly scoffs after everything. There's no other way. Only one path remains: burn. Armor shifts into claws, palms ignite, and his flames explode with power. The angels mock him, claiming his flames can reach them. The girl grips a steel ball as the boy readies his wand. Darzorn wraps his brother's remains in a scarf. Naya watches with pity, asking if he's holding up. He calms the kid, ready for anything. He and his brother are destined to spark an ancient war, but holding the bundle, a dark premonition haunts him. Shockwaves blast dust as they watch the fight. Hyped Darzorn apologizes with a sad smile, knowing he'll regret this later. He warns them to stay back, but the hero levels his armored hands, screams "damn flames," and blasts a massive volley of fireballs. The angels unite. She casts full metal alchemy, and he triggers flow control, summoning a beast the world has never seen. They forge a massive four-horned iron bull wielding lethal scythes as a portal rips open behind it. The angels cackle. Grounded, the boy realizes his long-range fire is useless. The cute twins step up as the enraged bull's three eyes glow with a sinister light. The winged beast charges, weapon raised, as its tail vanishes into the portal. He swings his sickle, but the hero dodges as the blade shatters the floor. The hero snaps. Hovering angels are a total pain. He sprints down the tail, screaming for angels to descend. She mocks his climb, but he just pities humans for being wingless. Raphael fell to the second Hellfire. A wand wave snaps the steel floor, leaving the hero hanging in midair. High up, the tail snaps off, sending the hero plummeting away from the building. The boy plummets toward the rooftops. Darzorn panics while Naya screams, "Mr. Flying." The hero clicks his tongue, his flames are failing, and he's going down hard. She summons metal knives and hurls them at the paralyzed hero. He watches in terror as they streak toward him. He melts knives with fire, casts second Hellfire, and summons a small island into the sky. The angels are stunned. The hero leaps off the island and grabs the wall. Hero clings to the dome as angels mock his pathetic ice, certain he can wield the second flame of hell. They mock him. The girl sneers that without water, he has nothing to freeze in this drought. Disappointed, the boy sighs. She says his fire is nothing compared to Takusu. The hero knows he must move, but a monster suddenly drops from above. Angels lead the bull, mocking the hero for dying a mere human, as the beast raises its sickles for a lethal strike. Desperate, he refuses to die. As the blade nears, the monster's head cracks open. A high heel slams the monster, shattering it instantly. The angels freeze in shock while Darzorn and Naya watch, confused. Suddenly, Naya recognizes something familiar as a scream rips through the air. summoning the young master. Nia spots a white-cloaked girl with a ponytail charging toward them, screaming in tears. She tackles him with a hug, relieved he's safe. He greets Rachel, then glances at Fleur. Suddenly, a stranger appears, noting the boys having way too much fun. A girl with a beaded ponytail and steel boots plants her foot on a dead monster, asking Flyer to join the team. He joyfully spots Kaguya in her, while the angels hiss at another intruder. She names Fleer, Hugu, Vi, Shia, and Mortis. As the angels glare, she declares their final battle has arrived. She pulls him onto the dome roof, stares down the angels, and grins. Everything's going perfectly. Hiro thanks Kaguya for the save, but she's confused. He could have easily handled them alone. He warns they're facing 2 elite apostles and must team up, but she snaps that she'll solo them despite his doubts. Kaguya's done playing and demands total control. The guy stands, claiming they're the strongest he's ever seen, while the watching angels mistake the showdown for a simple spat. Floating midair, she snaps at their jokes as liquid steel flows from her palm. She tells Metatron she's taking out the trash herself. The angel arms up in steel and charges Flyer spots the danger and screams to warn Kaguya. She takes a direct hit, slamming into the roof and scattering debris. Kaguya smashes through the dome and plummets as a terrified Fleur screams her name. An angel's fist sends them flying. She smirks, calling them rude. She hates weaklings who pretend to be strong. Laughing, she pulled away and promised the shaman they'd finish the job after one last task. He shouts that after the torture, he charges Kaguya with a mid-air flurry. Kaguya smashes through the wall and slams into the floor. Fleur watches from the dome, calling her reckless. He prays she's safe and knows he has to act. Metatron swoops in for backup as the angel pins the girl down. The angel's steel-clad hand grips Kaguya's throat. Smirking, she admits, Kaguya is tough for a human, but it doesn't matter, no one beats. The angel raises his hand, vowing to shatter her bones while she is still breathing, but something suddenly stops him cold. A massive balloon inflates, launching the girl skyward and leaving the angel totally baffled. The angel thinks it's a pillow until a metal boot smashes her face. A massive hit contorts her face in pain. The insane force sends her flying, slamming into the wall and cracking it. The angel's stunned Kaguya stands, admitting she got lucky. One wrong move and she'd be dead. Behind her, the bullet crumbles and dissolves into her leg. She grins. This is a real fight. Her leg reforms like shifting plates. She wipes her face, stares down the enemy, and declares she loves being an angel. The stunned angel stares in disbelief. He never expected Kaguya's kick to land, let alone that she could shapeshift her legs at will. Someone else can resist the angels. Kaguya's shocked. They've landed right on stage, and she loves it, the perfect setting for a final showdown. The angel screams his brother's name, desperate to reach him. Her brother charges Kaguya, sword drawn. The limping girl doesn't worry, they are angels, after all. The boy roars at Kaguya for hurting his sister, while the girl realizes humans can defeat angel. Before the angel can swing, Kaguya's kick slams his face. A massive blow slams the boy's head. Her sister watches in horror as Kaguya mocks their hiding, asking if they realize she's at a disadvantage. She tells the stunned, wounded angels she's going all out without a real struggle. There's no satisfaction. She squares up and dares them to strike, smirking. She asks why they're stalling and tells them to show her something exciting. Clear watches it all, reflecting on the events. The battle rages as angels charge with a sword and massive axe. The hero watches in awe. Her skills are next level. Kaguya gives no openings, flipping midair to land a brutal kick with a smile. She cheers, thrilled to take them both on at once. Reeling from the hits, the angels struggle to speak. They attack wildly, stunned that a mere human is matching the strongest angels. One kick levels her siblings, leaving them bruised and broken. The hero watches in awe. She slams them into the wall with a bang, while Kaguya stands there completely unfazed. She towers over her broken siblings, coldly asking if this is all they've got. Kaguya eyes the hero, watching from afar. She shouts his name, thrilled she chose him. Jumping for joy, she's having the time of her life, while he waves back, stunned by her energy. The beaten angels suddenly surge back into the sky with fresh power. She glances back. Kaguya earns the girl's respect. Metatron ends the game, and the hateful angels vow to never return. They spread massive wings, screaming at her to crawl like the wingless trash she is. Blade wings fill the sky, and Fleur's overwhelmed. These angels snipe from safety, making them a nightmare to kill. Hero sees their styles match both hate long range. He offers backup, but Kaguya smiles and stops him, demanding to fight alone. Flora's hit angels aim to kill, but Kaguya squares up for war. She lunges, sprinting across the flying blades and vaulting off each one. Flyer and the angels were stunned, staring in total disbelief. He remembers her using blades as platforms for insane speed. Their fight flashes back. He forgot Kaguya's true power. Eyes burning, she rises to where the angels reign. She's back, warning the tricks aren't over. Leg raised, she screams it is game over, but the angel just smirks. They man the final defense, mocking her with grim smirks. Mid-strike, a massive spiked steel ball suddenly blocks her path. Hugai stares back, shocked. The angel smiles and waits, confident in his ultimate steel. He's turned its spikes inward, certain it'll shatter under its own power. He almost warned her, but froze as Kaguya transformed. Her leg grew 10 times larger than the ball, now covered in sharp spikes. They stare at her, completely clueless. Kaguya grins, shouting the last 1,000-faced snake, as she lands a massive final kick. Surrounded by a graveyard of blades, the flyer stares at the carnage in shock, whispering to the void, "Is this really the end?" The siblings hit the ground, out cold. They faceplant as Kaguya lands safely, thanking the angels for the opportunity. She stands tall, shouting that this was the best fight of her life. Fleer rushes over, worriedly checking on her. She turns and smiles gently. He's stunned. She's still inspired, admitting he never thought she'd take down a 12 apostle. She shyly says she hasn't changed, and he offers a fist bump. He smiles and praises her efforts. Her eyes fill with admiration as she beams with joy. She slams her fist against his to seal the deal while the others stand in the dome's wreckage. Rachel worries they're too far to see the battle's end, while Naya prays everyone survives. Darsorn sees they're safe, stunned he actually won. Rachel gasps, "Can you really see them?" He warns the castle's about to collapse. They need to move, and she agrees. She asks for Nia's hand, promising to protect him better. He reaches out, but something catches his eye. He releases Rachel, telling her to wait. She calls out anxiously, but he spots a gun holster in the ruins. Darsorn walks, knowing the ruined palace will shock the residents. Now he has to explain this massive destruction to his brother and his men. He raises his holster. Darsorn thinks the danger is finally over. The ground quakes, throwing everyone off balance. The man looks up. Confused, Kaguya panics as everything trembles, screaming for Fleur to look around, and he spins instantly. Kaguya grabs him just as a massive dark hand erupts where he stood. He stares at the glint, confused, until he looks closer and it finally clicks. That's real steel. A second hand slams the floor as two glowing orbs hover above its body. Reduced to floating heads, the angels mutter it's time to scrap this trash. Never expecting a struggle like this. Grinning flying skulls warn call him, and you're bound forever. When souls collide, they melt into one Kaguya, and Fleur watch, mesmerized. Skeletal monsters with angel brains. This beast destroys everything in its path. Kaguya asks if it's dangerous, and Fleur confirms it. The beast sprouts horns and roars. Flyer screams at Kaguya to run or die, but the monster cuts him off, booming its name. The beast surges, leaving total ruin. Wings burst out, a massive scythe glimmers, and it reveals its name, the destructive giant. Towering over the city, the beast bears 3 rows of teeth, blazing eyes, a square star on its brow, 6 arms clutching sickles, and 6 massive wings unfurling behind it. The palace explodes, and while the crowd thinks the prince's war has begun, pure horror strikes as a massive monster emerges, leaving everyone paralyzed with fear. They think it's a demon. Rachel grabs Nia and bolts down, screaming that it's a disaster. Monsters wreck the castle, sending the hero's tower tumbling. Darsar screams for everyone to grab on. The tower collapses into chaos. Flyer crawls from the rubble, shuddering at how deadly this adventure's become. He stares at his hands. That steel layer saved him from the rubble. The armor peels away as a voice calls out, and he spins around. Kaguya shields herself with her leg and checks on him. The flyer's fine, but Kaguya admits defense isn't usually her style. They stare at the beast's back as the girl wonders if all fallen angels transform like this. Flyor admits she's never seen anything like it. The beast roars. If the palace city falls, it's game over. Flyer stops to scout, but a monster interrupts, glowing eyes, sickle blade raised. It's ready to strike. Kaguya screams a warning as the monster lunges, swinging straight for them. The flea realizes the truth. Kaguya charges in while the boy screams for her to wait. One blow blasts everything blocks away, straight to the mountain. Dust clouds the ruins as walls shatter. Fleur leaps back, clutching the girl to dodge a lethal strike. He asks if she's okay, but Kaguya's curled up, gasping and coughing in pain. The strike severs her leg to the knee, and Flyer curses in fury. They leap back. He checks her. She says she's fine. Gasping, she warns that the monster's steel is deadlier. Now it already caught her. Fleur tells Kaguya to rest, but she snaps back. Refusing to quit, Fleur eyes her mangled leg. How can she fight like that? The boy watches in shock as her leg fully heals. He's stunned, calling it incredible, but she reminds him her legs can do anything. She stands, warning she's hit her limit and can't fight again. The monster locks on, and the heroes realize they're in deep trouble. Grinning, she squares up. This is the fight she's waited for if she dies. Let it be in battle. She vows she won't die. Fleur is glad Kaguya's safe, but they're still in deep trouble. He targets the weak spot between the horns, but reaching this massive beast is a nightmare. One look at that face and he knows charging is suicide now. It's all about speed and dodging. He tells Kaguya to hold him back. Donning armor of fire, he reveals he's got a plan. The monster towers over them. Ready to strike, Kaguya screams a warning. Fleur slams a flaming fist into the ground. Massive pillars erupt from the ground. They bind the monster's arms, head, and torso, pinning it down tight. Kaguya's stunned and totally lost. Flyer reveals his new flame, and she's livid he leveled up without warning. He calls it bait, not his favorite, as a massive shadow looms. The Flyer's clear finish, the plan. He tells Kaguya to cover him as a giant spiked ball looms. She asks if they can win, but he promises it'll work out. A spiked bullet streaks toward the heroes, kicking up dust. The monster cackles, then freezes the ball as splitting in half. Kaguya kicks a steel ball in half, agreeing with him instantly. She smiles at Fly, vowing to protect him. Ready for war, she decides if the hero freezes, she'll kill the beast herself. Fleur trusts Kaguya as an ally. Closing his eyes to focus, he touches the ground, sending invisible silk like threads in every direction. The third Hellfire is draining him dry. He needs a finishing blow now or he's finished. This flame is their only shot at survival, and he knows this chaotic desert holds exactly what he needs. The boy struggles to keep up as Kaguya dodges blades spat from the monster's maw. A tear welled in his eye. Fleur finally found it and yells for Kaguya to jump. He charges energy in his palm, summoning the elements from the earth. She watches in pure shock. He chants a spell, and the ground splits wide open. He reaches for his desire, but the barrier is tougher than expected. With his third hellish flame, he shatters everything and finally claims his pride. Kaguya bounces back as a massive water jet blasts from the ground. She finally realizes he was searching for underground springs. The monster watches, blinking in confusion. Fleur slams the monster with a massive spiked ice block, apologizes to Kaguya for the wait, and tells her she can finally go all out. Cloaked in icy fire, he glides down his path and smirks, telling them it's their turn to strike. Guards shove the crowd back, shouting that the hammock is about to collapse. Everyone scrambles for safety as one guard watches the destruction unfold. Darzorn ordered them to stay back and handle Kaharabi alone if he fails. They're the village's only hope. A fleeing resident points to something falling from the sky. Darzorn lands, asking the guards if they're okay. He hauls a grateful survivor in one arm and a drained Rachel in the other. The guy apologizes for the reckless jump. The guards recognize him, relieved he's safe. He's glad they're okay too, and ready to explain. He reveals the Mad Angels killed Kaharabi and now plan to wipe out the entire country. The news shocks everyone. Residents scramble to find their mistake. Doom talk spreads, and Naya looks terrified. People beg the angels for mercy, but the boy grips his holster and shouts that everything's fine. He claims Kaguya and Fleur are fighting for their lives. He rallies them to keep fighting, moving Darzorn and Rachel, while the confused crowd realizes they're all in serious trouble. A massive water column erupts behind the wall. Fleur's work. The city's baffled until they realize it's water. Darzorn's shocked there are no sources here. Rachel's stunned, but Naya knows exactly who's responsible. Fleur leaps into battle, and Naya's certain he'll clinch the win. Cloaked in icy flames, Fleur charges, pummeling the monster's head with a cherry blossom barrage. The monster reels from the boy's steaming strikes as Flare readies a spike-filled ice path for her next move. He whips his weapon, slamming the monster back with a massive crash. He's not finished yet, and Kaguya is already charging down the same path. She figures this is the powerful second spark Fleur mentioned, but she's not even sure it's a flame. The monster lunges, but the boy wants to go down easy. Kaguya sees his improved speed, but he's still immature. The true awakening is yet to come. With no one left to stop him, he's finally free. Fleur hammers the monster's face with icy flames, shattering its skull. Fleur is fully locked into the fight, showing off insane power. Kaguya smiles, satisfied with her discovery. She's sure he's a beast. He preps his secret kamikaze move with the monster's head, already half shredded. She morphs her leg into a hammer, nailing the monster down. Smiling, she asks if he forgot her, saying joy is meant for sharing. He grins back, asking if she really thinks so. The monster teeters on its hands, body cracking. It tries to speak, but only stares at the heroes. They fly side by side, charging their strikes, determined to finish this together. The mangled beast eyes the duo, remembering his master's words. God's certain angels are superior to weak humans needing protection, while two heroes land a double blow on the monster. Their joint strike shatters the beast's skull. Dying, it realizes God's words were all lie. Flare and Kaguya clash over who's more destructive, while the monster reels at human strength. As the beast reels, Kaguya demands to learn Flora's freezing burn fire, but Flora warns it's too complex. Suddenly, the monster roars and charges back in. The monster's still standing. Flare grins and instantly winds up a kick. He blasts the reaching hand with ice fire, flash freezing the enemy to the neck. The monster calls foul. The flyer orders Kaguya. Kaguya lifts her leg, birds erupting from below. She spins and strikes, shattering the monster's armor. The monster crumbles in disbelief. With only its face left, Flora declares, "That's where the angels hide." The flyer charges the first flame to incinerate them all, but an angelic creature suddenly bursts from the monster's head. It screams to everyone, "This is real garbage." Kaguya and Flora inspect the find, but Flora recoils in pure disgust. The monster screams that human life is worthless trash, and only angels hold God's divine privilege. It screams that humans are lying cowards unworthy of power. Kaguya and Flare are baffled by the angelic logic as the creature raises its hands. War machines drop as angels swarm from heavenly portals in bizarre forms. Fleur calls it pointless. Enraged, the creature demands silence and orders the angels to attack. Kaguya and Fleur brace for battle, but spot angels blitzing past them toward the city. Perched on a skull, the creature calls foul. It ignores the heroes and unleashes its puppets on the weak villagers. NIA's residents froze in horror as the models rocketed toward them. They fire lightning bolts, and the panicked crowd scrambles to escape. The beast snaps that this is the only true order. Flare slams the beast's face, yelling for it to stop firing those weapons of mass destruction. He swears the citizens are innocent, but the monster fakes an apology, warning his friends are doomed. Kaguya glares at the crowd and warns him the attack has already started. Worried about his allies in the city, he turns to Kaguya just as the monster charges an energy blast in its mouth. A spear blasts from the beast's maw, but the hero narrowly dodges. The creature soars high, laughing that this is the price for defying the angels. It smiles, claiming its turn to answer. Watch from the front row while the others are crushed. Then it says goodbye. The creation bolts as a furious Kaguya screams for her to stop. She's about to flee, but his words hit hard. Watching the beast flee, the boy mutters that he's the only one who'll be punished. Kaguya eyes flare as models rampage and the town erupts in a screaming panic. Fire traps the crowd as guards scramble to save survivors. Rachel begs Naya to run, but he's frozen. He screams as a voice cries out, "Mom." Tearfully, the boy tries pulling his mom from the rubble as she begs him to escape. The guard points out the trapped mother, and Naya charges with her gun drawn, alerting the nearby models. Models charge, lightning blazing. Rachel grabs the boy, shouting a warning. Nira's only thought saved them. Darson drops in, pinning the mannequins to the ground with one massive blow. Guards free the mother as the man steps up, vowing to hold the line for their escape. New angel models are swarming and Darsorn watches closely, ordering his guards keep every single one alive. The guard warns he's outnumbered. If he falls, the entire nation is doomed. He squares up, people survive, but kings protect. A ruler must defend his land. He declares war on the model angels as Nayu and the guards fight back tears. Models dive at the man, but he's ready to strike back. The vile monster cackled. Does it watch our suffering from above and think humanity is meant to be this weak and broken? Flower rushes in, warning that those staying behind are being used as examples to scare others. He smirks at their church talk while openly wishing for the country's total destruction. He calls them pitiful dard-sorn staggers from lightning strikes as the angels close in. He's ending it here, holding the line until everyone escapes. The models swarm him again, and he hits the dirt, bowing and apologizing to his brother. He regrets his broken promise, praying for a reunion as a whistling sandstorm blasts past. Every angel attacking humans fits this category. He's clueless. A buff guy in a white tee passes Darzorn, signaling him to keep fighting. The stranger combs his hair, and Darson recognizes the group they're adventurers here because the country is in danger. A vested man raises his sword, backed by an armed mob. He shouts, "They're here to help, like true citizens." The dark man claims homeland beats angels. They aren't letting them go, no matter what. Nia and Rachel spot a familiar face in the group. A giant flaming wolf appears, and Nia cheers his name, Shirnui. The wolf barks back. A camel peeks around the corner. Nia instantly recognizes Rakuta. A dark-skinned man tells the party it's time to atone for their crimes. Mr. Muscle arrives, seizing Kagaribi's spot as guild head and rallying adventurers to become the nation's true heroes. One guy fears the angels, but it's fight or die. If they're doomed, they're going out with a bang. Mr. Muscle roars the command, and the adventurers charge. The monster grins, demanding screams and tears. Behind it, Fleur readies a strike and orders the beast to turn around. The boy strikes with full force, unleashing icy flames. The flyer says only the giant is crying as his monster face shatters into pieces. It can't believe he's this close. Was it the ice? No, that's impossible. It knows he's too far. Without a source, his second flame is useless. There's nothing left to freeze. A single water drop hovers before his eyes. The creature's baffled by the water spheres while a staff wielder watches, noting Alrisha is guiding the flirt. An old shamaness and her masked, spear-wielding tribe block the way, claiming they're clearing a path for Fly. The water beast hovers above, spawning spheres as the tribe cheers. They're descending to help the sand people, because Fleer's enemies are Jalandars too. The boy offers silent thanks while the creature stays clueless. Kaguya strikes, her foot slamming straight into the monster's head. Smiling, she tells him to focus on who's right in front of him. The beast plummets as Flora mocks the pompous angel. He calls the creature pathetic, claiming its only pride comes from humiliating others. The boy admits that's why he lost, and the creature assails Flare with rage. It watches the adventurers and tribesmen fiercely defy its creations, refusing to back down. Panicking, it screams for Fleur to shut up and readies its move. He summons another monster, boasting that angels are superior beings. Kaguya spots the giant again. The boy realizes it was intentional right over the city. The monster topples and Flora lunges to catch it. He crashes to the ground. A monster rips through the head, cackling. He towers with a laugh, kicking up clouds of dust. He screams that he wiped them out in one hit. But as the dust settles, someone's still standing. Fleur leans against the wall, head tilted, as the monster mocks his pathetic state. The essence looms, taunting the hero. He's still standing, but those injuries are devastating. It screams, mocking his pathetic angel talk and calling him a fool. Calling him weak, he vows never to be pushed around again, promising a brutal end. Suddenly, a bullet whistles past, near fired, ordering the beast away. Fleur opened his eyes, seeing the boy barely standing. He levels his gun with total confidence. The monster's shocked, he's still alive, calling him stubborn, but instantly realizes it should have run sooner. It's impossible. The steel giant just crushed the city, and the truth hits hard. The beast sees the city is still standing. It whips around, realizing Floor's fire is totally spent. He saved the city, driving everything into the steel monster's heart. The beast wails. Flyer melted its body, leaving only a fraction of its massive head to crush the city. Nur taunts the beast, shouting that Fleur isn't weak. The only reason they're alive is because the boy protected them. Tearing up, he vows it's finally his turn to protect Flyer. The wounded boy wonders if Nier saw the sky battle. He figures Nier came to help out of worry, remembering how Rachel once comforted him. He's certain Naya's power has hit a whole new level. The monster sneers, admitting the kid is right. The shaman is a legend beyond human reach. Competing is useless. He admits defeat and vows to leave quietly, leaving the duo speechless. The creature blurs to Nia, claims it was a joke, then flicks the boy's forehead so hard he flies back and drops his gun. It screams that no one dares lecture it. The beast lands and taunts. "Watch me break this boy. Can your heart handle the cruelty?" Dark fury flashes in the kid's eyes. The monsters launch their plan, while Flyor stays paralyzed. Remembering Nier's sacrifice and his duty to the boy, Flyor steals his resolve. He's got this. The flyer mocks him, "Why carry that name if you're this weak?" Nier scrambles away on all fours as the monster notes his strength, wondering if he'll finally cry. Naya spins and aims his gun, but the monster mocks the toy, daring him to pull the trigger and end it. Suddenly, a spear skewers his head. Rachel sneaks behind and drives her blade between the creature's eyes. She orders the beast away from her master. The boy greets the girl, but eyes the monster as it smirks slyly. Naya remembers Rachel trying to feed him, but he awkwardly refuses, insisting he can handle it alone. Fleur remembers mothering him like a hen, claiming she has no choice because he's the kindest person she's ever met. She hugs Naya tight, telling him not to sweat the small stuff, while he jokes she's about to choke him out. Her promise to stay echoes. The creature's hand hits an invisible wall. The boy stares through tears, while Flyer stands frozen. The monster's hand phases through Rachel. Cold eyes lock onto her, a spear still buried in its skull. The girl coughs up blood. The monster scoffs at his weakness, certain the game isn't over, exactly what it expected from a human. She warns that anyone hurting her master will pay, but the beast doesn't understand a word. It rips a weapon from its skull, demanding to know why she's the boy's sacred knight and what she gains. Nai stands frozen, tears streaming down his face. She asks if he knows honor, boasting she's lived her whole life for him. She confidently takes his hand, vowing to die for the child. That's what makes her a true saint. The monster rips his arm free, mocks her counting, and impales her with a spear. Wish granted the boy lives, but she pays with her life. Nia rushes over, screaming her name. As the girl falls, she silently apologizes to the boy for leaving him. Tearing up, she begs him to look after her. The monster cackles, asking if he let her down before calling it all a joke. Flyer glares, face twisted with fury. He failed to save anyone again. His past haunts him, proving that even with all this power, nothing has changed. He thinks he's useless. A voice inside chuckles. He's right. Feeling totally helpless, the massive firebird finally unlocked Hellfire's true power. It demands he unleash the flame and go all out. They say a man pushed this far can slay God. Suddenly, Flare's eyes change. He stands, bursting into flames. Only a blazing figure remains and the angel freezes in shock. Confused, it covers its face and tries to hide. The force blasts Naya back. The boy stares in shock, steam pouring from his mouth. A massive armored fire knight towers behind him. Flames erupt behind him as he stares down the beast, vowing to end it. The beast is terrified, admitting it hasn't seen this in 1,000 years. Naya watches, anxious yet hyped. He stares at Flora, consumed by flames. His face isn't human anymore. His eyes burn with a mysterious glow. The beast is pure horror. Nia calls for Flivver to grow, but the boy gets snatched. Kaguya grabs Rachel in the boy's hands, then asks Nira if he's okay. Kaguya flees. The boy tells Fleur to stay, but she refuses. His safety comes first. She tells Rachel to hang on, warning that these flames are on a whole new level. She can believe that burning figure is Fleur's fault. The boy lunges to strike, and the knight mimics his move, charging the creature. No time to recover, the next strike hits like a whirlwind, blasting the beast back. It screams in the flames, begging for mercy. The knight keeps scorching the beast. It writhes, begging for mercy and swearing to leave humanity alone. The beast laughs at the fire, sure the kid want to land the final blow. It still thinks it's getting out alive. Fleur's eyes ignite. The beast can't fathom his massive power spike. Stunned by the knight's relentless blows, the creature vows to evolve. It wails and apologizes, vowing to join a monastery and repent. It begs for mercy. Wordless, the burning man slams down, crushing the creature for the kill. It dissolves, leaving one final warning. This floor is a monster. The sky clears. Kaguya nears the boy, cheering that she finally finished the angel for good. She tells the burning flyer to celebrate. Later they need to move. Seeing Rachel in danger, Flyer rushes to her side. Flames roar as the knight holds its breath. Flyer's eyes blaze, completely surrendered to the fire's power.